No.
Okay. I think I look at this camera. Hi, everyone. We're looking, this is Manhattan Community Board 2. Great. And this is the March 11th. Can you believe it's March? The March 11th Outdoor Dining Working Group meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. I'm Valerie De La Rosa. I'm the chair. We're going to get started in just a minute. But we do have quorum, so we should go ahead and get started. So this. This. All right.
Why does this keep
turning off? This will be an hour before. So we're going to get started in just a few minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Those will come at 4:30, right? Okay, here it is. Okay. Great. Okay. I'm just logging on to Zoom and then we'll get started. You know what? I need to log out of Zoom. Out of this. Okay, now I'm gonna log in. I think if I look at this camera, are we stuck? That camera seems stuck. Oh, if I look here, am I looking straight? Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. Just let her get that out of the way. Your audio, continue, and I'm here, but it doesn't need to be. Okay. Great. All right, so it is 5:36, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Since we have a quorum. Hello, welcome. What's your name?
Oliver.
Oliver and Valerie. Are you an applicant or?
Applicant.
Okay, great. And what's your?
212 Lafayette.
Okay, great. Perfect. Great. And we have GMT here as well. John, and tell me your name again.
Oliver. Stop. Oliver.
Oliver. Okay, Oliver. And John.
Yeah.
Be with an H or no H?
With an H.
Okay. Great. So John, maybe we'll see if you want to, won't wake you wait until the 20th item. So we'll offer that in a few minutes. Sometimes people don't want to go first because I don't want to see what's going on. Okay, so I've called the meeting to order at 5:36. My name is Valerie De La Rosa. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2's Outdoor Dining Working Group. And this is the March 11th meeting of that group. So here in the room, I've got Stella Fitzgerald, who is the vice chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group, Arturo Fernandez, and Brian Pape. Online, I have Donna Raftery, who is our chairs our SLA1 and SLA2 committees. And we do have our quorum in the room, and we are expecting one other committee member who will introduce when he arrives. With that, I'm going to get started on the agenda. So can I have a motion from the committee to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Okay, so we are going to go in the order that the agenda is listed. We'll put it in the chat just in a few minutes online. There are 32 agenda items. The way this is going to work, if this is your first time here, we will call up each application individually, and then we will ask for public testimony. And then if the applicant is here, we will have the applicant come sit up here. We'll promote you to a panelist online. So we'll ask you to raise your hand at that time. If you're an applicant, you can make a statement if you'd like. I always offer that. And then if otherwise, the committee may have some questions for you, or they may not. And then after we go through all of those applications, we will have a business session where we will vote on the items. And just so everyone knows, it is completely optional for applicants to appear here before us. It is optional for applicants to consider any proposed modifications from this group. And we just try to keep it, everyone to direct their comments either from the public or from the applicants to the committee. And I think that's it. So, all right, so we'll call up our first application, which is Dig In at 232 Bleecker Street. And this is for a sidewalk cafe. And I'm just pulling up my RSVP sheet, but I'll ask, is there anyone online who's here to speak from the public on Dig In on Bleecker Street for a sidewalk cafe? Please raise your hand and then we will call on you. And then if someone from Dig In, representing Dig In is here, please raise your hand so we can promote you. So if you're here to testify on this application, either from the public or as the applicant, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone either. So I'm just pulling up my RSVP sheet to see if we were expecting the applicant. For the committee, we can clearly talk about this application in business session, but if there's anything we want to point out now that if anyone from the public would want to comment on, we can do that at this time. So it's going to take me a second just to pull this up. It really is warm in here. And so let me just pull this up really quickly and see if we need to make any preliminary comments.
Yeah, so far I'm just seeing a couple small things. At the bottom of the site plan page, it says the width of the sidewalk cafe is 6 inches instead of 6 feet.
Okay.
That's just a typo. And then also looking at Google Maps, it seems that there is an awning on the Carmine Street side of the restaurant. So I'm wondering if the awnings box on page 2 should be checked off. Unless it's not there anymore, I'm not sure.
I'm just trying to get my bearings. Oh, okay. Okay. I was confused. I was like, is there seating proposed on Bleecker? And there's not. Okay. It's just on Carmine. I just walked by there and I should know, but I wasn't really looking. So when I walked by, maybe write something to verify. Yep. And then we'll go from there. Okay. And the width seems fine. Like they actually put for an aisle, like a 3-foot aisle clearance.
Well, certainly, even on their drawing, they show the dimensioning out to the outside of the curb instead of to the curb line. So it should be totally reduced by about 5 inches.
Okay. Can we make a note on that then? Okay. Thanks, Brian. Okay. I don't have anything else on this. Does anyone else? Oh yeah, you can sit there. I'm just spread out. The perimeter?
Yeah, the perimeter seems like it doesn't go fully across.
Yeah, it seems open for, it's like on the left side, there's 2.
Right, because of the clearance from the sign-post. It says the 8-foot clearance. But they need to have a perimeter that goes.
Like they can't have those 2 naked, well, I mean, these basically, the 4 top on the right side of their left side setup, I haven't really seen this. I don't know if there's a north arrow. I don't see a north arrow. So on the left side setup, there's, I guess I don't know why they're getting away with just two. It's not really, there's no perimeter demarcation. Maybe getting away with this. It just seems odd that that standard's being held for other applicants to completely, in the rules, like to be completely demarcated by a perimeter. I think where the entrance is, I think that's fine on the left side, but the whole open space on the left setup on the right side of the left side. This is what happens when there's no directional arrows. Okay, so that's, and I guess the other one that's, I guess I don't understand why there's no no perimeter demarcation on the right side setup on the left side of the right side setup. Does that make sense?
Can you say that? Sure.
The right side setup, like the why is there nothing here? Again, this is what's the rules. The dining out NYC rules say there must be a perimeter demarcation, so I'm not sure why the agency would allow this plan that doesn't have, you know, it's all right here. I mean, it's
Right.
three sides that are not, or two sides. So, okay, I don't think we need to discuss this one any further here, right? Okay. And no one from the public on this one. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on dig-in sidewalk, excuse me. And I'm just gonna start setting myself a timer for our discussion on this. So next we're gonna go to 212 Lafayette, LLC, DBA Cafe Select at 212 Lafayette Street for a roadway. We also have a sidewalk cafe application as well. So we will take testimony. So we have people with their hands raised, so we'll take these comments. If we could keep, yeah, that would be great. If we could keep the comments to 2 minutes, that way we ensure we hear what you have to say. And if you want to make two separate comments, one on roadway and one on sidewalk, I can take those as two separate 2-minute increments. So Georgette? Okay. Okay, Georgette, can you unmute? And we also have Laura Tenenbaum. Hi, can you unmute?
Yeah, did that work?
That works, yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Now this is just about the roadway shed.
Yeah, we have the roadway first. I want to make sure people have enough time to speak on each one separately, so just pick one for now, and we're doing the roadway first, so.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like it's kind of a done deal, but I really showed up today to oppose the roadway shed. I'm president of Friends of Petrosino Square, so this establishment is in the southwest corner of the square. We had them in the roadway before. It was quite disruptive. As I said in my written comments, this is a very high traffic area. You've got the traffic coming off of the Williamsburg Bridge along Delancey to Kenmare Street, and then ending in Lafayette Street right there. And then that traffic is making a left and going out Broome to the Holland Tunnel. I found the roadway shed when it was established before to be very intrusive, both orally, meaning, AURALLY, and visually. It was all red. It was really sort of shouting. I see this out of the 4 windows at the front of my apartment, as other residents on this side of the square do. The establishment, in my experience, is not really about food so much as it is about drinking. Last weekend, I and my little daughters were awakened at 1 a.m. on Saturday morning by inebriated people who were out in front of this place. I'm concerned that with the warm weather, extending their operation out into the street closer to the eastern side of Petrosino Square is going to make it very, very hard for the residents in the neighborhood. So I'm here to speak against the application altogether.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay. And then Laura?
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that you received my email with photographs,
Can someone confirm that? I have to.
because I don't want to repeat things, but
Okay.
I sent you a good number of photographs over the years. Basically, Cafe Selects has a long history of being in our community, but it also has a long history of being a very poor neighbor and not complying with the rules. As a neighbor, I'm skeptical of their ability to suddenly stick within the rules. You had asked for the Roadway Cafe, and I sent photographs over a period of time. Their Roadway Cafe during COVID and thereafter has had several different iterations. At some point, it extended well beyond their frontage. At another point, then it got moved. Sometimes it was enclosed, sometimes it wasn't enclosed, but it's always been kind of noisy. And it's also been part and parcel with their Sidewalk Cafe. I don't know how we can address the fact that they always had seating. Through the whole time, they always had seating on the sidewalk against the curb. And for some reason, the DOT gave them a cease and desist at one point, where they did change the their Roadway Cafe, but they never, for some reason, the DOT never noticed that every single day there was seating on the curbside of the sidewalk. Even I know a good number of us sent in complaints, and I know the 311 complaint I sent in came back with within 3 days with nothing happened. So we can't depend on government to help us once it's in place. I don't think we can. So I had some asks in my thing, and I just wish they wouldn't be there. I wish there wouldn't be a Roadway Cafe, because it does visually impede the view of Petrosino Square. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Okay. Is there anyone else? Maybe wait to, so we've taken Roadway. I don't see anyone else that has their hand raised for Roadway. Does anyone have comments specifically on the sidewalk? I kind of just want to get all of the comments. So so maybe, we haven't heard from Pete. So I want to hear people I haven't heard from yet. And then we'll go back to back to the Roadway if there's anyone, just so we can kind of get all of those comments at once. So if you want to speak more than once, because you already spoke on Roadway, you can speak on Sidewalk. So Pete. And then there was Megan.
I don't see Pete's hand up.
Oh,
Want me to promote
yeah, Georgette.
Georgette?
Yeah, for the
I just
sidewalk.
did that. She's up there.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm speaking on the Sidewalk Cafe.
yeah.
You know, don't interrupt, please. Don't interrupt. The comments that Laura made are accurate. The applicant does have a long history, and in fact, I look out my window right now and I see 4 cafe tables with 2 chairs at each one in front of Cafe Select, and my understanding is that those cafes that were allowed during COVID were supposed to be shut down again until possibly getting a license to do that on April 1st. And so it's out there, but and I wish I had saved my photographs. Laura's much better archivist than I am. I have photos of really wild drinking parties going on at the Sidewalk Cafe in front of Cafe Select, going back several years. And as I mentioned in the email that I sent, there was also a problem with them serving out of the cellar of the establishment, a different establishment under a different name in the cellar of the establishment, when this was contrary to the C of O and was not in conformity with their liquor license. So I'm very concerned that as the weather is warming up, moving their operation out into the street in any way or onto the sidewalk in any way is going to be a real hardship for the residents living in the neighborhood. And I would like to not have the sidewalk cafe. Thank you.
Georgette,
Yeah.
permission is allowed and extended for service on the sidewalk. There was no stopping on the sidewalk.
I
We
see.
also disproved any of that service from the seller. We went through this with Oliver. That never happened. It was actually the rear room.
Well, you
We spent hours on this and I personally went and investigated it. There was no service in the cellar. So we're just putting
well,
it.
I have different information, but we can agree to disagree.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Georgette. Okay, so Megan Cerullo, and then Pete, you can just give him audio access.
Oh, I would echo all the concerns that have been expressed about the roadway shed being erected again. I live next door and I patronize Cafe Select, and in my experience, they've been really, I mean, they violated the law by permitting folks who sit outside to smoke. And I was dining inside the restaurant and, had asked for them to ask that the patrons dining outside stop smoking, which was a request that wasn't enforced, and had to move to the back of the restaurant. So not only was the smoking happening outside, it was seeping into the interior of the restaurant. And as someone who lives next door, what happens is patrons and perhaps even staff congregate outside to smoke, and they end up smoking under our front awning, which is actually a no smoking zone. And they've just been, sort of repeatedly ignored requests to contain that.
Thank you. Okay, Pete, we haven't heard from him, and then we'll go back to Laura for sidewalk comments.
All right, sidewalk,
Or go.
well, Lafayette Street, it's an odd thing because they do have a license anyway to have it. They had a license to have a small cafe, sidewalk cafe there. And they had a small sidewalk cafe license because the street was deemed too busy, too small to allow a regular cafe there. And now under the new rules, even though it's a regional corridor, instead of a 12-foot, we're supposed to, they're allowed to have an 8-foot leeway. Am I saying this right?
10 feet for regional, but yeah, you're right. If it was on the small.
10 feet. So, so there's the size, their width is iffy there. The fact of the matter is the way they show the drawings in their schematic. If you can get to see the photographs I sent of people actually sitting at those chairs, there's no way people are thin enough to sit in the chairs as depicted. They tend to go out as far as the hatch to the cellar. It's not that people just don't sit that way or that squeezed in. In terms of what they've done with the sidewalk is that they often put table and chair on the hatch, or they leave the hatch open and have a table and chair on the other side of the hatch so that again, they don't see a rule that they don't like to break. And again, with Sidewalk Cafe, I don't know if the seating on the sidewalk by the curb is part of that or part of the other, but I just want to put it as part of both, and that's all I have to say. I do have more. I did have some asks which I wrote, and I didn't think I'd have to say it again, but I'd ask the community board to require, if you consider entering into stipulations, no seating on or other furnishings along the curb side of the sidewalk, no sandwich boards jutting into the clear pathway, no speakers outside with music. They got violations on that, although every violation was canceled by oath, so they never had to pay a fine.
We'll have you up in just a second, please.
Go ahead.
And honestly, I'd really like to see a stipulation that says the outdoors, both the Sidewalk Cafe and the Roadway Cafe close at 10 o'clock. There are people.
Great. Okay, so we
That's it.
great. So I will quickly address three things of that. One, the seating at the curbside is not allowed in this program. That's called the furnishing zone. And any licensee in this program is prohibited from having seating next to the curb. That's what's in the rules. Technically, anyone right now operating a sidewalk cafe, since we're past November 1st, is supposed to adhere to that. So that is a violation if you see it out. You're like, well, why does that person get to do it? It's I could tell you the page number of the rules. And then as far as no speakers, that is also explicitly written in the rules for both sidewalk and roadway. So there's to be no cafe items or table seating on the sidewalk next to the curb. That is, the furnishing zone is not allowed. And then you had another point about the hours. The hours will be adjudicated through the SLA committee.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, Pete, it's your turn. Yes.
So if you look at their site plan, everything looks good.
Which
But if
one?
you look at the history, and if you look at Google Street View from September 2022, which I just put in the chat, a link to that, you'll see the tables and chairs at the curb, along with their tables and chairs at the storefront, their tables and chairs at the curb, and the tables and chairs in the roadway. So this is how they performed. So I don't know how you make DOT. Is there a point of making DOT aware of their past performance? That's leave. The next thing, the electrical hookup. You can see in the photographs that they have provided that there is an electric line running from the building to the street shed that is not 14 feet above the sidewalk, which is the rule. There is no indication on the site plan that they're going to have an electrical hookup, but that seems to be an unknown at this point. The rule is 14 feet clearance from sidewalk to the electrical line. So anyway, it looks good on paper. It most likely is going to be a situation where neighbors are going to have to play police if their past performance is any indication of what it'll be in the future. Finally, this was an open street. Osteria Marini is out of business, even though they still hold the license for a space that has now been taken over by another operator. There is no open street in effect on this block of Lafayette Street. And there's no indication that anybody's signing up to be the manager of that. And this street was real problematic in terms of being an open street. So hopefully that will be monitored by our friends at DOT as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Okay, is there any other public comment on this? Okay, seeing none. Oliver, would you like to come up?
Yeah, sure.
Great, come and introduce, take a seat here and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Oliver Stum. I'm the owner and operator of Cafe Select. I've been living in this neighborhood for 30 years. We've had Cafe Select since 2008. Since about 2009 or 10, we've had the Sidewalk Cafe approved by the DCA, City Council, and Community Board. We were scrutinized back then to the fullest extent. In fact, a City Council member came and measured everything to be sure that we have the 8-foot clearance from that light post, and they confirmed everything. Back then, the DCA rules were a little different. We were allowed to have tables and chairs on top of the hatch. Now the rules have changed. During COVID, there were other rules. They constantly changed. Our new application doesn't show a table over the hatch because we're not getting an engineer certificate for that. because we're already spent too much money on things like landscape surveys, the publication of $850 to publicize this, and so forth. We are just now looking into the new rules of how we have to set this up. Only last week or so did I actually get an email from DOT telling me what changes they needed, and then we made the changes. So for me, I'm adjusting constantly to the new, what they want. I'm just doing what DOT tells me to do. So we made the roadway much smaller because the DOT wanted that. I didn't want to fight that. I'm not sure if they were right or if I was right, doesn't matter. I said, okay, fine, we'll make it smaller. And we have 3 20-inch tables in front of our cafe. Our cafe's been there since 2008. We have not received any phone calls in the last 12 months of complaints about noise or anything of that matter. And I brought, for pure entertainment purposes, the map that I
We
showed.
love being entertained. So
Huh?
we love being entertained. So thank you.
So I brought the map that I showed in 2009 or so. The area, and as you can see here, there were a lot of people, all the green dots were back then residents who approved that we have a little bit of Sidewalk Cafe. And there was one red dot, and that's the same person that we cannot make happy since 17 years. Thank you very much.
No operation in the basement.
There never has been. There's also never been a cease and desist from DOT. And the basement operation was a funny thing. That was maybe also in 2010, where I had numerous police people come in at various times. There was never any servicing of anything, liquor or non-liquor or anything in the basement ever.
And there was confusion from the rear room with some steps or
Yes.
something or a ladder that.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I just wanted, because this is, we resolved this. I
Yes.
personally spent
Yes.
an inordinate amount of time on this.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that that's not
Yes.
repeated. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I see 9 311 complaints during the temporary program. And the most recent were from the fall on a site set of condition with the sidewalk and then loud talking, but 9 over 4 years. And then I don't see anything from November 1 till now for this establishment on. So, okay, is there any questions that the committee has for the applicants?
I think the only thing looking at the Google Maps photos is that I'm not sure that the Roadway Cafe is like within the requirements of the program. So it can't be in a no standing zone.
Yes.
And there's a no standing zone right there.
According to the DOT, they told me to not go over where this light post is. And the DOT knows which zones are standing, parking, no standing. All we did was, do what the DOT told us how we should do it. I don't believe there's a no standing zone currently in front of this area here where the roadside seating is.
Right. I mean,
That might be an old photo. I have no idea.
well, I'm looking at the DOT website that has like all the signs listed. And then I'm also looking at the Google Maps, and there's like a commercial loading zone that isn't on the design. It isn't on your design. So my assumption would be that the no standing zone goes south of that light pole and then north up until that commercial truck loading zone.
As far as I know, and I'm not an expert, the DOT told me the loading zone is south of the light pole, and that's why they made me reduce this roadside thing for that.
Yeah, I see a two-way sign on the light pole.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. Well, we'll take a picture and we'll share it. But
Okay.
that's my conclusion.
Okay.
Obviously, this if I may.
Mhm.
This roadside
Yeah, you
seating
can-
will not have a roof, sidewalls, or
Uh-huh.
anything of that nature because of the new rules. And it's much, much smaller than the one we had during COVID.
It looks like the sign was changed. Actually, at one point. So it looks like if you look in 2016, it's no standing anytime.
Mhm.
But then if you look more recently, it's no longer the red sign. And you can
Oh,
see
yeah,
the
this
top
is
of
loading
it
zone.
above the structure.
Well, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the NYC DOT signs website and it's still on there.
I see the September 2024 picture and it says truck loading only.
Because they haven't updated.
Yeah, that's not updated in real time necessarily from what I've seen. Because I've tried to use it before when they put in new signage and it's not updated.
Okay.
And that has to do with the loading zone, the neighborhood delivery zone down here. But I just saying September 24th is the truck loading sign on there.
Okay. All right, is there any other questions we have for Oliver?
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Are we only talking about the roadway right now?
We can talk about that.
We can talk about
All right, never mind.
just to,
Sure.
because I think we'll spend too long if we
Yeah,
separate them.
I think I only had one thing that I noticed, but now where is it? On the sidewalk, I think there's just a couple boxes that aren't checked under furnishings. Here, sorry. There's these two boxes that need to be checked.
Furnishings, if you're using.
So really just this one, because you're not doing the.
No, I see it.
Yeah, I think
Just
you're gonna
this.
change
Good
that.
eye though, good eye.
Using, oh, let's be read. Okay. So you want me to go in and check those again?
Yeah, I think that DOT probably just.
Yeah.
missed it.
Mhm.
I think that's. Okay.
And
so-
it is a truck loading zone, so you don't have to worry about the no standing thing.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else for the applicant on this one? Otherwise, I'm gonna close the public hearing and move on to the next one. Good, okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on 212 Lafayette Cafe Select for the sidewalk and the roadway. Oliver, thank you. We have a set of like modifications, which are just like agreeing to the ADA. That we'll send through to you, so, and I don't think there were other things. Just, oh, and they'll say like to check the boxes, like,
Yeah.
yeah, so just kind of like a, yeah, okay,
Sure.
so we'll do that, great,
Thank you.
okay, you're welcome. Okay, so next we're gonna move on to RDK Restaurant Corp, DBA Bistro Les Amis at 180 Spring Street for a roadway cafe. And this has been submitted for an FDNY waiver for the travel lane on Thompson Street. Is anyone here to testify on this application? Okay, we've got Michael Kelly representing the applicant, so we'll bring him up. And is there anyone here from the public that would like to testify before we go to Michael? Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you. I don't see anyone signed up or I don't see anyone that has their hand raised to testify. So Michael, give us a second to pull this one up.
Okay, hopefully you got the new plans from the DOT.
Ooh, we will see. This one was referred to us the last week of February.
Yes, you should.
It's because it's at the top of the list. So let's see, what's the?
It only have a 20-foot structure, 6.5 feet wide.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we see.
Okay. Okay. So no one to testify. So this is only on one side. And hold on. Okay, Can someone tell me who wrote the notes on the advertisements or why that was written on there?
I wrote that just looking at Google Maps.
Okay.
I seen that there were advertisements before, so I'm gonna pull up Google Maps then.
So so Michael, we're talking about the advertisements that were on the previous?
Yes, he knows the rules.
Okay.
He'll be following the rules.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Okay, and okay.
And then I saw that there was the notation about the manhole, that there's 2 feet from the manhole, and
Yes.
I remember we've talked about this before, like where does it go on this version of DOT's site plan package? They got
Yes,
the manhole, and I think,
Yeah.
yeah, and I think they mean for it to be noted under rent infrastructure.
okay.
So just a comment about that.
Okay,
All right, I can mark that up and send it out.
okay.
That's easy.
That's great. Okay. Are we expecting a sidewalk cafe? We had a sidewalk cafe from them, didn't we?
Yes, you would be getting the sidewalk. But
Yeah.
we didn't do it yet.
Okay, so I was like, the name sounds so familiar to me, so as you can imagine, they start to run together, so, okay. Okay, so I won't comment on that. Okay, any other questions for Michael on this application?
Michael, and it has the required clearance from the sidewalk, right? It's not on here, but.
What do you mean?
The 6 inches?
No, there's like just a required clearance from sidewalks on these, isn't there?
There's supposed to be, if you're using the water barriers, you're gonna have to have a 6 inch. 6 inches away from the curb, you have like the metal thing going over into the actual structure, so the water can get by on the curb. But
Wait,
the
did I say
DOT, yeah, the
sidewalk or
DOT's
crosswalk?
approved a different version of something now.
You said sidewalk.
Oh,
What are we talking
sorry,
about?
crosswalk. I meant crosswalk.
Yeah, the crosswalk, we're non-approaching. So
Yeah.
it's 8 feet away and we're actually 16 feet 10.
I see it there. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thanks,
we
Michael.
had a longer one, but instead of building another 8-foot one, he just kept it to the 20-foot.
No, that's perfect. I was just looking for that number. Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Michael on this one? From anyone else?
No, North Arrow, and the streets are not, as Thompson is not labeled. No, sorry, it is labeled,
see it.
but this North Arrow, I don't see.
Okay. I think that's it on this one, Michael.
Okay, you might as well keep me on because I literally
Well,
have to
keep
have
you
no
on.
agenda.
Yes, I've got, Florence has noted.
We're Michael Kelly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have anyone who RSVP'd, we have that because we try to see who we're expecting. Okay, we'll see you in a little bit. So I'm going to close the public hearing on RDK Restaurant Corp. DBA Bistro Les Amis. We're going to go next to 518 Hudson Street LLC, DBA Justine's on Hudson, at 518 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. And we are expecting the applicant here. So, Justine.
I just put her on.
Okay, great. So, before we go, she's gonna join over, so I'll wait a second. Pete, while we're waiting on Justine, and if anyone from the public, before we go to Justine to speak, hi, Justine.
Hello.
We're gonna see if there's anyone from the public who's here to speak on this application, then we will go to you if you'd like to make a statement, or the committee may have some questions for you. So is there anyone from the public wishes to speak on Justine's on Hudson? Please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. So, okay, so we will, let me just pull up your application for myself, Justine, and then if there's any, if you want to make a statement about your application or say anything, you're more than welcome to. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Michael, you're unmuted.
Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, I enjoy the singing. It just started late now. Okay, so
It's a pretty straightforward.
yes, I'm just pulling it up. So thanks for your patience.
Of
Okay. So does the committee have any questions for Justine on this one?
You don't have to.
True. 5 feet, 3.5 feet.
Is the dotted line the perimeter or what is the?
Yeah,
perimeter?
can you talk to us about your kind of perimeter demarcation on this? It's like, how are you going to enclose? There has to be a perimeter demarcation around the tables?
Right, so it's just these 3 standing tables and then some small sort of planter that will be removed at the end of the evening.
Okay, so it's on the
There's
left.
nothing permanent out there.
Oh, yeah, that's, of course. All right, so is it gonna be on 3 sides of each setup?
No, just the 2, because you've got the 2
Okay, because of the service.
tops, right, and then the one on the other side.
Okay, so the inner, there won't be a I can't have my words, barriers on the inner towards the door, but on the.
No, it's a tiny restaurant on the corner. I don't know if you've ever.
Yes, I'm off Hudson myself, so I walk right all the time.
Yes, that would block the entrance, I think, too much to the restaurant.
So are there barriers on the Hudson Street side?
Well, it's only Hudson Street.
Well, no, but I see one barrier indicated in here on 10th Street. There's a small little line here that says.
But there's nothing on 10th Street. We're not asking for any seating there. I think it was just to show that we were complying with all those very strict rules about how much space, how much clearance there had to be.
Right. No, I meant there's on the diagram, there's a line that says barrier by the 2-top table there. You see right below that 2-top table?
Yeah, I'm looking at the drawing.
There's a 2-top table and it's in the north side there. There's a double line and it says barrier underneath it, which is correct.
Yeah.
Right, and so I'm just wondering, is that extending then around to Hudson Street, or how are you blocking off the seating on the Hudson Street side is my question.
I think that's probably, that word barrier should be on the other side of that line. And then it's just, as I said, sort of a planter that we remove at the end of the evening.
That goes along Hudson Street.
Yes, it's not on 10th.
Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Believe me, we wanted seating on 10th, but we can't do that.
Yeah. I don't know if can you see my arrow, the hand on here or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're asking, this is fine if there's no barrier there because that's your service aisle, but you're confirming there's a barrier here and a barrier here, correct?
Yes.
And then on this side, a barrier here and a barrier here. Okay. And that is gonna fit within the 5 feet.
Yes.
With tables, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then the same on the other side with the 3
Yes.
5 inches. Okay.
The lawyers put us through our paces on this one.
Okay, got it. Well, we don't need to repeat that too much. We couldn't tell what the barriers were on the plan besides the one. So,
right.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this one from the committee for the applicant? Okay, I'm just looking really quickly at the notes. Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't. I just wanted to be respectful of the process. It's nice to meet everybody.
So kind. Thanks so much. So we'll follow up with some, I don't think there was anything. Yeah, we just had a question about the barrier. So we just have the DOT's standard, the 4 points we have about ADA that we'll send along to you. Sure. They're available on the 311 website under outdoor dining. But we'll just send that along. We send that along to everyone. So great.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I'm going to close the public hearing on Justine's on Hudson, and we're going to move on to Greene Street Enterprise, DBA White Oak Tavern at 21 Waverly Place for Sidewalk Cafe. And there's a note here that the proposed Sidewalk Cafe width on Waverly Street, on the Waverly Street setup is less than 3 feet wide, which is not ADA compliant per the ADA guidelines with a minimum root of 36 inches. Not our guidelines, but the ADA. And the dining out NYC rules do also state you must be comply with ADA requirements. So if the applicant is here, please raise your hand on Zoom. If there's anyone from the public who would like to testify on this application, please raise your hand. And then while we kind of wait to see if there's anyone that'll queue up for that, John, I will offer in the next couple, if you'd like to go, I'm happy to offer that to you. Okay, so next, I don't see anyone from the public raising their hand on
I
this
don't
one.
see anybody raising.
Okay, and let me see if we were expecting the applicant or not. I do not have an RSVP from the applicant on this one. So is there anything that the committee would like to discuss on this application during the public session?
I just wanted to bring up that the ADA can be accomplished on one side, but not the other, just to be clear.
So which side?
Greene Street.
So on Greene Street, it is, the configuration of the tables that they show, it's not, but it could be, I
Okay.
believe, right? So
Right. And what
I think
had
it's
been
just
pointed out
important
was
to-
that on Waver, can it be met on Waverly?
that's the side that,
Yeah, I don't think so.
that it does
cannot,
not
okay.
appear to be.
Okay, so that's the one that we had called out, so maybe that's why we called just that one out and not the other side. Okay. Do we want to discuss anything else on this application during the public session?
I would like to ask the opinion of the committee about the signpost clearance on Waverly. It looks like they just, did a little cutout,
Right,
but it's not really clearance from the signpost.
That's a good point. So that it doesn't have the arc, meaning that the arc would in fact knock out.
Oh,
Right, the dimension from the signpost to the barrier or the seats, the tables would be substantially less.
And I can confirm the existence of that signpost because I locked my leg to it.
Which one?
Now that I remember.
okay. Okay, so maybe the solution is maybe reducing it.
Well, it
Well-
reinforces what was said
Yeah.
about the ADA non-compliance. So, but we can make a note, not only the ADA compliance isn't met, but the clearance from the signpost to,
Because it also would not be, it also wouldn't work on that left side table, correct?
correct.
So, okay, so maybe it's just cutting it short.
Is there required clearance from the signpost? Do signposts count as obstructions? I was under the impression that just a sign doesn't count. But maybe I'm misremembering.
I thought it
I
was
think it does.
at least 8 feet.
Street signs?
Yes.
I thought it was like from like a lamp post. But we can talk about it later.
Well, I guess we're making the comment because I get what you're saying is that they've identified a clearance there for some reason. And, but we don't retroactively ask for a clearance from a signpost. So I see what you're saying when we're asking for modification. So I'd have to look on the obstruction. Well, that's, I guess I searched by hydrant or something because I can't find it very quickly. Okay, so just to close this.
And I just have one other comment about the Greene Street side. They note the standpipe and sprinklers along the building, but the table that is out from the building line would not be able to be there and still have the 5-foot clearance
On Waverly?
on Greene Street.
But on Greene Street, we're saying it can't work at all. Or no, we're saying wait, with Greene Street is saying it can work.
Saying it
Okay.
Right. But they have an extra table that I don't think they can have because it's not 5 feet away from the standpipe, from the Siamese connection. The one closest to the vent grate.
Right,
Yeah, I'm trying to find
because
out.
it needs the 5
Yeah,
feet both ways.
yeah.
Okay, that's.
Well,
Or-
So the signpost is a moot point if
Yes.
on,
The signpost-
Waverly doesn't work at all, so.
And it also, it's not listed as one of the things that.
Yeah, it is, you're correct, it's not an obstruction, so.
the signpost does not count as an obstruction.
Where's the list of obstructions?
Page 20 on the rules.
Sidewalk cafe dash sighting clearance.
I was looking at roadway. The easy way to find is to search for the word like hydrant, because it'll get you there quicker.
I don't know if that's.
Looks like it's listed under the furnishing zone objects.
I thought.
Page
but I-
17 is what I.
On the clear path, it just says unobstructed, like it doesn't specify, I mean, it just means like, I would interpret it to mean an unobstructed path.
So we can see
Yeah.
what DOT,
Yeah.
if they take it or not.
I think this is just specific to the furnishing zone.
Well, that's an overall,
Well,
trying to figure
that's a
out.
very good point, because the clear path actually says to the edge of the furnishing zone, and if the only item in the furnishing zone is a stop sign, that's the edge of the furnishing zone, right? So it actually may not even be specifically mentioned, but if you look at the diagrams, and this is the problem that we've had, right, with the furnishing zone, that they're not giving a full definition. But it's supposed to be from the edge of that, but some streets don't have a furnishing zone because nothing's there.
Right.
They don't.
Okay. The furnishing zone
And
is an area of the sidewalk that is parallel to the curb line and in which streetscape elements such as street furniture and trees are located.
And just as a point here, the reason that this corridor is it gets such high traffic
What does
during the
this
day.
mean?
In front here, the sidewalk, it gets such high traffic because of the connection between the NYU building.
So what's the category?
It's the
It's a
one
regional,
of the neighborhood, it's the 10-foot
the regional.
corridor. But the reason it's a regional corridor is because of the NYU movement.
That's also not marked on their site plan.
What is it?
They don't have a corridor marked on their second site plan, which is, I'm assuming the Waverly one, because on the first site plan, it says neighborhood corridor, Greene Street.
I'm seeing Waverly Place Regional Corridor.
It's on.
Oh, gotcha, you know about that, yeah.
If you go to scroll down.
This thing, yeah.
Like, so they have
Okay.
two.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Oh, well, here's your answer. Where's, so it's a bus stop pole. That's why they put it on there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, sometimes.
I see.
So a bus stop pole is 8 feet, but so it's a bus stop pole. That is an obstruction. Well, that's what they marked. I don't know.
It's a parking sign.
Oh, well, they marked it as a bus stop pole. It is kind of causing difficulty for themselves. Okay. Because it just seems to be a non-issue, so, and we're kind of wasting our time on
Yeah, I
that
think we're
discussion.
kind
Can
of
we move
yeah.
forward?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna close the public hearing on White Oak Tavern for the Sidewalk Cafe. Next, we're gonna move on to WLLC DBA The Woolly. Agenda item 7, 390 Broome Street for a Sidewalk Cafe. Hi, Michael.
Hi. Sorry
did
about
you-
the singing.
Oh, I mean,
It's only humming.
I just wanted to let you know what was
You don't
going
want to hear me sing, believe me.
we'll take it. And is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this application?
We had heard,
Number 7, the Woolly for sidewalk. Hey, Michael, for the roadway for the Woolly, I don't see anyone with their hand raised. For the roadway, has this applicant received their waiver?
Yes. They also received a conditional letter of approval.
Great, thank you. Does anyone want to start out? Do you have any questions for Michael on this application? I have to pull it up, so.
I do have some questions.
Okay.
I'm just looking at, okay, so on Broome Street, there is, and we've talked about this a lot, Michael, about the primary building entrance.
Yes.
So on Broome Street, there is a primary building entrance that's just to the west. And so that would require 5 feet that would feed into the sidewalk cafe length. And just to note, the residential entrance or the residential building there has 6 stories and 33 units. So it's pretty substantial.
33 units?
Yep. And then on Mulberry Street, the width is only 1 foot 9 inches.
Yes.
Not ADA, but kind of even more of something that I wanted to point out is that there is not, there's no marker on the site plan for the transformer vault that's on the sidewalk right in front of that spot. And the transformer vault requires 3 feet clearance. And it requires it from the outside of the box, like not just from the grate, but from like the outer perimeter of what they call the vault.
Okay.
And with,
Where does that leave us?
I'm not sure that leaves you with anything that can be there.
All right. I'll have them remeasure it.
Yeah, remeasure it, because, we'd really like to find consensus on this so that there is no, we're not required to have a DOT public hearing on it.
Right, and it might leave you with a little bit. I'm not sure if it will be 1 foot 9 inches, or it might be even less.
All right. I'll look at that. And with the weight service aisle, we basically serve out of the door.
Yep.
Okay.
I see.
Anything else?
But we'll see how much room we have. It's mainly just tables there, say for advertising purposes, so people see it.
I get it. But hopefully we can find a consensus there, and that way there's no public hearing needed.
Okay, I'll check with the
To shorten
transformer part.
to shorten the process.
Yes.
Okay, anything else on this one for the applicant? For Michael? Okay. Now I'm gonna close the public hearing on the Woolly and move on to the next one. So next we have Bleecker Hospitality LLC, DBA Bosco at 169 Bleecker Street for a sidewalk cafe. And this is number 8, agenda item 8. But I guess on number 7, we didn't mark that it didn't meet the ADA, or we just didn't know. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. No, it's fine. It's just. Okay, sorry, I digress. So, Michael, is this one yours or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry? The corporate name is Bleecker Hospitality LLC? Yeah, I'm just gonna pull us up. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to testify on Bleecker Hospitality LLC, DBA Bosco?
well, I don't believe that's the right DBA anymore.
Michael, could you address this?
I believe they were going to change it. I don't know if they did. They did not inform me of it, but when we
Right.
filed this, the health
What's-
permit was under Bosco. That's why it comes up as that. I will
It's like-
check to see if they changed the DBA.
I think it's like burrito something now.
That's what they were going to change it to.
Right,
Super burrito or something.
right.
Also, when I look at this, I'm not sure if like if the tree pit measurements, like if the arc, I don't know. When I look at the picture, like if you move if you look at what's there and then you look at the diagram that you submitted and you have like where it says metal posts,
Yes.
if you go to the northernmost metal post, why isn't there an arc from that? Why is it from the middle one?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Good question.
Because
I
this-
was gonna have this one remeasured anyway, because
Yeah,
Okay.
when I look
the
at this,
original
there's,
architect that did it, I was finding too many mistakes on their part.
that's kind of what I was, when I looked at this, it just doesn't seem like it's accurate. They're not, I mean, it doesn't look close. It just looks like it's not, like you said, it's not measured correctly.
Yes.
And, my concern is that a lot of it gets knocked out. And if we're not in agreement, then they have a hearing and then they have very little seating outside. It doesn't seem economically the best approach to this. I'm just, so again, this is sort of a problem that keeps coming up over and over again when it's not clear to the applicants. And it sounds like you got involved after the fact.
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, before the hearing, obviously, I looked at these and this was sent to an architect, but he didn't make it out there today because there's a few strange things on the plan.
And then it also looks like there's some stuff on the sidewalk, but I don't know what it is.
What?
Like there's some
Oh,
metal,
poles?
no, there's metal. I don't know
Oh,
if it's
like
a
a-
sidewalk. I have no idea if it's a sidewalk hatch or some sort of ventilation or what.
Yeah,
There's a-
the original architect, sorry.
Yeah, this just looks like there's some stuff that's not.
Yeah, the original architect put down that there was some type of, I think you don't have the other plans that were put in. So something is identified as a exit hatch, probably an emergency exit hatch, but I have another architect going out to take a look at this.
Because this is where we wouldn't want them to have another hearing, right? But it also looks like the seating is significantly reduced. If these aren't, I mean, knocking out quite a bit of, anyway, it's just hard to evaluate without accuracy.
Yeah, 'cause
If-
we don't
yeah,
want to
if-
extend, we don't want to deny or to propose modifications that would extend this application in the process. We can avoid it, but
So I'll probably have something within the next few days because I sent it to the architect today. If I was able to, and I know we're not allowed to, I would have postponed this application.
Because there's also a missing manhole that's in the sidewalk on here. Just looking at I mean, it just,
we have a
there's a
few
lot of
weeks
missing
to-
stuff on it.
Yeah, we
Yes.
have a few weeks.
And I'm not suggesting that manhole necessarily impacts it, but it's supposed to be on here. But
No, I
then,
know.
yeah, and then the hatch isn't on there, whatever, there's some other metal thing on there. The tree pit measurement doesn't look like it's right, but it's sort of, it's not helpful to the applicant. And
Yes.
And they didn't have a sidewalk cafe before, I don't believe. So,
No, but I just want to show you what I sent the architect today. So we have the manhole,
Oh,
that
okay.
hatch, all
Yeah.
that good stuff.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. My other question is, there's no perimeter demarcation on the left side. I understand the entrance are on the other side, so. And then it says it's the stanchion and rope, right? So yeah, that could just be on the other side.
Yes.
Okay, that's, I think, all I have. Anyone else? Okay.
So how are we gonna resolve that? Are we gonna ask for modifications or are we gonna submit a new plan?
I mean,
Well, you can ask me if on a modification, you can ask me for new plan with the missing items. If that's what we're gonna be working on,
okay,
if that's good enough.
okay. All right, great. All right, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Bosco, or on Bleecker's Hospitality LLC, and also the name thing, Michael, if we can get that figured out.
And that's also gonna be an issue when they come for the liquor licensing side, if the names don't match.
Yeah.
Yes,
So maybe the notice should come at the same time,
okay.
just a suggestion.
Okay, great. All right.
I have their file right next to me to change the DBA. They just
Okay.
never pulled the trigger on it or told me they were going to do it. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, great. Okay, so next we have Felice Hudson LLC, DBA Felice, or Felice on Hudson? Felice on Hudson. At 615 Hudson Street for a Sidewalk Cafe. So I have Norma Coate who would like to speak, and then let me see if we were expecting the applicant on this one. Nope, not expecting the applicant on this one. Okay, so let's, is there anything we want to bring up? Let's have Norma speak and then sorry, Norma. Hello. Oh, can you unmute?
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay. I have submitted my written comments and a photograph or two, and if you've received them, then you know everything I would have said tonight.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Pull that up. This is, I don't know which email. No, we're looking for your comments.
It was done.
Maybe on the form.
Yeah, it's on the form, yep.
Okay, yep. I'll share.
And the photographs are separately by email.
Yes. Great. I'll just read them out loud. Okay, so the length of the sidewalk cafe must be reduced by about 8 feet from what is shown in the diagram, from 13 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 8 inches, with the perimeter barrier planter moving up. In addition, the diagram fails to depict the primary entrance to 615 Hudson. The resident entrance is marked on the diagram belonging to the adjacent building, 613 Hudson. And the entrance marked in the diagram belongs only to the restaurant itself. The primary building entrance to 615, which has been completely left out of the diagram, so it's not even on the diagram, is located to the right of the adjacent building's entrance and just to the left. The bed shown in the diagram, that entrance is about 3 feet wide and sets the limit to the restaurant's frontage and therefore to the sidewalk cafe as well. And that the rule under 511 under design requirements, section A1, Roman numeral 2, little Roman numeral 2 is some measure that by the frontage alone, the length of the cafe. So that must leave a 5-foot clearance. And citing the rules, that's so great, Norma. Thanks so much for that. And then this will require, so the reduction of the length will require the elimination of two tables shown on the site plan. And we will look for those photographs in the email. Great, thank you, Norma.
Welcome.
Any questions for Norma on those comments? Is there anything that the committee wants to talk about this application in the public session?
Well, I certainly agree that we have to have 5-foot clearance from a principal building entrance. So it does reduce the cafe area.
Pretty significantly? Okay.
Yes,
And then-
almost 5 feet.
Okay, and then, I do see, Norma, I see your comments now that we've received, with the photos. I see the photos. Drive for the committee. Okay, anything else on this application that the committee wants to discuss in public session? The business session is also open to everyone as well to listen. It's just no comment.
Let me just add one thing, if I may. The diagram doesn't reflect the way they actually operate. They don't operate enclosing the entrance to their own building. So they do allow for the entrance to the building to be open to the public, but it's not in compliance with the rules because they don't allow a 5-foot clearance beside it, in front of 615 itself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your photographs and for your comments, both written and here. Great, thanks, Norma. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing on this application. We're gonna move on to the next one. So the next one is agenda item 10, 770 Kitchen LLC, DBA Suite Rehab Pastry Shop at 135 Sullivan for the Roadway. John, if you'd like to go next, I've been calling you next for this one. I keep forgetting and.
It's okay.
Sorry. So we'll go to Sweet Rehab Pastry Shop at 135 Sullivan for a Roadway. Number 10, and we didn't hear back from DOT on this one, right? So there's a, just so everyone knows that we identified that there's a 26, well, if anyone, if the applicant is here or if anyone is here to speak from the public and testify on this application, please raise your hand. While we ask for hands to be raised and any comments, so we can promote Leslie. This application, so the roadway on Sullivan is 26 feet here between Prince Street and Hudson Street, and the application does not indicate that this has been referred by DOT to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. And we did reach out to DOT to ask for confirmation. They're usually pretty good about responding either way, but we never heard back from them on this one. We also followed up, so not sure what the silence is there. So Leslie.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie Clark, West Village residents. You brought up the issue that I was concerned about. That there are about 4 applications right here along Sullivan Street, and I believe some of them do have fire emergency travel lane waivers. If I'm not mistaken, I think that one of them does. One of them at the Dutch. No, that's Sullivan. Sorry. Yes, further up, Sullivan. So I'm just very concerned for this particular section. Is we're beginning to see a pileup on a very narrow street of restaurants that would require emergency travel lane waivers. There's a couple north of West Houston Street. And if that is the case, then West Village residents would oppose this and ask you to deny it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I did an audit of what falls here. So there are, so one, yeah, the other one is 131 Dutch as 131 Sullivan for the Dutch is also requested a waiver. So those are the 2 here on this clock. Anyone else here to testify? Let me see if we were expecting the applicant or not. The applicant could not make it. It did respond. So the applicant was not able to make it. So if you have any follow-up questions, we can do that. Does anyone else want to speak about this application from the committee before we move on to the next one? That's okay. Yeah, I know it takes a second. I have to do that as well.
Yeah, I noticed that there is a manhole that is not on the site plan to the right. Where kind of almost, I can't tell from Google Maps if it extends right in front of their storefront or if it's just at the very edge. Where on their site plan they say existing alleyway and it's just in front of that. Like just touching their storefront, so that needs to be noted with the 18-inch clearance, which will likely.
Is there gonna be, it requires some sort of reduction maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It may not, but irrespective, it's not on the plan.
Yeah.
And if there's a reduction, it's only a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I had a question too. These ramps are actually built into the sidewalk. And they're not within the structure on the diagram.
Oh, those are ramps?
And this is sort of just there's nothing else that obstructs in this area, it seems. In front of their business.
Yeah, I noticed that they've got some dashed lines that kind of encompass those ramps and the dimension, but there's no reason, there's no label, no reason for that to be there.
Like what are these white boxes?
Yeah, just, it looks like they've constructed part of, this was a common issue right during
Right, where they
the
would.
emergency
slip,
program,
yeah.
so
But there is flooring in here, but maybe there's some sort of gap, but that seems.
well, the
their flooring
roadway
goes-
may be curved, so it
Oh.
requires it's elevated above the curb, we don't know whatever the existing street line, but if this looks like it's a very well drawn.
I mean, this is what
plan.
it looks like on the. It's,
Right, so
it's
that's exactly
Right.
right.
You guys see that, like it extends.
Anyway, that shouldn't be on the sidewalk, that should be built into the
Yeah. that's
And,
great.
and it's, where it comes up as an issue is with the steps to the cellar. We've had a lot of, we've heard, there've been a lot of issues with this applicant, so the board is familiar with it for other reasons. But just looking at this just jumps up with the sticking on the sidewalk, with the steps down to the cellar. I think that there also may be, I'm not sure.
I mean, it's in the furnishing zone, we're not allowed to have
Right.
part of it in
Yeah.
there, right? So that's just pretty, I mean, that's what the rules say, it's pretty cut and dry, so. And then, do we see any electrical on this one? I believe this is in.
They do mark the boxes for electrical.
There is under the old setup, there's a piping that comes out on the southern.
Okay, so I'll just put in the standard language of, because they are within the, I think it's the Sullivan Thompson.
And then it does look like they keep the trash in the.
Yeah, I've got language for that, so that's 170. Oh, 130.
This issue has just had a lot of, this business and the one next door share this alleyway, and there've been a lot of complaints and usage and who uses what in the basement.
Got it.
All kinds of different things.
Got it. Yeah, this is. Yeah, Sullivan Thompson Historic District. So.
And just by way of, it's unfortunate the applicant's not here, but this also has some elements that we have seen to be problematic, and hopefully the design addresses it, which is the flooring and planters. Generally are a big invitation to, rodents, and that's been an issue, and for whatever that's worth. But
right, and everyone is supposed to sign they will have a pest control plan.
the dirt just
Attracts. Okay, is there anything else in public session on this application? Not, I'm gonna move on. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to, I'm gonna close the public hearing on Sweet Rehab Pastry Shop. We're gonna go to agenda item 11, Latte 229 LLC, DBA, I'm sorry? What?
Oh, I thought you were calling.
Oh, we are, yes, yes. See, thank you. I was like, you're pointing. Sorry, Michael, pause. We're gonna go. Thank you. See, I told you, I get on autopilot. So we're gonna go to agenda item 20. GMT New York LLC, DBA GMT Tavern at 142 Bleecker Street, or Roadway Cafe. We do have the applicant, John, here, so we will ask you to come up. We're gonna see if there's anyone from the public who would like to testify on this application. I don't see anyone with their hand raised to speak on this application. Maybe everyone's enjoying the wonderful weather and daylight outside. Okay, so John, if you could come up and introduce yourself, because we have the mic is here. And
hi everybody, I'm John Kyo. I'm the owner of GMT Tavern. We're going into our 16th year of business now in the neighborhood. I've been living in the neighborhood for 22 years. I'm here just because I want to respect the process.
Thanks. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna pull up some things and let me pull up the application. So I start to have a lot of tabs open. So does anyone on the committee have questions they would like to ask John about the application?
I guess the one thing I'll bring up is the TVs that are outside.
Okay.
They're not supposed to be outside.
Oh, I wasn't even aware of that.
So they can't be
Okay.
there. So they need to
I'll get into
go
that.
inside. I think that would make some of your neighbors.
No music either.
Oh, we don't have
Right,
music.
no, he doesn't, but he's got the only reason I'm saying the TVs is because he has the TV, no music, no sound
Mhm.
reproducing devices are outside, but you have the big large
That are in the
TVs
Sidewalk Cafe.
in the
Okay.
Sidewalk Cafe, and they are not permitted. And it would make some people very happy to have them go.
All right. Sam, thanks for your note there. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of like the big one.
Okay.
We didn't come up with those rules, it's just what's
Right.
there, so,
I wasn't even aware of that.
and.
People are not,
Yeah,
you're not the
people are
first one
not,
to
so-
say that.
This is only on LaGuardia, and it's one, we have this for.
Yeah, because of the rule changes, we don't have a presence on Bleecker Street anymore.
Okay,
And we reduced the size of it because the manholes and stuff like that. So rather than having two, we're just going to have the one to the maximum size, which is 40 feet. And that's right in front of our existing sidewalk.
okay, got it. So I'm like trying to make sense of what's in this. Oh, I appreciate the elevations, but I guess your sidewalk plan and your roadway plan were included in the packet. Oh, no, this is historic. I'm sorry. I was getting so confused. I pulled up the wrong.
Yeah, so we've had the sidewalk
Yep.
since we opened,
Yeah.
so we just added to the existing
I just
drawings.
pulled the wrong. I had old drawings pulled up and I was like, why are there so many of them? There's just really nice elevations but I was like, well, where's the roadway site plan? Sorry. So just give me a second. Are there other questions about the roadway setup for the applicant while I pull up?
And we invested because of LaGuardia being so big, we invested in the water barriers. So we'll make it look very nice and get them covered and have flowers out there and stuff like that. So
There used to be like a bus sign here.
it's gone. Yeah.
All right, cool.
We actually had the community, because it was a dormant bus sign. It was for one of the tours. Community board.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was dormant, so no one was using it.
Yeah, and nobody.
So can you tell, what are these?
The little gray squares.
So that's the doorways, because we have, that's our brick, and they're the door, we have 3 X's along the side there. So when something's
Oh, okay.
picking up and out.
Okay, so wait a second.
No, this is a sidewalk drawing.
Yeah. So, but that's the building, that's GMT's building there.
Right,
And,
okay.
and they're the tables set up against the side of the building. But these
Boxes are the pillars.
the pillars of the
So
building.
But there's nothing in the roadway cafe, I guess that's why I'm confused. Is there another plan?
Oh, that's the tables. Like,
Oh, I didn't know what the rules were for setting up tables outside there. They didn't give us those rules yet, like how many chairs and tables we can have out there, or can we run a bench along there? As long as everything is removable, I just didn't know. I was just, they're the dimensions of the Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay,
the
so,
dining-
right. So you're coming back for the,
Roadway.
no. This is a roadway application.
Okay,
It just has the site.
it just has the site plan that has the sidewalk.
Sorry, we've just had
I get it.
DOT has sent wrong plans and labeled them one thing and.
We're learning this as we go.
So the roadway cafe is there, you just didn't put in the tables and chairs.
Correct, 'cause I didn't know
how
what we were
it would
allowed.
fit, and you weren't required to do that, okay,
Well, it's great you have the bike lane there, and
on the other
traffic
side.
direction, manholes,
So I know that the big thing, just from your perspective, pointing out, we've gotten a lot of complaints with respect to people on the sidewalk and crowding there.
Okay.
And so the issue is when you have open roadway seating, if you don't have the service in there, that the wait staff has to be in there. They can't be standing in the sidewalk blocking it.
Okay.
And this is a little bit of an anomaly here because there is heavier traffic, but you don't require the 10-foot clearance. And that's why there are ongoing issues with stuff. So, and it's complicated also just, because you can't, the sidewalk cafe, you have to have an opening because I'm assuming you use the service side entrance
Right, the kitchen is
to get there, but you can't have your staff have the tables go all the way to the edge of the sidewalk cafe and serve the tables from
On the sidewalk, okay.
That's the dilemma and where there's not very good clarity in the rules, but that, so there have been a lot of complaints that have been given to the office over time.
Okay.
So that's the dilemma. So that's where a seating plan is also going to be required to add this to your liquor license application because the liquor authority requires the
amount of seating. Okay.
Yeah. Which is different from it's a lot of.
I get it.
Rules.
But this is the first time I'm hearing that because
I'm just
thank you
laying out to avoid this from being we don't need to talk about it multiple times, right? So, but those are the issues. And then also with the TVs Donna mentioned, and then the other thing, which is that you have so many tables and chairs outside. It's actually more tables and chairs, I think, than you have inside. And so that's the other issue that people have raised with respect to the noise levels, et cetera.
Well, we close. I mean, I do my best. I'm there all the time. So I'm the one that manages. I don't have another manager. I am the manager. So, it's not rowdy. I get now that you're saying about the TVs. I mean, I wish someone had told me because I think it was during the World Cup. That's when we had the crowds out there.
Yeah.
So, it's, I would have done something about it then, but I can't help you if the sidewalk is that size. That's what we were okay with.
It comes up because of the impact of the business on the surrounding community and noise, and that is 500-foot situation with the liquor license, et cetera. But it's a huge number, and that's the impact. And it's not just you; it's the business that was next door previously.
Oh yeah,
as well. So, but it's like now that you have so many people outside, and there's not a business next door. When there are complaints, it's not a.
Well, to be fair with you, Carter, I remember now you just jotted my memory. We were getting complaints, but it wasn't us because the club beside us was upstairs.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how long those complaints are or how old you are, but I understand it. And I had a gentleman come over to me and I gave him my cell phone. If he lives across in the noise.
Okay, good.
We just over the years have gotten.
Sure.
Yeah. And like I said, there's a lot of moving parts of noise creation. But the big thing too is that when your awning's out on the sidewalk, it really reduces a significant amount of the noise.
it's a little more of a challenge on the roadway.
Yeah.
With the.
Well, I'll have removable umbrellas.
I'm just,
Yeah.
from the dampening, sound dampening, and I personally have, before COVID, been in, overlooking from Silver Towers.
Sure.
And you can hear
the noise,
some of the noise, but I think that the awnings really dramatically reduce that. So the roadways where.
With the noise, one might
the
become more.
noise, it doesn't take a lot to interrupt the line of sight over distance, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the awnings make a huge difference, and you usually have yours extended.
Yeah. I mean, on a beautiful day, I like to have.
Where you can see, you have your awnings. So that makes a big difference. And
the CCTV. And there's anything electrical, like overhead?
I had like fairy lights running across just to make it look nice.
Okay, but nothing, like, is there anything
Nothing
attached to the
attached to the
building?
building.
Okay, because I know you're in the South Village Historic District. Okay. I'd say like while you're here and you're coming back for the sidewalk separate.
Yeah, we did the application at the same time, so.
Yeah, but it's just this same site plan, correct?
Correct,
Right,
yeah.
Okay, so it's not that we were missing a roadway. Okay. So like I said, we've had the agencies mixed up, so applications in that way. So I would say while you're here, not that this is the complete and final, but just to make sure you've got the sidewalk, like the sidewalk width
Yeah.
on when you come back for the sidewalk cafe. I know you have it on the Bleecker Street side, but I don't see it on this.
Okay.
Again, we're not gonna be voting on that one tonight, so, but just as a note, kind of when you come back. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Do you have any questions for us?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Appreciate the feedback.
All right.
Thanks for letting me skip a few people.
Okay, no problem. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Okay,
Appreciate
thanks.
it.
Bye. It's warm in here.
Yeah.
I'm really hot. So I'm gonna go to number 11, latte, thank you, Mark. Latte 229 LLC, DBA Gelateria Gentile at 229 Elizabeth Street. This has been submitted to FDNY for a travel lane waiver. This is for Roadway Cafe. So we have Michael Kelly, who's the applicant representative. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this application? It feels really nice, thank you. I know we're gonna get the noise though, so breathe, but maybe you can hear. I don't see anyone from the public who wants to testify on this one. So before we go to it, while I open up the application and pull it up and give the committee time, unless someone has questions for Michael already on this one. I will quickly answer. Somebody asked in the chat, CM, about Bosco Burrito, about the hours. So CM, the hours that are on the application are the establishment hours. And any other hours will be that's for the indoor. There is a midnight across the board in the rules for the operation of outdoor dining. And then any additional modifications to hours are dealt with by our SLA committee. So we will not be commenting on hours here. So what's this one? This one is latte 229. Okay. So this is on Elizabeth Street between Prince and East Houston. So has this received the FDNY waiver?
No, one was put in and we shortened the width to 6 feet, 6 inches. If there's a lot of tables in there, but it's a gelato shop. So the tables are basically 14 inches.
University Place. Oh, here it is. Okay, so. One. Does anyone have questions for Mike? I'm just trying to see what else is on the block here, so. Okay, so this is East Houston, Prince. Okay, anybody have questions for Michael on this application?
No.
Do we know what the remaining emergency travel lane is?
I do not.
Don't know.
So it's a 25-foot width, so what's if it's 25 minus 6 feet, 6 inches, and then is there
18 and a
one?
half or something. 18 and a half, and there is a no parking.
So 10 feet, 6 inches?
What's the sign on?
It says no parking, 8 to 6, except Sunday.
So it does.
So 10 feet, 6 inches. Okay. So any other questions for Michael on this application? Flooring, let's see, there's a ramp, so there is no flooring. Arrow. I don't have any other questions. Okay, I think that's it on this one, Michael.
Thank you.
Nice. All right, so next we're gonna go to, I'm gonna close the public hearing on Gelateria Gentile at 229 Elizabeth. I'm gonna go next to Half Pint on Thompson LLC, DBA The Half Pint, Ernie's Bar at 234 Thompson Street. This has been submitted for an FDNY waiver. And let me see if we're accepting the applicant. And then I see Leslie Clark would like to testify. So Leslie, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. From the drawing, it looks as if, although the address is on Thompson, the side, the roadway would be on West Third. Is that correct? Am I reading this correct?
I have to pull it up, but
that's what it looks like to me from this map. That what they're showing is that their front door is on Thompson, but this would be on West Third. At any rate, what you have in this area is on Thompson is really piling up with emergency travel lane waivers on both sides of the street. I think that it's up to 8 now. This is really creating a hazardous situation for people on Thompson Street, especially since the FDNY set up a rule theoretically where you would need to have them an offset between the ones on either side of the street. But that seems not to have actually happened in reality, where there was a real offset between ones on either side of the street. So what you're seeing is a real pileup on Thompson Street of these things. And now that they have DOT has said that you can get a conditional license, one has to assume that that means that they're going to get a conditional license, including the waiver. That all of these that have asked for waivers are just going to basically be able to set up, not even on April 1st. If you've got a conditional license, you can be starting up as early as March 24th. It seems to me as if this plan is misguided of handing out fire lane, emergency travel lane waivers. It's also chaotic. There's no plan per street. There seems to be no guiding principle here. And with the new change of the deadline, it can just become a fact. And therefore, we would like to see you deny this. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Just for clarity, Leslie, the roadbed's only on West Third.
Yeah, I figured that. I thought I saw that, but even without that, if you look at the map, there's another one on West Third. There's another one right next to it on West Third that also has a waiver. So that I'm looking at here.
In the application package?
No, I mean, I'm looking at a map that shows others on West Third Street that have asked for waivers. Like Tartinery has asked for a waiver. So that what I'm saying.
Tartinery is located on Thompson Street, not on West Third.
Okay, well, okay. Be that as it may, I'm seeing a pileup here. I'm looking at a map and I'm seeing them coming right down Thompson Street on both sides of the street.
Yeah, but this isn't on Thompson Street. This roadbed is not on Thompson Street is the point that I'm making.
I would say it's still dangerous considering that if you have you're trying to bring a fire engine down there, you've got to come from somewhere down Thompson. That your two choices are Bleecker or West Third. They're turning this thing into an obstacle for emergency travel vehicles.
Okay, I mean, when we heard Tartinery is 20 feet from the crosswalk, and this one's pretty far back from the crosswalk. So,
Okay, we are still opposed to this kind of what travel lane waiver in a situation in which there does not seem to be any guiding principle in effect from FDNY. And we know that there is a speed up in the deadline. So that all of a sudden things can just kind of happen.
Got it. You are correct about Thompson Street. There are 5 waivers being requested on Thompson between Bleecker and West Third. That is correct.
So this is confusing.
Why?
We're talking about a seating on West Third, and yet there's a waiver request.
So because there's not a waiver being, they're indicating on West Third that the travel lane's not met on West Third. Do you know what the roadway width is on there? It's,
Well, I don't
It's
believe there's
28
any
feet, so it's
parking on the
28,
other side of the
so
street. It's NYU, so there's not going to be any conflicting sheds, pardon me, seating, outdoor seating, roadway. And so I don't know the street width,
it's 28 feet.
28, all right. That would seem like you wouldn't need a waiver. So I don't.
well, no, it has
Why
truck
is-
loading only across the street from 7 AM to 6 PM. But then like the rest of the area, it's no standing from 6 PM to 7 AM.
It's a 13
So-
feet, 6-inch travel lane. So that's why.
Okay, yeah, with the truck parking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And then just, there's also a fire hydrant across the street, so there's really only a fairly small spot where there would be parking just during the day
Okay.
for a legal
Is there anything else on this one?
spot.
Leslie, did you have something? Oh, good, you did. Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. Okay, great. So I'm gonna close the public hearing on,
They just have to check a bunch of stuff that's not checked. That's
okay,
They have a bunch of boxes that they forgot to
Okay.
check.
as long as we
I
made a
don't think
note.
that I think this means they're not gonna do overhead.
No, vertical screenings. All
Oh,
flooring,
oh, I
that
see what
one,
you're saying.
thermoplastic
Yeah, they didn't
marking,
check.
they didn't check those.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I'm gonna close the public hearing on the Half Pint. We're gonna move next to Naughty Goal LLC DBA The Clam at 420 Hudson Street for a roadway cafe. If anyone from the public would like to testify on this application, right? I'm in.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, no, agenda item 13. So if anyone from the public would like to testify on this application, I don't see anyone. Let me see if we're expecting the applicant on. Wait, we could go back to the, sorry, I'm gonna reopen the public hearing on Half Pint on Thompson's. The applicant is here.
I just saw this thing right here.
So I'm reopening the public hearing.
Who's the applicant?
Vicky.
Vicky?
Oh, she stepped off. Well, she was here. Sorry,
You should just ask them to raise their
I
hands.
did,
too.
so I
Okay.
did. I just can't
Right.
keep all this. So that's unfortunate. The applicant was here, did not raise their hand, but I did see them, and then I was going to have someone promote, but can't do it. I mean,
No.
it's no one, it's just what it is. So I'm not accepting the applicant on this one. So does anyone from the public who wants to testify on the Clam at 420 Hudson Street for a roadway cafe? Okay, the applicant said we are not applying on Thompson in the Q&A. Again, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry, that's for the last application.
Yeah, because they don't, when you go 20 feet back,
They don't have room.
they don't have room.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just, nothing else to say on that. Okay, is anyone from the committee want to talk about this application during the public session? If not, I'm gonna move on because we're only on item 13.
The only thing for the Thompson, or excuse me, the West Third Street side,
So what are you talking about?
Are you back on?
I'm just back on the other one, I'm just
Can
gonna
you
say,
say which one it is? so we
oh yeah,
know?
for the Half Pint, is that the 7 foot 11 inches isn't in, it doesn't go along with what we've seen consistent for the waivers, where the width of the sidewalk cafe is reduced.
The roadway?
The roadway, excuse me, is reduced to 6.5 feet. So that's.
So it's
the
not
one-
6.5 feet?
No, it's 7. It doesn't, it's 7 feet, 10 inches is what it looks like. They actually don't have the depth. They just say it's a 7 foot, 10 inch line to marking.
Oh, no, are we talking about Half Pint still? It's at the end. It's, I think they marked it at the end,
Yeah.
past the transfer.
Right side.
Like it was revised, like they added another.
Okay,
sentence.
okay, so that just needs to then say that that's the actual width. It's sort of, I see it, I didn't scroll all the way over, zoomed in. But that, it should
Are
be
there two
marked.
setups? Why does it say 12 feet?
Yeah, there are two.
Oh, okay.
Both the
The
pink,
pink boxes, yeah.
and then the darker pink dotted line is what they had in the temporary program.
It would be nice to have this updated because as we've seen these diagrams become part of the permanent license. So having clarity on them, which I think we just discovered yesterday or today, right? So just having clarity on that the 6 feet, 6 inches in the diagram itself.
Okay, move it closer. Okay,
Well, no, just say that that's the width of the roadway cafe.
okay, to write it out. Okay. Okay, I do appreciate a scale. So nice. North Carolina scale. I mean, we're not asking for the world here. Okay, so I'm gonna close that one again, I guess. And we're gonna go back to, bye.
Thank you for all your work.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on the clam 420 Hudson Street roadway and move on to DNA Coffee LLC, DBA 12 chairs at 5658 McDougal Street for a roadway cafe. And let me see if we're expecting, hello. We have a couple things on this
Wait,
one.
did we skip one?
Did you close the clam? Did
I
discuss
closed the clam. There was no.
Okay.
Oh, did we not?
We didn't do that.
We didn't discuss it.
Excuse us, Michael, we're gonna go back to the, is there anything, I asked, nobody said anything, so.
No, then we went right back to Half Pint.
Okay. To the clam, does anyone have anything they want to say on that?
No,
Look at that. 'Cause, we did receive complaints.
It's not in scale.
Yeah, I mean, it says 20.
I mean, the
feet.
20 feet and to compare to the 33 feet makes no sense.
Are there measurements we can get off of their old sidewalk cafe site plans? I mean, this is for the roadway, but is there anything we can use from there? Like the frontage length or something? I mean, they're obviously gonna come back to us for sidewalk, it appears.
Yeah, because it can't act. No.
Yeah, because the 20 feet is the same size as 8 feet, so. And it's approaching. No? Yeah.
There's nothing on the old plan. It seems about the Leroy Street side.
Okay, so let me
Show
this is.
34 feet there?
Yeah.
No, but I'm not sure. That's just where the sidewalk was.
Okay, so let me just look.
We don't know what the storefront is.
But we know
They say
that it's at least 34 feet.
Well, before we move on, let me just look.
They
Oh, now I have my bearings. Okay, so.
Yeah, so this is just on Leroy Street, is that correct?
yes.
It's
So,
on
so
both.
one of the
It's
things.
on both?
I'm sorry, the sidewalk's on the other side.
Yeah, so one of the things here, I mean, as Donna was saying, it's not particularly to scale, but also they had had a lot more stuff built in to their structure during COVID, and we just want to make sure that that's not the case.
I mean, so this is what they're saying is 20 feet. Because that's.
Oh my God.
That's 33 feet, so this is a complete.
Yeah, it needs to push down I mean, it's the same, it's basically the 20 feet equals the 8 feet on the sidewalk.
Yeah, and I will just put this in the chat, just so that anyone tuning in afterwards.
The what?
I said, I'm gonna put this in the chat. Oh, where's the mouse? Oh, can you click on the link? Or maybe I guess I could show, never mind, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. No. I'll go, all good. I'm gonna share my screen, because then I can't control it and it'll bother me. So this is what they're saying is 20 feet, because that's 33 feet, and that has to be.
And just so you notice in that photograph, if you notice the link NYC kiosk.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. So is there
which not
any?
referenced in that?
No, it is.
Is it?
It is. It says link NYC. It's just very pixelated.
And there's
It is.
Okay, but it's also,
no distance.
but
There
it's
is not to the
also,
Roadway Cafe.
but it's also set up as a square, which makes it
Yeah.
look like a light post or something.
Well, it's also a lot closer.
Right, when it's actually rectangular, and this 20
Wow.
feet would put that far back
Mhm.
from that. So the references here are not accurate. And
So
then,
what are
and what
you-
is it, do you have can you see what the frontage is on the building?
Yeah, hold on.
48 feet, I think.
Okay, so it's just, a lot of this just
I'm
doesn't
trying to
seem
find the window on the
particularly to scale at all, which is very confusing.
The 8 feet and the 20 feet, is that what y'all were
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
earlier?
exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, geez.
So it's difficult to,
Well, it's falsely on there. I mean, it's a rectangular footprint, not a square, to your point. And
well, I also think that the edge, the 20 feet is actually beyond it. So the Roadway Cafe should start after the Link NYC
Yeah.
kiosk.
Oh, yeah.
And again, this is, the diagram is going to be linked to the license.
yeah,
So it really should
Should
be
Right.
somewhat more accurate.
so this is what it looks like. Is there a tree bed on there?
There's two
Is there a
trees.
manhole?
But the-
There's two trees.
Yeah,
But again, the scale is,
but they're on there, they're not on there.
they're
No,
on
the
there,
tree
but
beds are
they're
on there.
very farther than they are in real life. From the.
They're more to they're further down.
Yeah,
So we have a 20-foot, but then it says 15 feet from the drain, which might be, I guess. But
Okay,
it's
so
not
I'm gonna go out
reflected.
there.
So it seems that the real measurement would be somewhat in the vicinity closer to the first tree bed. But then if you see there's also, so you said it's 48 feet is the building length?
Where did we get
I don't
that from?
know.
Well, I don't know.
Because they're saying it, they wrote it
Okay,
down.
so if it's 48 minus, what is it, 6 feet or 5 feet from? I'm not sure, it says something, right? It says
Where are you, what do you,
on the east side of the Roadway Cafe, there's some sort of measurement.
yeah,
It looks
6
like it's from
feet,
the building line. Say 48 minus 6 is 42.
right.
And then you have some offset from the crosswalk. If you can turn that picture back around a little bit, the crosswalk starts just a little bit.
Oh, this is an older photo, hold on.
Yeah, just a little bit, you see where the building line is? So it starts right around where the actual building line is, so
No,
if
it
we're
doesn't.
Even if you want to be
on the
generous.
photograph, if you go to the left a little bit more.
This is the crosswalk.
Yeah, but
this
go to
is-
the left a little bit more. Go left, click on the over there, yeah.
You know,
It's not so far, just a little
sounds
bit.
like a lot of the discussion is guesswork about distances when we have a measured drawing of the storefronts. And there's clearly enough space for the 20-foot clearance behind the
So you can
crosswalk
see
and
The
the 30
crosswalk
foot
is almost.
or so.
Right, so let's just say.
roadway.
Buildings right
So
here.
no, but if you
Tiny.
took 5 feet off of the 20 feet, right? So that gives you 15
Plenty of
feet.
room.
What were you at, Carter? 42 feet?
So
from
42
six, So 42.
Minus about
15,
17,
that's
15, yeah.
32, 28.
So it just looks like these dimensions are not right, and the roadbed
Can't be
cafe, the measurement doesn't seem accurate.
Right.
And it's, so you have that 6-foot offset from the building line, it looks like.
Do they need that?
What do you mean 6 feet?
There's a 6 feet right here offset from the property line.
But I don't know that they.
Well, it's there,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah, right,
saying
right,
it's there.
Exactly.
So you have 21 feet minus 48 is not equal 33.
20, yeah, 26. Yeah.
There's a lot just in there.
Well, it's not accurate. I mean, somebody needs to actually physically measure it because these measurements don't seem accurate that are on here. And
So it sounds like something we want to prioritize.
Yeah, the roadbed seems like it's too, yeah, none of this is accurate. So you don't know about the rest of it. You don't know if the distance from any of the other things is accurate either.
And then also, this looks like it's a waiver, right?
Do you see it on the agenda?
No.
I see it on the measurement. It says 6.5 feet. And it's a parking,
What's
on
the,
Leroy
can
is
someone,
parking
can
on
someone
both
look up,
sides.
The parking.
yeah,
Well, on their plan, 23 feet.
They marked it as 20, 28 or 20, they marked it as 29.5 feet on their plan for the roadway.
29.5 feet minus 6.5 feet.
Gives you the 23 feet. They've got that on the plan.
Show that.
And then if you minus 8 feet, if there's parking on the other side, that gives them the 15, so they don't need.
No, but that's not how the emergency lane waiver is calculated. The emergency lane waiver is calculated when you use the full 8 feet. And if you can't have it at 8 feet, you need the waiver in order to get the 6.5 feet.
Right.
It doesn't work that you
Don't need
reduce
the
it to
waiver, right, you still
6.5
need the
feet.
waiver, but yeah. You need the waiver.
So we need to ask for this to have a waiver.
So the street width here is 30 feet, says the map.
Okay, well, it's
And they have
it's only
9.5.
5 or 6 inches from what they say it is on their drawing.
what's the length of a standard car?
Well, they say 6.5 feet, that's why they bring it to 6.5.
No, I'm not saying the
Oh, the
width,
length?
but the length.
The length is, I think they also say the 6 feet is sort of the length of this one.
I mean, irrespective, the whole point is that if it's less than 15 feet, the travel lane, you need a waiver.
All right.
And in this particular case, the travel lane is less than 15 feet. And the reduction is in order to be granted the waiver.
Right.
It is not the reduction to avoid the waiver. And the reason that's important is because then, even if it does comply, their shed can only be 20 feet long.
Right.
At least from what we understand. So that's,
Okay.
or they can have 2. So this is why we have to point it out. So that what they've done is they've reduced, say, oh, no, we're fine. But that's not how that works. And that's not the direction that we've understand to be the case.
Okay.
All right, that's a
Wait.
good point.
Clarify, so as it is right now with the 6.5 feet, they do have over the 15 feet travel lane, but you're saying that.
What I'm saying is
they
that's
reduced
not,
it.
if your travel lane is less than 15 feet, you have to get an FDNY waiver. The way you can get approved for a waiver is to reduce the width of your sidewalk cafe. Roadway cafe, excuse me, and reduce the length to 20 feet or less. You don't get away with that by reducing to 6.5 feet and then keep your 40 or over 20 foot length cafe. The assumption is that you will use the full amount. So we've seen a few of these where they've changed it, and then of course it seems to be overlooked because, you know, that happens in a significant number of the applications we received from DOT, that it was overlooked and nobody put it forward for a waiver.
So do we have to ask DOT something?
Yeah, they need to submit it for an FDNY waiver.
Okay.
It wasn't. because the travel lane is less than 15 feet.
Okay, so we'll put that in our,
Another case like this later on.
okay.
Yeah, and we've had them before as
I don't know if
well.
it has a 40,
So
but
should we email DOT now on those?
Yeah,
Okay. Great, okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on this application.
and again, the idea is not that they can't have something, but it has to conform to the emergency lane waiver rules from
Great.
a safety
I'm glad we
perspective.
can go,
And the drawing needs to be accurate.
Right, okay, closing the public hearing. Next, we're gonna go to number 14, 12 chairs at 5658 McDougal Street for a Roadway Cafe. Now, I initially identified this one. Hi, Michael, welcome back. And then is there anyone here from the public to testify on 12 chairs for a Roadway Cafe? Please raise your hand. Oh, yeah, let me take that off. Okay, I don't, so, well, okay, great.
Yeah,
So
one minute.
Darlene.
Darlene.
So I will point out that initially, I think we still need to ask, because now some other things have come to light on this application regarding fire safety on this street. There is no waiver that's being requested for this application, and because it's right at the King Street. But however, I think we've received a lot of public testimony, written testimony regarding the turn radius being an issue there, and so I think we should add that to the list to ask about waivers. So
What was the address again?
5658 McDougal. 12 chairs. Darlene?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Darlene Lutz, longtime resident of Soho West. 12 chairs did expand their footprint, so they derived their name from actually a restaurant that could have 12 chairs. Literally, it was that small. Charming place. They did really take advantage of, you know, the outdoor dining thing. At one time, I counted 72 seats outside. So I know that they've expanded the footprint now. Their storefront, their store frontage, but still, you know, it's overwhelming on the street. And all of the above of what you commented about, Valerie, I concur with. You know, fire lane waiver, turn radius, very, very, you know, that's a very intense small street, and it's, you know, it's got a lot going on it. So I wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I don't remember who that testimony was from. It was really great photographs. Who sent that in? CM. CM, that's right. Thank you, CM. For sending in the photos and the testimony. And on that one, is there anyone else here to testify on this application? Okay. Michael, can you speak to the FDNY waiver? No, they're not seeking one on this one?
They didn't ask us for one.
Because we might ask, I think we're gonna ask for the, I have to pull up the applications, give me 1 second. I think the consensus here likely will be that we will ask for a reduced width. What's the width currently? I'm still pulling it up.
It's 8 feet.
Yeah. Let me just, I'll just, for the record, I'll show what was shared. Are these in a folder somewhere?
Yeah, it's in the DNA coffee.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull this up 1 second, Michael.
Hey, Mark, do you think we can close the door? Sorry, it's a little.
Yeah. It works though. Thank you. Okay, I'm just pulling it up, Michael. Thank you for your patience.
I'm not going anywhere.
What I guess I'm gonna do is just find the one. Just gonna download them and share. These photos. Yeah, so I think we're gonna ask for the reduction of the width because does somebody know what the roadway width is here? I looked it up and then I went back and I thought, oh, maybe it's because of the King Street opening that's why a waiver is not being sought, but I didn't write it down. So I don't know if somebody knows that off the top of their head.
King Street is 33 inches, or I'm sorry, 33 feet, 4 inches.
Right, but what's
McDougal? 26, but it's because there is no other side of the road from them.
Right,
Like, there's no
right,
sidewalk.
right.
So I don't know exactly what that width is there.
Okay, so let me just a bunch of emails. I'm just trying to get rid of the emails so that. Let's see. In a second, I'll share my screen. Okay, so. Okay, so here we go. So this was sent in to us, Michael, about that the truck couldn't turn. And so this car length is 8 feet, then, and that 8 feet is what's being proposed for this roadway cafe. That. And I think I'll need to show the rest. Same one. Oh, that's it. That was it. So we likely will ask, we'll make it official in business session, but I think we are going to ask for a reduced width here of 6 feet, 6 inches.
I will talk to them about it.
Okay.
Also, the manholes look kind of awkwardly aligned. Like that, the northernmost manhole doesn't look like it's correctly aligned with the property line.
You're talking about this one?
No, the one on the other side. There's two. There's one on the southern end. Yeah, that one.
Do you think the manhole's improperly placed?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like more inside the property line, and here it has it like completely outside.
That's a very good observation, right? Because
Can you write that?
Yeah, I'll write it.
How to
yeah, that's
communicate that? Okay. Does that make sense, Michael?
Well, I can't blame my architect for this one.
Sorry.
I went through 5 of them, so.
Okay.
But I see from the Google map, the Google photo in 2016, and it looks like it's within the property line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like quite a bit, right?
Right.
And there's no sidewalk proposed here, is that correct?
Yes,
There is?
yes.
When did they file that application, may I ask?
They would have went in together.
Interesting.
Went together and
9/25, September 25th.
Oh, interesting. It's not on my list. Okay.
So if that manhole is incorrectly placed.
Is it some other adjustment needed?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's and it's not that 20 feet is gonna be reduced, right?
If it's in the wrong spot, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Sorry, it's a lot of.
Okay. Yeah, that needs to get out.
Yeah, I mean, if this is somewhat to scale where the existing fire alarm box is, which it sort of looks like, that's gonna be a reduction of a,
Yeah, from the older pictures on Google, it looks like it's basically in the building.
yeah.
In the
Other side. It's on the other side of the
Fire alarm box.
of the fire alarm box.
yes.
It's not too often that they move the manholes.
No, that's true. But it does happen. And I'll bring that up to his architect also.
Okay, great. Any other comments on this one? I'm surprised there's no one here to testify on it. The fatigue. I'm just gonna look really quickly at something before we move on. It's 56.
It looks like they built over the manhole previously and operated right on top of it.
In the
during
permanent,
temporary-
oh, yeah.
During the temporary program, and maybe even in the permanent program, because the photographs from September 2024, which they should have been in compliance with the new rules, right? At
Yeah,
that time.
it's
So-
hard to look up 311 because of the dash.
And then you see something where they still had seating on the roadway?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Google Street View in September 2024. They were allowed to have seating, but it just wasn't in compliance with the new rules.
Yeah. Look up one more thing.
So the new seating area is not going to have any flooring in it.
I don't know what site plan. Okay, so.
But the problem where that manhole cover is, so they can't put the barrier on top of it, so they'll have to pull it in. It's gonna take a lot out of.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying, Michael, like when you went out to measure it, it was covered. That makes sense.
No. If it's where it looks like it is in the older photos, it would be
If you look at,
greatly reduced.
yeah, if you look at August 2013 or yeah, there was one I was just.
Yeah, that's the only one I could see.
Yeah,
And then in September 2024, it looks like you wouldn't have been able to see it if there was flooring.
right.
Yes.
In the roadbed. And
I mean, I'd say on this one, during the temporary program, which when we call the temporary program is June 2020 through November 1, a lot of noise complaints. And a few outdoor dining. I mean, there's probably like 8 or something, maybe 8 to 10 outdoor dining, and the rest are noise. Or the sidewalk zone being blocked. So that's something that'll come up on their sidewalk application when they come. Just Michael.
and the liquor license.
Well, and the liquor license.
license.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of complaints.
Anything else on this one from the committee? For Michael? Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
you're welcome.
Next, I'm gonna close the public hearing on cultures. We're gonna go next to Noho Neighbors LLC, DBA Elvis at 54 Great Jones Street for the Sidewalk Cafe. So if anyone would like to testify on that one, please raise your hand. And if you're the applicant, please raise your hand. I don't have my RSVP open.
The road one. This is,
Don't see anybody.
Oh, did it say roadway? It says sidewalk, no?
no, I was saying we did their roadway last time. Is this
So we
a
did-
new version of the application or is this the same for?
It's never gonna be the same. It's always gonna be a new package. So why is there something different? You should.
Or just the formatting of the sidewalk cafe application looks different. I don't know, maybe I'm losing my.
You're right, it does. Just like the font.
Yeah. something like that. I don't know.
I don't have it pulled up yet. Is there anything we want to talk about? I did receive testimony, but I haven't read it yet.
So we have a picture. I don't know if you want to put it's in the public comment was a picture. It actually shows a
Okay,
lot
so
of the issues.
I'm gonna download. I don't see any photos here. This?
In the drive?
In the drive. I don't think you're looking at the roadbed dining or in the sidewalk.
Also, this
You're
is
still
Yeah.
you're looking at the last one.
No, not sidewalk.
Okay.
It's just,
Public comment is the last one.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna download it and open it. Do I need to share the photo? Or that is the photo? There's another photo in there?
No, it's just. Let me see this one.
Oh, yeah, they totally can't have it under a fire escape.
You can. You have to look. Look at the rules.
Really?
Look on the Dining Out NYC website.
You want to put it up on there?
Yes. Go to the Dining Out NYC website. There's clarification on that.
Yeah, I mean, it is
You can't have seating, but you can't have an awning.
right, or like umbrellas.
Yeah.
I've called that out before. It's like kind of weird.
Because they can move the tables, but the
Right.
awning is more of an obstruction, so.
Yeah, but even moving the tables, I mean,
Well,
person on the fire
yeah.
escape can't do that.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Isn't there something on the website that says
Yeah,
that?
that's what it says.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's,
Yeah, so
So
they're
wait.
not quoting from the rules.
the rules are interpreted visually on the Dining Out NYC website. And they're,
So in the other programs, my understanding has always been that a drop-down ladder is supposed to be able to drop down and hit the
Right.
ground. It can't drop down and hit a table.
Right.
I agree.
Oh, no, I'm
I'm just
just
telling you
saying,
what they're applying.
they're not applying that. That doesn't say that. It says no portion of the sidewalk cafe can encroach upon block or attach to a fire escape. If it drops, it's blocking.
Yeah, that's my interpretation as well.
The rules.
Well, no, it's not an issue.
No,
with the rules.
they clarified it in one of the hearings.
Oh,
You can
well.
have a
No,
sidewalk.
sorry. One of the Q and A's over 2024 that they held for operators in the chat, because I have the chat, I saved the chat, and that's where they clarified it.
That you can have a sidewalk cafe under.
But that's not what
Yeah,
it
but that
says in
doesn't
the
mean it's
rules.
accurate because they've given inaccurate
Right.
It doesn't
information.
make any sense, like.
I didn't say it made sense, I'm just telling
No,
you
no,
that's what I've been
but that
told.
doesn't, don't accept that.
Yeah.
Because in an emergency,
That's not what it says.
because it's no different than a weighted.
But are we
Fire
applying, have
escape.
we applied this to other applications?
I think we did.
I brought it up, but
Well, no, I will tell you the difference is the majority of other applications have been filed by experts who understand that. And therefore they denote where the fire escape is and have a specific line
Mhm.
where the drop down comes down.
Okay.
And in many cases, we'll have a seat configured parallel to the building line. And the drop down ladder is on the outside of that. Just as a reference point, but then I think that it needs to be clearly pointed out to. We have a problem with that.
Okay, so you want them to remove, so we want to ask them to remove,
No,
to make
they,
a modification to move tables?
well, they cannot have
And a
any
cafe.
element of their sidewalk cafe.
Okay,
under
that's
now
fine.
they
Is it,
drop down ladder.
are we denoting that somewhere, because I won't remember it?
Now, a second issue is, can you have, We have the 10 feet from the vent, but that might be there. Right, I'm sorry.
I wonder if the vent is so high, it. doesn't
Usually
have
it's
the-
the ground level ones, yeah.
Yeah, but the vent's not technically allowed to be there.
Why?
Because you can't have venting on the side of the building is an open question whether that's an allowable vent.
An open question with.
Yeah. So, right, so unless the applicant tells us whether that vent is functional or not, it may not be an issue if it's not functional.
Well, I don't think that matters because then it should be removed.
For our purposes, though, we're not getting into the mechanical code.
No, right, but it's a vent.
It's a vent. If somebody,
Gotta be 10
then
feet.
it might not be used this week, but it could be used the next week if it's not removed.
Well, it depends what's behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's their kitchen vent.
My point is, we don't know that.
We do know that.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, we do, because we just discussed extensively at our liquor licensing committee meeting before the community board with everybody saying that, yes, that's our kitchen vent.
We, meaning you, on this.
No, this board.
Yes.
It's referenced in our resolution.
Well, okay, but.
It's referenced in our resolution, which you voted on.
Okay, but I'm getting into the weeds here.
How is that the weeds? 10 feet from
You
the
know,
fence, right?
You're assuming a lot.
What am I assuming?
That anybody that wasn't at the committee meeting and in the discussion with the applicant would know anything about the venting.
Well, we're telling you.
That's what I'm clarifying.
So.
Okay, so it's on the sidewalk? We're asking them to.
Well, I thought you were putting a picture up.
Oh,
It's on the side of the building.
okay, so let me share my screen so we can have.
Okay, so the principal
But, you know, the
building
problem with
entrance is
drawing-
also a conflict.
What'd you say?
Principal building entrance is a conflict.
Yeah, I think that area, just that corner, those set of tables need to go. Then you don't have the primary building entrance and you don't have the fire escape.
They can have the bench though.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But with the primary building entrance.
Okay, so here's what we have. This has been submitted to us. So the exhaust duct, is that what we're talking about? Okay. So the exhaust duct here. Basement egress cannot be blocked.
So they have seating directly underneath the exhaust duct.
But I'm not sure that they could have seating there anyway, because the stairs is where this,
Service aisle?
yeah, where the service aisle or walkway
This?
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if you look at the plan,
Oh,
that's cellar basement access or cellar
Yeah,
access. But you can't cross.
Right.
You have to go to the sidewalk out to service it. They also show that
Right.
it has barriers around it.
But you can't walk through the other one with the bench that's closest to the restaurant, because you can't go through.
so what, you're gonna come in like right here? Like
Well, you
wiggle
can't even
in?
get from the restaurant entrance across the gated
Right.
hatch. I thought it was stairs, you're right, it's just a
Right.
cellar door.
Okay, so fire escape here, so can they just have this one table
Go in the middle.
or the middle setup?
Well, there's another question is what is an air conditioner that extends through the wall and can you set up underneath it?
Ooh.
Because that's a unusual.
Oh, that's on both sides. This is really great.
Example of questions.
Yeah. Did anyone want to speak on this application? I asked, didn't I?
Yeah, you do.
I think that's why you got that
Okay.
submission.
Right. That's hard to say what each setup length is. They're saying their entire sidewalk cafe is 30 feet, but that's not That's not, the seller is not, the seller entry is not 30 feet. I mean, I kind of want to know what each measurement is, but which one can they have?
They can't have the one on the right because there's no way to get to it. Now, maybe if they, they need a 10-foot clearance instead of the 12-foot clearance. If they pushed everything out to have the 10-foot clearance, maybe.
I'm surprised they're not
Go around
here.
the gate, but they have to.
I'm surprised they're not here because if we can't reach an agreement, and we can do it over email, it does extend then we'll get called up for a DOT public hearing.
And the other issue is that there's a curb cut, which is,
We already talked about that last time.
no, but here,
They need to stay away from that.
But didn't we say it didn't matter last time?
for the roadway, because the roadway was set back 5 feet.
Oh.
But doesn't a curb cut count for a sidewalk cafe?
You tell me? I have to open up a new tab with the rules again.
Well, the other thing is, if in fact we verify that it's 17-foot sidewalk and they only are required to have a 10-foot clear path, then it would seem to have room for a 7-foot sidewalk cafe. They're only 8 inches. And they're gonna be losing both on the left and on the right.
So why aren't they going further into the sidewalk?
Yeah, so why not 7 foot out and service from that doorway?
Yeah, from that middle area.
This is the global corridor, I believe.
They checked all.
Someone want to verify? I know, but did we
That's all
verify?
regional, yeah.
But did we
There's
verify?
Yeah,
Well, I would verify.
yeah, I would.
Because this is an odd 2 blocks, because the fire department is there, that is marked.
What's the address?
54 Great Jones.
It is yellow, which means, yeah.
Okay, so it's correct. Right?
Okay, yeah, regional has been checked off.
Okay, so. And I believe. I'm just gonna look up. I have to restart. That's not my screen share, because I can't. Okay.
Does anyone have any idea what those little blue circles with the, I don't know, is it an I or something like that, letter I, or? They don't seem to have any icon.
Any legend that it goes to, right?
I think it might have just been like copy and pasted some images from a website, maybe. It came with them or something, a little watermark.
Okay.
So one of the other issues here too is just that this sidewalk cafe all the way to the east, immediately directly abuts the curb cut and the driveway for a garage, which I don't think you can have there. I mean, that's an active registered motor vehicle service station, and the curb cut actually is directly in front of where the seating is all the way to the east. And the doorway that's shown is the emergency egress, you know, for whatever that's worth, but that's, but if you see when the door is open, it's actually the garage is right behind there, so I don't know.
Curb cuts need a 5-foot clearance.
Is that for sidewalk cafes?
Yep, yep.
Is there anything else on this one?
So that's a driveway clearance, right, of some sort?
I don't know.
I mean,
I invite everyone to open up the rules
Well,
and control that.
I have them open, so what do you?
I'm just having a slow mind.
And on the site plan required clearance.
Well, it's probably slow.
It says just standard curb cut is 5 feet.
Right.
If it's an MTA curb cut,
It's
it's
10
10. If
feet.
it's FDNY curb cut, it's 10.
Right.
But just standard curb cut,
5 feet.
5.
And that's includes the sidewalk cafes, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
following minimum distance required between a sidewalk cafe.
Okay, so that's one, so that requires a 5-foot.
Right.
That curb cut extends into. We don't know what the measurement is, right? But we know that 5 feet pretty much knocks out that whole seating element on the right side, so that's one. It's also underneath the beds.
Right, it's also can't be serviced with a service aisle from the door.
Right, so we should put down all of those
Yeah, we
reasons.
wrote them, we wrote them down.
Yeah, and then the other two, the one to the west is underneath the fire escape. So that whatever, and then the fire escape is not noted on the plan, most importantly.
What do you mean,
Right.
it doesn't have a name?
Well, it's not
We
shown,
didn't put a lot of
Is that
elements, yeah.
nothing shown that there's a fire escape. So even with that, if you look at the photograph of where the fire escape drop down is, it's right in the middle. You know, of the setup.
Yeah.
So that
Middle of
presents.
the window, yeah.
Yeah, so that presents issues with this configuration. I'm not saying there's not a configuration that could work, but then also you have the 5 feet from the primary building entrance. And then on top of that, we have the air conditioners, the through wall large air conditioners, and what do those count as? And they're not in the floor above, that's on the ground floor. Like that's an important distinction. It's not like it's residential above.
Those things drip. Those air conditioners start to drip like on your food, on your face.
So are those covered in the enclosure now?
Yeah, so the enclosure was apparently removed yesterday,
Oh.
but there was a full enclosure on the space up through
the winter
yesterday.
enclosure.
And then I think it doesn't, you know, I don't know why there's that setback, but there's a signpost that's not reflected in the plan also. Parking sign. Which is next to the curb cut. I mean, there's just a lot of issues here, but I bring it all up because what would be the modifications that we wouldn't
Why, if,
be okay, that we would be okay? I'm asking that question because I think that this is the point where you know, do we want this to go to a public hearing or do we want a modification to what would be okay? And that's important to have because that's ultimately what falls to the applicant. Because if we don't give a correctable situation, then we're denying it and that's what it'll be, right? It goes to a hearing, or is there a corrective element?
I mean, Arturo and I have been writing down the modifications as we talk, just like the list.
Right.
So it's long. But so the first one is remove tables from west/leftmost seating section because that would be underneath, or that would be underneath the fire escape. Also adjust the length of the leftmost tables to adhere to the 5-foot required clearance from the primary building entrance.
so reduce to 2 tables?
I would just get rid of it.
Well, here's a design element that kind of gives this a flaw is the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And the bench is not removable?
What do you mean? They're there?
Well, I mean, how do you, isn't the seating supposed to be able to be taken down?
I mean, this sounds like a denial. I don't think it's worth.
No,
talking anymore.
I'm saying, is it a correctable situation? Because if they put in chairs, tables and chairs, you can somehow correct some of these elements. They can also be
But the
removed.
benches are permanent.
there's no benches
Yeah,
in the
it's photos.
picture, so I think
Well,
they're planning on.
I think they're just gonna leave that out there.
No, but I think that the benches are, I believe that they're there now. I mean, where are they gonna put them?
Well, in the picture, the annotated picture, they're not there.
Well, I think the picture was taken before
Well, even in September 24, I don't see any.
they weren't
benches.
open yet.
So you think that the benches will be there regardless of the sidewalk cafe?
It looks from the diagrams, those are fairly substantial benches. They're big
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, so we couldn't ask for the benches to be shortened for the primary building entrance clearance.
And the fire escape.
Sounds like it's an aisle.
Yeah.
Can all the seating remain? Yeah, here's a picture of the recent picture now that it's Elvis with the benches.
Yeah.
But are they bolted down? I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
they just look like
that's-
regular benches.
I know, but they're probably not going to, but what I'm saying is they're not gonna probably be moved.
Well, yeah, we should just,
It could be.
I think we should just move forward too, because we're taking kind of long on this one.
Yeah, I'm just sensitive on the sidewalks because this, if we don't have a resolution, it's a lot more expense. And is it resolvable? I just try just to ask of everybody because they were here before, now they're not here. They seemed accommodating. But is there anything to offer them? You know, that's just my question because I got a little bit more sensitive about the sidewalks because it incurs extra fees. But if we don't give direction, if it's fixable, then where does that leave us? You know, I'm a little bit sensitive to that.
I thought they can't have anything on the left side because of the fire escape.
They can't, that's right. So so the only open question is, can you set up under the air conditioner and is that?
That's an open question. I don't.
So at this point, just so we're clear, this one's ruled out because of the fire escape. This one's ruled out because you can't access it. So all we're talking about is the center.
Well,
Is
no,
there
no,
anything-
just to be clear, the only thing on the west side is the primary building entrance.
I
could
can't
rule out-
talk, I can't
No,
talk
no,
about
I'm
west,
just
but
gonna-
I can't talk direction. There's no narrow, there's no arrow.
On the left side of your screen, the drop-down ladder seemingly only impacts one table. It's a ladder is what, 18 inches wide or whatever it is? So it's not the whole length that it impacts.
It's just because of the bench.
It's just one area. Well, the bench,
They
it's the
changed it.
table and chair
Right.
that create the impediment. So if that's removed, can they have a table and chair to the left of the door? And that might be allowable.
And I would estimate that they could arrange
Okay.
for certain size tables and chairs within, if they measure out and
One table.
indicate
Two or one?
all of these clearances,
I think it's
5-foot clearance.
So one on the left side.
Fire escape
Okay.
clearance, and where the air conditioner is located. It is possible that, and then on top of that, the depth that they're allowed on a sidewalk, they could very well.
Does the fire escape ladder not hit the air conditioner?
It does not, no. The
Okay.
fire escapes typically are out
And
Few feet,
it
yeah.
is.
3 feet,
Yeah, something like that.
3 or 4 feet, something like that.
Okay, so one table, because it appears that the air conditioner is not, is, you could have one table here, and then you could have one table here, not a table here, so two tables. But it's even worse.
It's possible, and, you know, if they can come back with all of those dimensions.
Yeah, we can give them the clearances, they can figure it out.
Yeah.
It's not really, our job, I think, to figure it out for them.
So it looks like it's roughly about 3 tables.
Well, it is because
6
we're saying they
seats.
have to remove the bench.
No, but like, we haven't gone there and measured the clearances from this and from the fire escape. Like, we can just tell them, hey, these are the things that you are missing and that you should keep in mind. And if you can make it work, then that's something that I think they would be more equipped to do.
To present us with a site plan, maybe.
Yeah.
Work. Okay, as long as it's clear and I can
Well, and
communicate.
they need to put all the elements on there.
Okay. Can we move on?
Yeah.
I'm gonna close the public hearing on NoHo Neighbors, LLC DBA Elvis. Next, we're going to number 16, Honey Brains Lafayette, LLC DBA Honey Brains at 372 Lafayette for a sidewalk cafe. Is the applicant here? Do I need to-
Marissa, I'm
You know what I mean?
bringing up, yeah.
The summary.
Okay, so Marissa?
Marisa, hi.
Yeah, it's like only one S, so I wanted to make sure. Hello,
Yeah.
hi. Okay, give me a second to pull up your site plan. If you have anything you'd like to say about your application,
No,
Can I-
I'm just Marisa. I'm the owner of Honey Brains on Lafayette, and I've been in the neighborhood since December 2016. I'm here to answer any questions and then go eat dinner.
Great, we would like to do that too, so we'll be efficient. Okay, so let me just pull up the application. Let me just also ask before we go to asking you questions, is there anyone from the public online that wants to testify on this application? Please raise your hand.
Seeing no one.
Okay, so. And you guys had a sidewalk cafe prior?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so I'm just pulling up your application now. Does anyone have questions for the applicant?
The question is just that it's gone from 8 feet to 10 feet. And then clear path.
Oh, that the
Yeah, I
clear
think it's
path
good.
is now 10 feet here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
taking a
it's-
second for this to work.
We will comply with all
Mhm.
requirements.
Okay.
And Marissa, do you know, is the N above the label proposed unenclosed sidewalk cafe on your plan? Is that the north arrow indication?
Oh, I'm sorry. What you want to know what's north?
Yes?
Oh, north, so where it says Cafe Honey Brains, that would be west. And so north is facing
Right-hand side.
yeah, the right, if you go right.
Yeah, so I would take the capital N with the arrow on the left of it as being a north arrow indication, which we're always glad to see that. Thank you.
I don't really see the arrow.
This and
Yes,
Yeah.
capital N.
north arrow.
So here's the old plans, which is the same
It's better than that.
as the north. Yeah, it's just-
Okay.
Oh,
Anybody have any more questions for the applicant? See how online.
It's almost the same as what the old.
She has 10 on here, doesn't she?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
But it was
okay.
previously.
Oh, okay. I was like, I thought that was a correction. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else have any other questions?
No.
No?
I think
Okay.
it's probably because of the sign, right?
What sign? What are you talking about? What sign? Hold on.
The sign in the middle, the clearance from that. That's why it's reduced.
Where's the reduction?
Well, didn't you say it went from 8 to 10.6?
You're
It's
confusing
8 to 10
people.
feet. Well, no, it was, it's not a neighborhood corridor, it's a regional corridor. And so it's a 10-foot.
In the old program, it was only 8 feet.
Oh.
Corridor.
So the increase is from the
What's
from
the
the
sign,
neighborhood to the regional
Marissa?
parking center.
It's a parking sign, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else?
That's good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night. All right, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 16, Honey Brains. And next, we're gonna move to Spring Cafe New York LLC, DBA Spring Cafe Aspen. at 14 West 4th Street for a sidewalk cafe. And let me see. David Doherty is here on behalf of the application. So if you see him on Zoom, we could promote him. Anyone?
Yep, got it.
Okay, so is there anyone here from the public that would like to testify on this application? Please raise your hand.
I'm not getting a message saying he's denying to be, but he's not there. He's declining to be
Okay.
promoted.
Maybe allow her to talk.
I'll allow him to talk.
If this is your first time as an applicant here, we just generally, if you're attending, we just ask you be available for questions. You don't have to make a public, you don't have to make a statement, but that's why we're trying to promote you, David, or to allow you to speak. You don't have to turn your camera on and you don't have to say anything. You just, typically if we have questions and applicants are here, they usually want to answer them so that there's no misinterpretations. This folder's not coming up for me. I said this usually, I can usually search in my search bar for the folder, but it's not coming up.
Spring Space Cafe.
Oh, wait, I'm just not coming up here.
Oh, it's labeled as Spring Cafe.
Yeah, I'm gonna add, I have to add the LLCs back in because it's kind of throwing me off. Okay, it's in the folder there. Okay, so does anyone want to talk about this in public session? The applicant is on Zoom, but I guess doesn't have anything to say. But maybe our comments will provoke a response.
Okay, well, going by there and taking a picture, they have a fixed posts on the sidewalk with a tent structure attached to the building. It's a historic district. But right now, that's,
Oh yeah, we can just kind of search that
there's
word.
no barriers other than those posts for the tent. So that seems to me that's.
Not supposed to attach anything.
Yeah.
There's something attached to the pole?
On top.
The pole is attached to the sidewalk.
Yes, and the pole holds up a tent
Awning.
attached to the building. So I think both those elements are
Well, I know that the
proper.
rules
And
say that you can't tie anything to a street tree, but does it say anything about a street sign, a street pole?
It's not a street.
Not a
pole.
street.
Like a,
nobody's saying
They
it's.
have
like an
built
awning.
poles and put them into the sidewalk and attach them to the sidewalk.
So is it fixed to the sidewalk?
Yeah.
I guess I gotta
Yeah.
understand.
See? The poles holding up this awning that are into the sidewalk,
They're bolted into the sidewalk.
bolted into the sidewalk,
Okay, so that's not allowed.
or glued into the.
And to the building.
My computer's just, I don't know if it's the internet here or. Well, let's skip this historic district thing. Just do you guys have links to that map?
Yeah, just hang on a second.
Okay.
the other thing I would comment, right at that corner, there's traffic signs, parking signs, a trash bin, and those poles.
It's a NoHo historic district.
I don't know if those meet the clearance, and it's not identified if they do.
Are they not on the site plan or they are on the site plan?
They're not on the site plan. Like the trash bin isn't, which is a pretty big obstruction compared to the parking sign.
Now, how does that work? Because the trash bin then can move, can't it?
Yes.
Do they move them?
Well, sometimes people move them.
Oh, okay.
Like it's not
Yeah.
legal, but they're not affixed to the sidewalk.
Right.
But I'm saying it's not a fixed
These are
clearance, right?
movable
They're just-
to empty into the garbage trucks.
the city ones,
Well,
right?
I mean,
The city bin.
They take the bags, not the
Right, I don't think that's.
No, they actually do take the
metal.
No,
well, they take the plastic bin out from it.
I don't think we're all talking about the same. Where are you looking, Arturo?
This.
Yeah, sometimes they'll drag it over. What I'm saying is it's movable, it's not fixed. It doesn't matter really what they do, it's not a fixed, so it can move, just kind of making that point. Okay, so. Is this approvable? Is there modifications? I have to restart my computer, so I kind of need someone to kind of fill in, or we're gonna move on.
Well, I would say that by their diagram, they seem to have the clearances. They're not showing any permanent awning or tent or poles. And so it's a 30-inch high removable barrier is on the plan. So that meets the requirements.
Are they currently operating a compliant sidewalk setup?
Well, it's not in the new rules. But the new diagram for this new application seems to follow all the rules. There's a service aisle, they have a barrier, there's access from the entries. It's pretty complete.
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. Are they currently operating a compliant setup? Is there an enclosure or is there
It's not enclosed, but they do have the poles bolted.
Okay, so we need to make a comment.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I said, we would like to find a way to be this an approval with modifications. So that way it doesn't have to get called up for a DOT public hearing. So is that the only modification we would need to ask? Besides the usual ADAs or anything else? Okay. And I guess the applicant doesn't have anything to say, so I don't know, I'm blocked out of Zoom, so I can't see.
No, now he has his hand up. You can go ahead and speak.
Hello, David Doherty here. I'm so sorry. We had putting the kids to bed situation. Oh my gosh, I caught the tail end of that. Thank you so much for having us on here and getting this moving forward. I don't want to hold this any longer, but I'm here. David's here with Spring Cafe Aspen.
Thanks so much, David. Yeah, we were just saying everything looks. We're just are you proposing what you're currently using?
Yeah, our tables are variable. Regularly, we put them to the plan in the, I would call it, in the position shown on the plan. During the summer months, we did have them in the pictures that are facing the other direction, looking out. But we would recognize, the requirements with the service aisle and whatever's needed to comply with that and put the tables the other way. They're very lightweight and variable, and we would stick to that compliance.
Okay, and then you currently are operating something where the poles are bolted to the sidewalk, is that, or can you talk to us about?
Yeah, it's the awning that you have, and so did you get permission to have that awning?
From DOB?
Okay, I understand that is.
And landmarks preservation.
That's something that we're working on, whether to have it, getting the poles out of there, whether it's temporarily affixed to the building, supported a different way.
Yeah, nobody's opposed to an awning,
Right.
but the way that the awning is configured is not proper, and it's unclear if it's fixable for you, right? Without the structure work, but there's no opposition to an awning. In fact, it's preferred because it's great attenuation and stuff. But it also, as Donna said, a lot of people aren't aware, it also has to go through the landmarks approval process. Just so you're aware of that.
Understood. And we are exploring that, and even now with more urgency to get that.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know if you caught, it's like we are looking to find a consensus here so that we can approve this with modifications so that you don't have to have an extra time to go to a DOT public hearing on this. So we'll write up a couple of things referencing the historic district and the items attached to the building, just to ensure that, you'll get that cleared up.
And just so you're aware, the previous operator was Dojo. I was just looking back on the photographs. They never had any awnings, which is unusual for a sidewalk cafe. Most sidewalk cafes do put in an awning. I don't know why that is, but I'm just pointing that out. So, and it may be because of some of the complexities with the historic columns, et cetera, on the facade. So you should definitely look into that guidance before going too far down the path of construction plan.
Yeah, because now that I'm looking at the Google Maps view, what's missing here is actually that awning is obstructing a fire escape.
Oh, that's
a problem.
We have, yeah, and in that we have clearance, we have a removable flap there for that escape. And again, that's in this exploration to make sure that we're complying.
Okay.
It has to be an opening.
Yeah.
I don't think
the flap is gonna fly, but
That's what
I'm here for a couple more hours. But in all seriousness, I don't. That will be an issue. We will have that in the modification for that to be open.
Copy. Yep, and we're going to do anything
Okay.
to get this done, and it's both economical and these are expensive things, and we're just we'll get on it right away and shifting priorities to just.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks, David. Really appreciate that. So, okay, well, we'll send that in writing. Are there any other questions or comments to the applicant?
Need a north arrow, please.
Okay, north arrow. Okay, we'll write that in. Okay, David, thank you so much. Oh.
The legend, Michael's back.
Oh.
I caught him earlier in the.
David, do you have any questions for us?
No, thank you so much. We're blessed to be part of this community. So thank you to you David, and the public.
Of course. David, I have one more question. Are you applying for Roadway as well?
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you so much.
We're keeping all organic on the sidewalk.
All organic. Wow, I like it. Okay. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bye. I'm going to close the public hearing on Spring Cafe Aspen. And next, we're going to go to agenda item 18 and 19. We have Mulberry Street Bar LLC, DBA Mulberry Street Bar.
Can I make a request? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so I have the next 10.
Oh, okay.
And number 31. Could we do 28 first? And then you can go to 30 and 32, not to have, if anybody's here for them, not to have them hang around for this?
Yes, that sounds fine.
Which number?
For Little Santino.
28? Little Santino?
Sure, that's a good idea.
Yes, Robert will appreciate it.
So we'll go to Little so we're gonna jump ahead to Little Santino Inc., agenda item 28, DBA Daddy's NYC at 450 Hudson Street for a Roadway Cafe. Oh, so Michael, did you know that this mix-up kind of happened on this?
I'm sorry?
I said, did you know about the mix-up that's happened on this application from DOT?
Yes, they sent the sidewalk to Community Board 3?
No, they did.
No.
Oh, well, okay, so on our agenda.
And they should have sent it back to you.
Okay, that's interesting. So what happened? So we received interesting. When did that happen? Like a week ago?
Yes.
Okay, so that's so what a strange thing. So they actually sent us in the application that's on the website, it says Roadway Cafe.
Okay.
On the agenda because it had a Roadway Cafe form in it, but it had the Sidewalk Cafe site plan.
Okay.
So, so it didn't have the Roadway Cafe site plan. We received the Roadway Cafe site plan yesterday.
Okay.
So we're reviewing the sidewalk?
I think we should just talk about both, and because we have public comment for both, whether we want to delay our vote and take public comments again at a later date, fine. I can forward it to, I didn't get it up. I'm sorry. I did death in my extended family this morning. So there's a lot of things I didn't get to today. So, let me, maybe Stella, could you just send or just email the Daddy's Roadway to the committee? And then I can just bring it up. So we'll take Michael, we're gonna take public comment on both.
Okay, could I just say one thing first?
Yes.
I talked to Robert Eli today, so the owner's agreeing to close both of them at 10 PM every night.
Okay. So Donna's gonna take note of that. Okay.
Okay, I'm just adding it to the drive.
It's really hot in here. I think that's fine.
I'm just gonna add it into the existing little
fine.
Santino.
That's fine. So, all right, so if anyone from the public who wants to speak on this application, I see Leslie, I see Bob. So let's go with Bob Ely, and then we'll go to Leslie Clark. Bob, do we get your camera?
Trying to.
Hey, nice to see you.
How's it going, everyone? Nice to see you. You guys are working hard.
Thanks for waiting around.
Yeah. Michael is correct. I did speak to Michael. There's a number of people in my neighborhood where I live that is very close to this location who are very concerned about the hours and the operation of the restaurant as it's been there over COVID. I think Michael and I, the 10 PM is great. I think that will probably resolve much, if not all, the concerns going forward from the folks that live in our community, at least that I've spoken to. Also, Michael agreed as well that that there would be, at least in terms of the sidewalk, that there would be seated patrons only, no standing. And then also that service would come from the restaurant and there would be no service islands or service stations on the sidewalk, which was a big problem in the past. I have not seen the roadway configuration. I think Michael has already told me that he would agree to 10 PM closing it in the roadway. I think that to that extent, as long as everything fits within the guidelines that you folks are reviewing, the people in my neighborhood would be agreeable to the application.
Thanks for your comments, Bob. Really appreciate it. And Michael, thank you for speaking with Bob and kind of getting this cleared up. Bob, while I have you on, and for everyone else, I'm gonna just quickly share the roadway. So like I said, we will accept public comment, but we will post this and we will take additional public comment. I think it will fall within our next, I have to see what our next meeting is. So let me see. Let me just, I'm not on Zoom, that's why. Give me 1 second. Or does someone want to share just?
We're sharing the new roadway.
Just the new roadway, yeah. Sorry, it's just, I am not on Zoom because I restarted my laptop. Otherwise I would do it. Okay, 1 second, just so I make sure people can see it also before they comment, and then if Bob has any additional comments on the roadway. So, like I said, we'll take public comment on Daddy's NYC roadway and sidewalk today. And we'll post this one on our website. Again, there was a confusion. For a road, called it a roadway, and it was only the sidewalk. Oops, excuse me, only the sidewalk. Yeah, okay, so Leslie, would you like to?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just sent you a photograph that was taken yesterday, I believe, by Augustine Hope that shows that there is a fully enclosed sidewalk cafe at Daddy's. Is that correct? Bob, you would know that, I suppose, since you're near. But Augustine took that picture yesterday, and I just forwarded that as an email to Valerie.
Got it. I will show that on screen.
Is that in fact the enclosed sidewalk cafe at that location?
Let me bring it up. I will say yes, but I'm gonna bring it up. Let me unshare that. Oh, can we unshare that? And I will. So I'm trying to save this. I have my own photo. I saw the photo that you sent, Leslie. I have one very similar, so I'm just going to show that because I can't save it for some reason. Oh, I'm not on Zoom. That's the whole thing. Hold on. There we go. Last email on this first page. Okay. Oh, shoot. Audio. Okay. This is about the same photo. So Michael, can you speak to this?
Oh, all I could say is it shouldn't be up there. Now we'll talk to them tomorrow about it. There's nothing else I can say.
Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, because I looked it up. I think I looked up. Did I look this one up on Oath? I think they have two summonses for this. I think.
He didn't send them. He didn't send them to me.
Well, I don't think they usually send them to you, but
no, I do hearings.
He does the hearings.
Oh.
We do everything.
Wow, it really is a one-stop shop.
Yes. Anything to do with the health department also, if you're gonna open up a restaurant.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in mind. Bob has a comment. So Bob, do you want to respond to this?
Yeah, there has been a lot of problems at this location. There's no, I told Michael that before. There's been numerous complaints, a lot of problems. And this is typical, but at the same time, I think we also understand that there has to be some form of compromise here that this is going to exist, whether people like it. And that compromise makes the most sense, I think, in this regard. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Carter.
Bob, I have a question for you. Can you remind me, was one of those two storefronts formerly a deli or something else? Some sort of a retail store?
Yeah, the deli got run out on their tail.
And they
during COVID, they didn't pay their rent during COVID. They'd been there for 30 years and they got run out of town.
And did they combine the storefronts? Is that what?
That's what happened. The two storefronts got combined, and it's now one storefront. It's still very small, and there's only one bathroom in there. But yes, there is the combination of both locations.
Got it.
And Michael, this applicant has a number of businesses, right? They should be familiar with the rules.
Yes, they do. Unfortunately, there's other community boards who let you get away with putting these enclosures up. But I spoke with them today and I explained to them what a revocable consent means. So if they start operating the sidewalk or the roadway in a manner that's going to keep the DOT coming, that they can lose their revocable consent, and any money they spent on the roadway shed, which is going to be significant, will be thrown away. So hopefully that gets to them.
So, I mean, I think that anything that would be contingent upon this structure coming down immediately.
Yes. whatever.
For
that-
us. Yeah,
Yeah. Plus the weather's really nice too. Yeah, they were issued a summons for this on February 11th and on February 23rd. So now,
it's over a month.
That's ridiculous.
I think it's for those. And then, what's the other thing? Leslie, you had your hand up. Oh, she doesn't. Or she did.
She did, she put it down.
Oh,
That was my issue, which is that this was not there on March 16th, 2020, and it shouldn't be there now, and the DOT is working on it, and we would like to see it come down. West Village residents would like to see that enclosed sidewalk cafe come down. That was my comment.
okay, great. Yeah, like I said, Michael, we want to get this to an approval with modifications, so that way there's no hearing on the sidewalk needed, if we can come to the agreement on that, and I think we have a little bit of time. Because I think this was referred this was referred last week, so we have 40 days from last Monday on this one, so.
Okay.
We'd really like to find an agreement there so that we can approve with modifications, and just really want to stress the, like the furnishing zone, like just of not having tables on the sidewalk next to the curb, next to the Roadway Cafe. It's not that's just because of the rules, and then everything that Bob said, so, and then the hours that will be dealt with SLA, so those won't be part of our modifications, but we will take that into.
Yeah.
And just looking back at the community board's recommendation on the applicant's original restaurant wine license, it outlines some of these same types of complaints. And so I think that from our understanding, these ongoing complaints, not being able to operate the outside properly, are issues that the liquor authority has told us that they would look at as well. So, conforming with the rules goes along with the next portion of this process, which is getting a waiver, or appearing for the liquor license side of things. And so if he's at all interested, that really needs to be removed in the next couple days, not in a couple weeks or, at a leisurely pace. And we've received multiple violations. So it's not like this is an outlier event. I'll just put it that way.
And if he has tables and chairs that remain out there, they need to be in compliance with the rules that he's going to be following.
Yes, they'd have to comply with the plan that is filed now.
Right, exactly. With the perimeters and everything else.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've got on there.
No, they have it on there. They just need to do.
And just, keeping that service out, it's nice that that's marked. Are there any other questions regarding either sidewalk or roadway?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Go ahead. And just say which one.
Okay, it's kind of on both. And Michael, maybe you can help me understand this better. Where does the frontage for Daddy's end? Because I'm looking at the map and I see Henrietta Hudson like next to it, and then a door, and then a set of underground stairs, and then another door. But I don't see those on the design. So I'm just trying to understand how that visual on Google maps to the design that we're looking at in the application.
Okay. I'm just taking a look at Google.
Okay.
And maybe I'd have a similar question while you're looking for that. On the photograph that we just got of the enclosed sidewalk cafe, it shows Henrietta is right next to the enclosure. And there's no residential doorways or any kind of doorway in that photograph between the sidewalk enclosure and Henrietta's. And yet all of the other plans seem to show some kind of a residential entrance, and something dividing this particular Daddy's from other businesses or other entrances. So something doesn't compute.
Okay, from what I'm seeing on Google, that residential entry is not there.
No,
So it
it's
should
not.
just be the adjacent property.
Has to share their screen, to show their Google map maybe, or.
Go to July 2016. Isn't there?
It's a walk down.
Or June 2019.
Both of those dorms.
Is Henrietta Hudson still there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So.
But there's a.
Yeah, the residential door is on the wrong side of that building. Okay, so we'll adjust the plans to exclude that.
Okay,
Okay.
no sharing needed. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see Bob says, sorry, Bob, I didn't see your hand raised.
Yeah, that is not a residential entrance. That's used for business. That goes down. And it's used by Henrietta.
Okay.
And their business goes, if you're looking at the face of the building, it goes to the left.
Okay.
There's a storefront with their name right on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so-
that's part of Henrietta Hudson's frontage.
Yes, it is. And if you look at older pictures on Google, it shows that pretty clear.
Okay. Okay, wait, so, is there any electrical going from the Roadway Cafe to the, that touches the building, Michael?
Yeah, exactly.
I think they had those hanging lights out when they had it.
Yeah,
So
no, that's fine, but is there
that's probably,
anything,
yeah.
is there any, like, is there wiring that's going from the cafe, like either sidewalk or above?
DOT approved wiring?
Well, it's in a historic district.
Well, because it's in a
Yeah, I
historic
would say
district.
no, yes.
Okay, because if there is, well, we put in the modifications to have, there needs to have an LPC permit. If it's going to something touching the building, that's all.
Okay.
I just want to get that cleared up. Okay. Okay, any other comments to Michael on this? Bob, any other comments, or Leslie? I don't know if she's still on promoted. Nope.
No, thank
Okay, thanks so much, Bob. Okay, thank you, Michael, on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, if anyone needs to get up and. Please do. Okay, so next we're going to Mulberry Street Bar. I'm gonna
What
put.
do you want to do, number 30 and 32, so they can leave
Oh,
if they're here?
okay. Sure.
It's up to you.
So. Okay, we got our questions, so we did move and sidewalk. Okay, so we're gonna go to SAJ Hospitality LLC, DBA Due West at 189 West 10th Street for a sidewalk cafe. Is anyone here to testify on this application? So we have, why are we going to number 30? Is this?
That is the 31.
I think because he has everything else. I thought he said 30 and 32.
I thought he said 30 and 32, so.
Yes, you did say that.
Okay. But why? Because if these are.
Because these aren't his.
So they can just be done.
So then everything will be done aside from his, that's why. So that everybody's not waiting.
Sorry, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Okay, so.
I have two people with their hands raised.
Getting there.
Okay.
Fine.
That makes sense.
Okay. So everybody who had their hand raised is up.
To Matt and Jess. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Matt, you're.
Hi.
How are you?
Hello. So let's see, before we go to you, Jess and Matt, we're gonna hear from the public, and then we'll have some questions likely, and then you're welcome to make a statement as well if you'd like, but you're not required to. So now, just so everyone knows, we're on agenda item 30, SAJ Hospitality LLC, DBA Due West for Sidewalk Cafe. So Leslie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leslie Clark, West Village residents. I just want to remind you that I sent you an email earlier today about Due West. They have a wooden roof that sticks out that is not a over the sidewalk cafe, which is not actually a canopy at all, and 2 walls that stick out that are also connected directly to the building. We received an email this weekend from Penny Ringel at the Department of Transportation at Dining Out NYC that they have been given a corrective action request for this. These need to come down. They are not allowed by the rules. These 2 walls that stick out, they are in the photograph that I sent you. And this wooden roof, which is not a canopy. And so we would like to see those corrected before any sidewalk cafe goes forward. And apparently so does Dining Out NYC. Thank you.
And Leslie, just a quick question. So the response you received back from Penny Ringel at DOT it was both regarding the walls and the roof?
We had sent him a specific note about those things, and his answer to us was, we have issued a corrective action request. We are then assuming that he is asking for corrective action on the things that we mentioned to him specifically with photographs in our email.
I see the email now and I see that you've outlined that. Got it. Okay. Because it's like some sort of wooden wall. It has some sort of tile cladding on it.
Yeah, exactly. Not allowed. That's not allowed. It's not allowed by the DOB either, actually.
Is that I walk here all the time and is that an advertising sign that's on the left side regarding the establishment? And I can see applicant. I think it is, from what I remember.
It looks like it.
Right, okay, it is. I see the logo there. Okay. Like I said, I just don't have a current photograph of that. Okay, so got it. Okay. Of this sign. Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Leslie on her testimony? Okay. Okay. Does anyone have anybody else from the public who wishes to speak on this application? And we'll go to the applicant and his attorney. Okay, so hello, Jess. Jess and Matt, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jess Goldfarb. I'm one of the managing partners of Due West. We've been in the West Village since 2017. And yeah, we are happy and willing to comply with all the necessary changes. Leslie, to answer your statement, we are in the process of having it removed, hopefully within the next week and a half. So that's all coming down.
Okay, great. Sounds like things are in motion. That's great to hear, Jess. Matt, did you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Matt Borwick from Hillbrow & Levy, here with Jess representing for Due West.
Okay, great. Does anyone have questions for the applicant on this application? Yes. Brian?
I do have the a measurement of the sidewalk and the dimension from the curb line, which is defined as being not the curb, can include the curb. That's 7 inches less than what you have on your plans. So your setup area will be a little bit narrower. It still fortunately meets ADA requirements. So it's just a little tweak on that dimension.
Okay. Yeah, we're happy to comply with whatever.
Okay, yeah, I can show you where that is in the rules. Just that it's in the definition of the sidewalk on page 5. Or just says it excluding the curb. And then I guess we'll have to look. There's a line on the left setup. I don't know if you have the plan in front of you, but it's the solo table setup. The line of the 8 feet which it goes all the way to the edge of the curb, doesn't go to the curb line. But it extends into over the cellar door, is that correct?
So I think what that is there's a separate 4-foot measurement showing the width of the sidewalk cafe. I think those two lines just kind of line up weird.
I see that now. Okay, I see that now. Yes, there's another line on the other side of the 4, the way. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, got it. Got it. Other questions for the applicant on this one?
No, but thanks for the note there. It's always nice to see that.
I think the only question I have is on that. Is it eastern fire escape?
Principal.
Near the primary building entrance, yeah.
Yeah, so I do believe this was just not accurately represented for where it is. I believe that fire escape on the east side is in that kind of area where the 4-foot measurement is. But either way, we understand that the rules dictate that there can't be tables underneath that ladder, so we won't be placing tables under there.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
It's on the west side now.
There's 2.
There's one on.
Where's the other one?
The fire escape on the west side is actually on Fairfax's side, so we don't use that at all. The fire escape goes into our basement. Or sorry, not the fire escape. Oh, are you talking about the fire escape or the hatch? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the fire escape.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
There's a second fire escape?
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, there's one on the west and one on the east side.
Is it on the site plan?
Both on the edges of the site plan. Yeah, the one on the east is hard to see, but it's there.
Oh. So,
But they're saying that it's within the 5 feet from the, like it's mislabeled here. Here it should be like within this 5 feet of the PBE. So this should really be here, but that doesn't totally look right. I think it's just,
I guess like,
yeah,
what's the
it's just
modification? What are we asking them to do? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to adjust the site
Yeah.
plan to make that more.
I'm
clear
just trying to
regarding
understand what's being asked. I don't understand.
Well, I think they're agreeing that there won't be a table underneath the fire escape ladder.
But there's already not a table here. You're saying over
No.
here?
The fire escape is not, and the table, I don't think are quite.
Oh, okay. You're saying on the left side. I just don't know what the second.
No, on the right. On the right side. So you see here, there's a cutout.
What am I looking at here? I don't know.
No, this cutout is this fire escape. See where the cutout is for the drop down ladder?
Okay. Oh, now I see. I just, with the
So
fire, it's just.
it may be,
confusing 'cause
you're
the-
correct, the measurements are not correct on the fire escape. So
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what got mixed up here, but we definitely can adjust this to make it clear.
Okay.
and then to what Stella's point was, is that the 5 feet
I
from
just
the
don't,
building
I
entrance,
still can't wrap my head around it. So can someone write it down?
also that 5 feet
Put it in.
kind of goes right up. Just if you're looking at the front of the business, at a picture of the front of the business, on the right side, the building entrance 5 feet from that sort of hits up right on the edge,
It would be helpful to share.
similar
your
to the
screen.
right of the fire escape.
It would be helpful to share your screen. So
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't following that one, Carter.
Yeah, if you can share.
Okay, so if you look at where you have a 5-foot marking.
Yeah.
From the distance to the fire escape there.
Oh.
And then the tables and chairs, it looks like those 2 tables and chairs. And I'm looking at the diagram now, but the last 2 tables and the 2 chairs on the outermost are kind of maybe impacted by both of those measurements.
Right, I believe in that photo, they're just there for storage and not where they're
Oh, no, but I'm looking at your plans which
Sure.
on the screen now. If you just see where that drop down is.
Right, it should be within that 5
The
feet.
building line. And it just looks like those two tables and those two chairs on the outermost are impacted
By the drop.
by the 5 feet and by the drop down. It just becomes very problematic without knowing what the exact measurements are there.
Right. Okay, yeah, we'll reach out to the architect and get that section redrawn to be clear.
And just to be clear, there's no flooring for the new one that there was at one point flooring, so there's no flooring. Okay.
Yeah, that's all gone forever.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant on this one? Do you have, Jess or Matt, do you have any questions for us?
No, just, I guess we'll bring up to the architect your concerns.
Yeah, we'll send them over to you, so you
Oh,
have
okay,
them.
cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, because I really appreciate both of you taking the time to be here. As you know, this is optional. It's optional to consider the modifications we're proposing to you. So thank you for that. We do appreciate it. And like I've said on the other Sidewalk Cafe applications, we'd like to find a consensus so that way we can do an approval with modification. You don't have to do the expense and the time of the DOT public hearing on this. So it sounds like that's possible here on this one. So we'll send those through and we look forward to seeing the updated site plan.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. And appreciate you all letting us skip ahead. Thanks very much.
Oh, you're welcome. You can thank Michael for that one. I didn't realize,
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
For the call out. Thank you both so much. I'm going to close the public hearing on this one. So next we're going to go to Old Havana Inc., DBA Cuba, 222 Thompson Street for a Roadway Cafe, and DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for a travel lane waiver. And let me see if you were expecting the applicant. Also, if anyone needs to get up, walk around, open the door more, so you want more air circulating, please do. But I'm just going to continue going. I just need to have 4 people here. So let's take a look at the SCP. I really have to shout out for Florence for keeping us organized on this. So I don't see the applicant as planning on being here, so we can quickly talk through anything. If there's anyone from the public who wants to testify, this is agenda item 32, Old Havana Inc., DBA Cuba, 222 Thompson Street for a Roadway Cafe, and they are requesting a travel lane waiver. So I'm just gonna pull it up really quickly.
One thing about this application, so it does have the FDNY waiver pending, but it also is directly across from the Enterprise rental car place, and it's directly across from their exit driveway where cars drive out from. And I don't know if that was considered. They do have.
Is it on the site plan? I'm just not.
No.
Oh, then it wasn't considered.
Right.
I mean, that's not to be on you, but
maybe it's being considered by FDNY.
Maybe, right.
This is excellent to bring it up because that structure was hit. Or one of the structures was hit by a vehicle exiting.
Oh, this is the one?
Why, it was one of them right there that hit it coming out of the.
Sorry, really, I'm sorry. I was like, I was like, this is fun to make a connection, not that it was hit. Sorry.
When was that?
That was.
Oh, I remember this.
21.
Bad. That was not good.
Well, it's also kind of funny because, well, not funny, but across the street, it says no parking anytime, and literally on Google Maps, there's a car parked right there.
Right, and that's the parking garage uses that to stage the cars, picking them up, I think.
Oh, I remember.
I'm not sure if we would, I guess we would assume that the 6.5 feet is fine, but we probably want to call it out to DOT anyway.
Oh yeah, there's like a video. Let me just share it for everyone for the context so they can have it. I'm not going to show the video here, but you can check it out on your own time. I put it in the chat. Yeah, they slammed into it.
This was the,
Nobody was injured. But the restaurant manager said they thought it was a bomb. They thought the car was going to come into the restaurant. And that the driver looked drunk and smelled drunk. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
All right, so, well, I think we most definitely have to make a comment on that. And that is, also this is for Roadway. So if you look in the application package at what they had before is super egregious. So, but it was like a completely closed, like this, a building, basically. It also was up for a very long time, I believe past the deadline, so I'm gonna just check that out. There's also a thing around the tree bed, like is that in the plan or no?
It's not in the plan.
The tree bed's not in the plan?
The tree bed is, but the seating around it is not.
Okay, so I think we should say to have that removed because we've done that on other ones. And I'm gonna just look up something. Again, if anyone wants to testify on this application, this is Cuba at 222 Thompson Street. Remind me of what the cross, is this West, this is West 3rd and Bleecker? Yeah, so this is one of the 5 that's on this street, requesting a waiver. I did an audit the other day of just the high density waiver streets. So let me quickly find. Okay, yeah, so on this block, the other ones requesting a waiver are Amity Hall, Tartinery, Cuba, JBT, the Red Lion. Okay, so this is 222 Thompson Street. Let me just see. Okay, so they have 10 outdoor dining complaints after November 1st for the Roadway Cafe. 1 unauthorized restaurant, which was on December 11th, but there's a bunch. These are all of these are in December. And the leeway would be, I would say 12/7, because you get a week to take it down, so 7. So we don't count those, and they had 7 afterwards. So they had it up, and the last one was December 19th. And see what the resolution was on that. Oh, here it is. Any other comments you want to talk about this one in the public session? I'm just gonna look up one more thing.
Just check the furnishing box.
All right, like $50. I wonder what these are. Before we move on. One more thing. Okay. Yes, these are not related. Oh yeah, they also had like plastic containers with dirt in the furnishing zone. I don't know if they're still there now, but we're getting sanitation, just reminded me they're getting sanitation.
Okay.
That's it, okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing on Cuba, 222 Thompson Street, agenda item 32. So now, let's go back to Mulberry Street Bar LLC, both for Sidewalk and for Roadway. Welcome back, Michael. Thanks
I'm
for
here to
kind
the
of,
end.
people are very thankful for your.
I'm sure. You did let me cut the line one night. I remember that.
I did. That was a solid, thanks for doing that. Okay, so Mulberry Street Bar, is there anyone here from the public to testify on Mulberry Street Bar, either for the roadway or the sidewalk? Please raise your hand. I'm gonna pull it up right now. I don't see anyone with their hands raised, so does the committee have any questions for Michael on this one? I'm just gonna pull it up.
Okay. On the roadway, first of all, we never received confirmation from DOT if this has been referred for a waiver or not.
It was.
Okay. Yeah, they're usually really
We're
quick.
doing the roadway?
Huh? Yeah, we're doing the roadway. Oh, is the sidewalk first?
No.
I thought it was roadway first.
Well, if we're doing the roadway.
Oh, I'm sorry, let's
How
do
can the roadway be 40 feet long?
No, we have the new plans that were sent to the DOT. We have a 20-foot one. We have a gap, then we have a 12-foot one.
Yeah, so we don't have that plan. We have the 40-foot and 7.5 width. And we emailed DOT multiple times. And
Yeah, we did ask them about the waiver. So surprised they didn't send us the new plan once that would have triggered it, but yeah, we referred this one last week.
And just so everybody knows, this is the norm.
Oh,
The
yeah.
fire department waiver application's not an exception.
Right.
As we've been told, we've, close to just shy of 50% of our applications are requesting waivers.
There probably a lot of them are yours, Michael.
Here's the plan.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So we have a 20-foot, we have a 3-foot gap, and then we have a 12-foot. And if you're interested, the fire department is cutting some of the waivers down to 5-foot wide sheds on Mulberry. I think that's in response to someone being on the other side of the street with a 6.5. So I have gotten a couple where they knock them down to 5 feet.
Because they're directly across?
Yes.
Interesting.
And they're doing that because I guess the other ones they got to first, right?
Yes. That's what I'm assuming.
Seems interesting.
How are your clients that are on the other side that wasn't first taking that? Or just whatever?
I have one client who got the 6.5-foot waiver. And he's thinking about putting it down to 5 feet because he's saying, hey, it makes the life easier for people driving by.
That's nice. That's kind.
That's, if you saw during COVID, a lot of them were using less of the street and they had the shed built up on the sidewalk.
Right.
Which was illegal in itself. But they were doing that to facilitate traffic.
Got it. Yeah, we've just seen 4 out of every 9 roadway cafe applications that are referred to us are asking for the waiver, so we have.
I think I have 3.5 of them.
That's probably.
Michael, in those cases, are they maintaining a 15-foot emergency lane, or what is like the guidance that they're trying to abide by?
I think Mulberry Street is about 23 or 24 feet. If that.
24.
Yeah.
So they're leaving like 12.5 or something, or?
Well, if they're doing 5 feet on the opposite side, then they're using 11.5 feet.
11.5 feet.
Yeah.
We've been told they're not, we don't have any information that they're looking at these holistically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're only looking at them on an individual basis. And they told us that there were so few of these that they were going to look at them individually.
Yes, that, and when Carter's saying they, he is saying this is direct text we've gotten from FDNY that there are so few of these and that they are looking at them on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis. And
But
we
they
did-
represent just shy of 50%.
Yeah.
It's in the high 40s.
For
of
us.
Our total application for roadway cafes, so they're not one-off isolated
Yeah.
applications. And on Mulberry Street has been asking more feedback from them, exactly holistic. And if so, what are their guidelines? What are their in-house guidelines that guide them through the process of the one-off applications if they're not taking into account the existing landscape?
Yeah, and so everyone on this call, and Michael as well, FDNY reached out to us to come to a meeting, and in good spirit, we sent the questions we would ask them at this meeting, and they have now decided they will not attend the meeting, but they will answer our questions in writing. So many of the ones we always raise with you, which we just acknowledge that we don't have the answers, but anyways, just so everyone is clear on that.
Can you already send the questions?
Yeah.
Can we see those?
Sure.
I have a few more questions about the roadway. I'll share my screen. Okay, so this is what we had. I don't know exactly what it looks like now, but I want to note that.
We did show it to us. It's 3 less tables and then 20 feet.
Right, but I don't know where they're positioned here, and that I'm saying that because I see that there's 2 things on Google Maps that are not here. So in the way that it looks like the cafe edge was pretty close to the storefront edge.
Okay.
That's still the case. But there's also a manhole here that is just a little bit away from the storefront edge. That's not there. And then also there's a hydrant here. And again, I don't know if in this version, I don't think that it would have met the 15 feet if the hydrant was here.
It wouldn't.
Do you know if it does?
Yes. So here we have the hydrant
Okay.
with the 15 feet, and here's that sewer.
Okay, awesome.
Good.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you.
Could have saved you some more.
Just looking up something on this. Oh, I was trying.
If you want, I could email the plan to you.
Yeah, send it to Florence. That would be great.
Okay.
And that way we can make sure whatever we send you.
Oh, for now?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, like
I
send
can
it
send it
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that way when we send over, then we'll already know what's on there.
And then another question. The FDNY waivers, we've been under the impression that there needs to be a 6-foot gap between the cafes, even when they're within the same storefront.
There's only one.
There's
There's
2.
two now.
With a 3-foot.
Yeah.
There's 2?
We've had,
That's what they were talking about, but they're
We've had-
approving the plans with the 3-footers.
and so,
DOT actually sent me back a plan saying, because we had 6 feet in between them, and they sent me back a plan saying you only need 3 feet.
Wow.
okay, that's interesting because
When it's the same
Yeah.
ownership.
that's
That could've
interesting
been it.
because for some other applications, we've been referred with the 6 feet in between.
Michael just made a very important distinction. When it's the same ownership, it's 3 feet.
No, I don't.
And between different ownership, it's 6,
I don't.
right?
That's what, that was what was in that
That's
memo.
what he's saying. They're telling
in
you.
July.
Point of it was.
The initial waiver or the letter said 6 feet when it's within the
Right.
storefront.
Right.
Right, but what he's saying is that the way
Looking for
they're,
those, like a car thing, so that it could get.
I guess, what does same ownership mean if you can't get the fire truck through? It doesn't matter. But what Michael's telling us is that they're applying it this way on the roadway streets, or on the streets where the waivers are being sought, with only 3 feet when it's the same ownership. I'm not saying.
Well, that's, I'm assuming that.
Oh.
I don't know if they implemented that 6 foot between the roadways when it's different ownership. But you'll see at the end of the night, we have Akram Restaurant. So I didn't do the plan. And the DOT actually sent them back their plan saying they only needed 3 feet in between their roadways.
It's also interesting because we've been told that the local firehouse can come and make everybody change everything, or the local battalion chief in the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't seem particularly fair.
No.
Right, because it's March 11th and you can start setting these up on March 24th if you've received the waiver. It just sounds like it's going to get expensive.
Right.
Yes.
So that's why
Which is
we just,
unfortunate.
yeah, that's why we're just asking for this holistic guidance.
Says very specifically.
And, you know, if these are being reviewed at Metro Tech.
Spacing between.
Yeah, not on the
Within
ground.
one frontage.
Yeah, you're right.
At 6 feet, within one frontage. It's very specific.
And I think that can be very expensive for some of your clients, Michael, if there's any issues.
But also,
No, I know.
Also, why aren't they, yeah, I guess I just don't understand why you have an applicant trying to be compliant with the 6 feet for life safety, and yet, which is recommended by FDNY, to have 6 feet between, yet DOT is saying, hey, you only need 3, making it less safe. It's not on you, Michael, you're just being.
No, I know.
It's just, I just want to point out that that's what's happening here, is FDNY has given this guidance of 6 feet. An applicant has adhered to it, and then DOT has said, oh, you only need 3 on a street. You only need 3 feet between setups.
I'm in the same position as you. I'd rather know exactly what exactly means.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially since they're ordering stuff and spending. money.
Yeah. I just, again.
I mean, it's not just a stanchion when it's out.
All right, so there's on Mulberry Street here between Grand and Broome, right? This is your intersection, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're probably all yours, I'm assuming. But there's 8, there's no shade, just saying what it is.
Yeah,
There's
possible.
8, so there's 8 on this block requesting waivers.
Yeah, and there was an interesting comment that was made by one of the applicants on Mulberry Street, and they said, oh, during San Gennaro, they have all this stuff. But there's a key difference, which is during San Gennaro, they have active fire watch or fire wardens all night.
Yes.
On the block.
And the streets are closed.
And the truck.
Right, and the streets are closed. And I think they drive the trucks down there, right, to do a test, but there's an active fire watch of a person there, which is one way of getting around certain requirements, and that includes for place of assembly can temporarily be created with a person there. It's a higher metric, but that's not the case in the day-to-day. And it was a very good point. I just bring it up because it's a good point, but why that's not the case in the day-to-day setup for having all the obstructions.
Okay, I think we've kind of hit the main points on that. So we've talked about sidewalk. We have not talked, we've talked about the roadway.
Talk about the roadway, we haven't talked about.
And we're kind of done on the roadway comments. Is there anyone who wants to speak about the sidewalk for Mulberry Street Bar? Okay, so let's go to the sidewalk. We listed this one as it didn't have the 3 feet.
Yes.
So can you address that? Is it being met in some way?
The table service is from the inside. The DOT allows that, unlike Consumer Affairs, which didn't.
Ooh, I like some history there. Pre-pandemic program versus pandemic. That's nice.
Yeah.
Tidbit.
It was also, we also had to only leave 8 foot clearance, where this way you can basically get the sidewalks in. And with the 10 foot clearance on Mulberry, you can't. So there's very few restaurants that end up like the Mulberry Street Bar. They don't have all the French doors.
All right, I think there's some comments about ADA that the committee wants to address with you.
It still doesn't seem that it meets the ADA requirement, though. Because the service is only 24 inches wide. So even though you can access it from the inside, it's not the required, you can't put a required ADA table there. And this isn't, this is a brand new program, and so the understanding is that all new programs have to meet the ADA requirements.
Is there anything that we can ask to be modified here that Michael can take back to the applicant so that we could potentially find an approval with modifications on this one?
Here, Michael's response.
Oh yeah, Michael responds, sorry.
This is basically what they're approving. They've gotten these plans. The plans basically say that it's table service from the inside, and they have no problem with that.
No, but we were asking about the ADA compliance. Where is your ADA accessibility?
Well, they could come from inside the restaurant and go right into the tables.
They can't fit.
It's
You
not-
need
it's not-
36
no.
inches for the chair to fit in there.
It's not an ADA width table.
Yeah.
It's also not flush, Michael. The doors aren't flush with the sidewalk.
Yes.
Oh,
So
that's
you-
interesting.
What is that?
So,
That's old.
Oh.
so basically, we only need 5% for somebody with a wheelchair.
Are you supposed to
5% on
provide?
the tables.
I will share my screen. I will share my screen.
Accessible groups.
Okay, I got it. This is what Arturo found. So these are the
Yeah.
different stores, and this is where the table would be, but there's a ledge. There's a step there. And so in order for it to be ADA accessible, there would need to be a platform here raising the sidewalk up to,
You can't have
and you can't have a
a
platform.
ramp. But a ramp doesn't work. There's no space.
Yeah,
Continue.
right, exactly. And so you can't have a platform because sidewalk cafes can't be on platforms, and there can't be a ramp because the ramp would not, a ramp in a 2-foot space wouldn't be,
Yeah, just, you can, it's not big
would
enough.
not be ADA.
Yeah, if I'm correct, in our position, we would only need 1 seat for a ADA access.
I will, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so, Michael, I'm
And
just gonna share, I'm just gonna share my screen. So this, just so everyone knows, is the 311 outdoor dining complaint page, and this is the only place where DOT puts the accessibility guidelines for dining out NYC. And I'm not trying to make an example of you, Michael. I'm more
No, I
just
know.
so people know where this is for the record, as people are tuning into these videos afterwards, and watching them. So, when I asked Penny Ringle at DOT, why these 4 bullet points, which are not all of the ADA, but these are the ones that they are calling out to be met here. When I asked him why these were not on the Dining Out NYC website for applicants and applicant representatives to reference, because the rules say ADA requirements, as you clearly know, but just saying for the record, he responded saying that this was out of date and that they were going to be updating this website, this knowledge article is what they call this, on the 311 site. And when I asked him, well, what is the updated guidance so that we can apply it? He said that they were going to remove the one of the ramps bullet points and then the 36-inch minimum route bullet point, which the removal of those, and again, this is not to you directly, Michael, I'm just stating for the record for everyone that the 36-inch minimum route is in federal law, and just because DOT were to erase this, as they clearly have not, this was from a few weeks ago. Again, this is just a real dereliction of duty on the part of DOT to hide this guidance here and where it's a punitive action to be dealt with here with the 311 complaint.
In fact, I know they approved some cafes with 1-foot wait service aisles.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I don't think I've handed in a plan where the cafes are on the sidewalk and there's room. Say for a 3-foot wait service aisle, I always comply with that. But I know some people are putting in 1 foot weight service aisles, but you know, when they have the room, if they have 7 feet, they're jamming 3 tables in with a 1 foot weight service aisle. I don't do that. I do when it's possible, I keep it the way the DCA had it.
Well, we appreciate that, and yes, we have seen that as well, and that 1 foot service aisle, again, this is just for the record. Penny Ringle at DOT indicated that they had asked the Hospitality Alliance what the service aisle was in the pre-pandemic program, and they said 12 inches was okay. So that's where that's coming from, just so everyone knows. I have that in writing.
I can't even fit, like.
But anyways, I just wanted to get that on the record. That was
Sure you could.
the transcript from the meeting where that was quoted, and I have quoted that back to Penny and to Ed.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Like on Mulberry Street, we're just finding ways so they can have some tables outside, which they always had.
I understand.
Well, that was the problem, Michael, from the one size fits all rules.
Yeah.
That they could have addressed separately,
Yeah.
and they chose not to.
Yeah, they could have dealt with these areas such as this separately, which it used to be. So I don't know if we're gonna find, it doesn't sound like we're gonna find consensus on the sidewalk. I don't think.
No.
But that's okay. We'll move on to the next one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna close the public hearing on Mulberry Street for both sidewalk and roadway. I'm going to move on next to item 21, Il Commendatore Rest Inc., DBA Casabella, for both, the sidewalk and for the roadway. It's nice when they come packaged together.
Yeah.
Yes, finally.
I know. So again, do we want to do the same way, deal with the roadway and then, but we don't need to go on and on because I think we've said the big item.
So hopefully you got the new plans for this.
Which one? Oh, the two.
Oh,
Wait, this is.
wait, so we're doing roadway first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is another one where I reached out. Okay, we have 20 feet in length by 6.5. Is that right?
Yes, on Hester Street, yes.
Yeah, but interestingly, this didn't say that there was a FDNY waiver pending. Do you know that there is one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to cut that one down.
It's really, the drawing's really light. I said the drawing's really light.
Very light.
Wait,
These are extra pictures, right? Is that the GMT?
Yeah, so GMT is
okay.
included in this
Okay,
package
gotcha,
as well.
understood.
why they put the wrong picture?
There's just
Some extra ones from
additional
GMT.
pictures.
Yes, DOT for specific persons to.
Mulberry.
Like not theirs, but.
Yeah, and what are we doing looking at Hester Street?
We can ask.
Right.
What are we doing looking at Hester Street? Yeah, this is.
Okay, so there is a waiver being sought here.
Yes.
Got it.
They had us make it 6.5 feet.
Okay.
Both sides.
I mean, that's kind of our signal, right? If it doesn't say it, then that's also why we asked, or we see the roadway width and so again, we did ask and we did not receive a response. And like I said, our planners are usually pretty quick to respond on that stuff. So that was surprising. Okay, and it's not approaching, right? So there's more than meets the.
Correct.
Okay, and.
Not sure how they get to the end chairs on either one, but
We asked.
push everything in. Michael, how do they get into those edge chairs that are smashed up against the perimeter? I guess they'll just push all the tables in a little bit, not have quite as much space in between.
Yeah, so what's gonna be most likely happening on Mulberry Street? They're not gonna be doing the 18-inch or the 18-inch barriers, and then you're gonna be adding 3 inches of wood on each side. Most of them are gonna be buying these steel structures that are 4 inches.
4 inches,
All the
okay,
way around.
okay. So they'll pick
And I
up the
think
room
that's
that
gonna
way.
that's gonna solve a lot of the problem.
All right,
But the architects just throw the chairs in wherever they throw them.
yeah, that's what I figured.
And with a widow commendatory, I can tell you she's probably gonna have a lot less seating in all of them because they have nicer tables and a roomier dinner atmosphere.
Dinner sounds nice.
My daughter loves it. She loves the place.
Okay, so. Anyone wishes, okay, oh yeah, if anyone wishes to testify, on, I don't know if I asked, I'm just gonna ask again, just to make sure, on Casabella at 127 Mulberry, please raise your hand for roadway or sidewalk. Okay, so is there anything else on the roadway on this one? Also, just for the record, I'm just saying this for the record, that on this street, there are 4, when I say street, I mean this block of Mulberry between Canal and Hester Street, there are 4 waivers, 4 FDNY waivers being sought for roadway cafes. Now, Casabella sticks out to me. Is there one directly, there's one adjacent to Il Cortile, is that right?
I think that's right.
See where it is?
Yeah.
Michael, you don't have all of Mulberry
27.
Street memorized?
No, it's all one restaurant to me.
It is Il Cortile.
Yeah. Okay. So Il Cortile.
I'm not sure if Il Cortile is filing.
No, I think they did though. That's why it's
Did
on
they?
my list.
Okay.
I know, hey, trust me, I don't have them
Yeah.
all memorized, but I get name fatigue. But the only reason it would be on this list is because we did hear it. So we did hear the roadway. Yes, for Il Cortile, we did.
It's the same thing on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we basically have the same thing with the sidewalk with the French doors.
Yeah.
It's raised?
No. Oh, I'm not
Is
sure.
there
They redid the whole restaurant.
Yeah, there is not anymore.
Okay,
There is
there's
no-
not, okay, great. Okay, so.
It's
I-
flush. They're saying it's the
It's a
French
raised-
doors are flush.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a raised,
Oh, I thought you were saying that
Right
wasn't
now,
raised.
Right now, they have a platform on the sidewalk.
I was looking at past and current,
Oh, wait, hold on. I can't see.
past and
Michael, you're
current.
saying there's no longer a step to go into the front doors?
I haven't seen it since you redid it, but if you're looking at an old picture when they had those concrete walls around it, those are gone. They were actually taken out during the old DCA days because they had a concrete platform that the
Oh,
DCA
yeah,
made
it's
them
gone.
remove.
Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore.
Okay.
Also, Il Cortile doesn't really matter because that's around the corner.
Oh,
That's on Mulberry Street and this one's just on Hester.
that's right,
That's-
that's right.
Casabella's on Mulberry.
Right, but
Right.
Yeah.
the roadway is only set up, or the roadway cafe is only set up on Hester.
Right?
No, we have one on Mulberry also. But Il Cortile is down the block. It's
We only
Yeah, I
have the
only
site
see
plan for the
Hester.
Hester Street side.
Il Cortile is not across the street from them. though.
No,
I
it's
think you have
Oh.
Is there 2 roadway cafes?
How many setups sorry, let's go back to Casabella. How many setups?
we have one on Hester, a 20-foot one, and we have 2 on Mulberry. One is 20 feet, one is 14.
We don't have it.
Across the street is a cake store.
So for some reason DOT only sent us the page that has the Hester Street Cafe. We don't have,
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have Florence email the planners tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you working with Sarah or on this one, or with Sarah or with Nina? Do you remember or no?
Let me see if I have something. Yes, Sarah.
Okay, so what I'll do tomorrow is I'll have, so you have 2 site plans for this one?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we received an incomplete and inaccurate package.
All right, so on the Mulberry Street side, they have a 20-foot, they have the 3-foot in between and the 14-foot.
So just to be clear, this is not to you, Michael, but just to be clear for the record, we reached out to DOT specifically on this application, asking about Hester side, because that's the only site plan we had. We didn't know to ask if there was also seating on Mulberry, because why would we ask that? It wasn't in there. We received no response on the FDNY waiver, and now we're learning, just again, for the record, not on you, Michael, just learning for the record that there are actually two roadway cafe setups, and one is on Hester and one is on Mulberry. So we received an completed inaccurate application because DOT failed to put the second roadway setup on there. Okay, just so I have that clear. And did we look if it was in the Sidewalk Cafe site plan?
No,
It's not.
Definitely not shown there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
All right, so Michael, on this one, we're gonna reach out, and I'll have Florence copy you on it, so that way everyone's on the email, and just if you, that way everyone's just on the email, and we can get this all figured out, and maybe they will refer it to us next week.
Okay.
Just because we don't have that second site.
No, you would think on the plans they would have something that lists what street these are on, so when they are wrapping, or there's two, or they're on a corner, there's some indication of some cross-check for what you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
On here.
Right, or a form that says like one frontage, or like the.
Right, one frontage.
Say one frontage or two frontages.
Right.
Because they do call out frontage 1 and frontage 2 on the dining out.
Although they don't seem to put all that on there either.
What is, Laura, I'm not sure. Oh, well, Laura, are you saying that the photos are for a different location? Michael, are the photos in the application accurate?
You want to let Laura talk?
Yeah.
Laura, I'm just allowing you to talk.
Okay, I was looking at it and the second page of photographs has Bleecker Street on it.
Oh, yeah, that's a mistake too. That has the GMT.
So it just seemed to me that maybe they just really messed up what they sent to you on this one.
Well, they did for sure.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. So it says Casabella on these. Oh, they included a second page, that's GMT. You're exactly right. You're right. So in the Casabella Roadway Cafe package, there's a page of GMT photos, which were clearly, maybe it looks like that's where the disconnect may have been. They put that sheet in instead of, but we're not here to solve and figure out what they did or what they didn't do. We just know it wasn't correct. Laura, thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so I don't think there's much more to ask on that. Yeah. Okay, on the Casabella sidewalk, is it possible to have a sidewalk cafe or there? No?
2 feet, it's 2 feet.
Oh, 2 feet.
They also have French doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Michael said, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the same as.
Big step up.
It also is a big step up.
But Michael was saying that they were. So we said
they look like they might be flush, but I can't tell from the Google Maps photos.
Okay.
Because they removed that concrete platform.
But even if that's done, it's still 2 foot width, correct?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. With a 10 foot, it needs to have 10 feet. Okay, 10 feet, clear path. Okay, so I think we kind of can close this one, right? Okay, so Michael, we're gonna close the public hearing on the sidewalk and roadway for Casabella. Moving on next to Banter Hospitality. This one's yours?
Yeah, the rest of them are mine.
Oh, great, okay, that's what I thought. Just making sure. Okay, so Banter.
Oh, no, Banter is not. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay. You shouldn't have to keep track of.
I missed that one.
That's okay.
I would have had them go.
Yeah, so let me see if we were expecting them. So Banter they also could have said something in the comments because we were kind of thinking that, but they may not be here. So let me just see if we were expecting them. No, we are not. So, yeah, so do we want to go quickly through, should we just finish with Michael and then, or he's off. Okay, so we'll do this one. So Banter Hospital, so we're gonna go to agenda item 23, Banter Hospitality Group LLC, DBA Banter at 169 Sullivan Street for a roadway cafe. if anyone would like to testify on this application is being submitted as well for an FDNY waiver. So if anyone wants to speak on it, I'm gonna just pull up really quickly. So this one, this is Sullivan between West Houston Street and Bleecker Street, and this is one of 3 waivers being sought on that block. So we have Bar Moga, Pepe Rosse To Go, and Banter for those roadway cafes. So I don't see anyone with their hand raised to testify on this one. So Banter.
Valerie,
What is this?
Do you know if Senza Gluten is applying for a roadway cafe on Sullivan Street?
I believe they were one of the first ones to come to us.
Oh,
Am I correct in remembering that?
I don't know. I know that we're hearing their sidewalk today that's on the other side.
Right, but I think this was one of the first.
Probably.
I think this was one of the first.
We're not applying for a sidewalk there. I mean, a street.
Not here. Did you apply, or maybe that was for a liquor licensing issue?
I just have them for sidewalk for Senza Gluten, JL Solo Inc.
Yeah, there's just a sidewalk.
Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Even when it's not yours, they're so.
Trying to help.
I know, okay. Okay, so. No on that one. So, okay, so no,
Yes, it's just Pepe Rosso and Bar Moga. And then I was a little bit confused about their width. One part, it says 6 feet 6 feet 2 inches. And it looks like that includes a 6-inch channel. I can't tell if that channel is on the sidewalk or not. And then there's another measurement of 5'8". And unfortunately, they don't have the width written out at the bottom of the page. So I don't know if it's, oh, and then at the top, in the top right corner, it says depth is 5'8".
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm confused if the 6-inch
Oh,
channel.
the 5'8", but the 5'8" is, you're saying 5'8" and 6'2" are the same?
Is this,
Oh.
there's a 6-inch channel, but that's not supposed to be on the sidewalk.
Right.
That's
It's supposed to be in the roadway.
The roadway.
Yeah, and they appear to have some sort of ramp situation that goes onto the sidewalk.
Something,
Right.
yes.
Whatever that's, or unless that's where they're putting that.
That's
I mean,
not what we
I mean,
normally
the
allow.
nice thing about this one is that it seems to only have 4 tables. Or not that it only has, I'm sorry, just to clear it, it's not that they only have 4 tables, it's just there seems to be enough
Ample room.
space, ample room in the way that they've cited the tables, not that less tables is desirable. I was gonna look for something. Also, they're calling it the street seats site plan, and that's a separate program.
Well, their little note, the general note defines the street seats complying with dining out NYC.
Where?
Top left corner.
It says general notes.
But if this is. No,
Yeah, you're right.
like I don't,
Right.
if, are they applying for the street seats program? I mean, it doesn't make any sense,
No,
like.
they're just using that as their
It's not on
title.
you, it's more of just kind of like,
Yeah,
why are they even mentioning it as a separate program?
they're just, I don't know, I guess somebody might have just chosen to title it differently.
No, it's just a very different program. I mean, it would be.
I know the street
Yeah.
seats
Yeah,
program.
yeah.
I've worked with that for many
I'm
years.
just curious as to why they put that here, like to what end is it on here? Not to you saying, Brian, just like,
This is the first time we've come across this.
yeah, it
That's
is,
right.
it is.
You're
it
right.
is.
And so I'm sure that whoever this entity is has worked with that term for so long, and they've been used to drawing up things with that name on. No, I don't know.
Perhaps it's what it's, yeah,
Not a good excuse.
yeah, okay, removal floor, okay.
But it's not I don't see it as, all I'm saying, it doesn't disqualify. the
No, not at all. It just seems
Okay.
like extra information that's
Yeah,
confusing.
yeah, that's right.
Because that's not what this is,
That's
so I don't want us like approving a site plan that says street seats on it, because it's not what this is, basically. But perhaps they're saying it's compliant with that program, so it's compliant with this. All right, I'm gonna stop guessing. The legend's beautiful. It's also a very clear, probably the best North arrow I've ever seen. Okay, I don't have any other comments on this, to y'all. It's so hot in here. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on this one.
Thanks.
Next, we're gonna go to 24 BEF Restaurant DBA Casa D'Angelo for a Sidewalk Cafe. Hey, welcome back.
Okay, I'm here for the generation.
Can we find, is it still, is 3 feet possible here? Is it possible to play?
I'm thinking about moving this table to the other side. The owner just wants one outside so he can have his espresso. It's kind of crazy to have one table and 2 seats, but I can move it to the other side where it's right by the other entrance door.
Okay, let me just get a point of reference.
Because I know you're gonna bring up the
Don't you double
residential doorway.
So mine?
I don't know, so double clicking off.
But do you need mine? I have a one cord if you want me to go
sorry,
all the way
just-
over there.
I'm being asked for technical assistance while I'm trying to answer
Sorry.
your question. I mean, I'm happy to do it, I just can't look at the site plan in a second. Okay, so Michael, oh, I see it, it's one table.
Yes.
Thank you, Donna.
And he's suggesting moving it to the other end of the
To
storefront.
the other end where the door is.
So basically, it would go from 2 feet to 2 feet, 7 inches. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we would move it over to the, if you're looking at the building from the street, we can move it over to the left side where they also have an entrance door.
Right, and then the width you wouldn't have to adjust the width based on the light pole 10-foot radius anymore. It would just be. So I mean, it
Correct.
still wouldn't have an accessible route of 36 inches.
Well, we'd have the doorway, service from the doorway.
No, I get that. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else on this one.
So.
What?
Just want to say one thing, yeah, but back to the street seats. There's a vendor listed in the vendor thing called street seats.
Oh.
In case that is why that's what's referenced.
And that's
in
why it was
this
referenced,
plan,
sorry, Michael.
And not the other program stuff, sorry.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, that's enough. Oh, Sam was pointing out that Sons of Gluten also has a small bakery cafe next to Banter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But
Sorry, Michael.
They're not proposing a roadway cafe there.
All right, anything else on BEF?
So
I don't, Michael, I mean, I don't wanna say like to go on this kind of adventure of like moving the table over, because I don't know if I don't think we'll be able to approve that. You know what I mean? Like either way.
No, I know.
So I appreciate the offer.
Okay.
But, okay, so I think we can move on. I'm gonna close the public hearing on BEF and move on to 25. Cafe Vetro Inc., DBA Epistrophe Cafe, 200 Mott Street. If anyone from the public wants to testify, please raise your hand. I'm gonna pull up the application.
this is another one where the width is 2 feet.
Yes, it's also, we have the service aisle coming out of the restaurant door.
Nope, I get it, okay, so.
This is a restaurant that always had a sidewalk cafe, but also lost that due to the 10-foot clearance with the
Yeah.
regional corridor.
Yeah, I know, I don't. Yeah, and I really wish there was an exception. I mean, it sounds like they are making some sort of exception for this, but it's just, this is not. Yeah, it really is a loss of tables. Okay, I don't think we have anything else on this one. Do you have anybody have any questions for Michael on this one? Okay, Michael, we're gonna close the public, and everyone else, we're gonna close the public hearing on epistrophe. Do you have anything else you want? I think that's just what it is. And then next, we're gonna go to J.M. Williams LLC, DBA Bouvette at 42 Grove Street for a sidewalk cafe. I don't see any hands raised.
Yes.
Okay, and then the committee.
Four hands or no hands?
Yes, Norma is
Oh,
coming up.
Norma, okay, sorry, I didn't hear.
She should be up there. She's up there.
Norma?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I submitted some comments and photographs on this. There's one significant thing that I think you should know that's not apparent from the site plan. And that is that there is a sister restaurant that is next door. Both restaurants are applying to have sidewalk setups right next to one another, practically next to one another. They're facing Grove Street. The other restaurant is Isodi, which is number 29 on tonight's agenda. And the relationship between the two of them is not apparent on that site plan either. My point is that the two sidewalk setups are close to one another and they have the same depth, which is 4 feet. And they want to put 2 tables inside a space that's only 4 feet deep. And my position is that there isn't room for 2 tables deep there, that the outer row of tables should be eliminated. And I think whatever recommendations you make with respect to one of these restaurants is gonna, it should be consistent with what you recommend on the other. And the only other thing about Bouvette is that they want to have 1 table on the right side of their door, but beyond that, in the building that they don't show, the main primary entrance to that building is literally right next to their the wall, and they have to allow 5 feet of space, so they can't really have one to the right side of their door.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at your comments now.
You ready for me?
Yep, I'm ready. Thank you,
Okay.
Norma. Sorry, anybody have any questions for Norma?
Okay.
No,
It doesn't show the door, right?
I don't have the plan pulled up yet. Okay,
No, it doesn't.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah, so we're ready.
all right, so basically we have the 2 tables with the 4 seats. We actually do have the 3-foot weight service aisle coming out of the door. And there's no residential door within 5 feet of this. And if you added up the total sidewalk cafe seating between the 2 restaurants, you have 6 tables and 12 seats, which is, besides Mulberry Street, a small sidewalk cafe for 1 restaurant, pretty much anywhere else.
I think the question that was raised is there's a missing door on the 42 Grove Street facade, which if you're looking at the diagram you presented to us, to the left of the 2 two-tops
Yes.
along the building facade,
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
that there's a,
Looks like something going down to the basement.
Yeah, we'd gotten another photograph, which I assume is on Google Maps that you can see.
I'm sharing my screen with.
Oh, there you go, on the left there. I
see what you're talking about.
So I don't know if that's the buildings, the restaurants, somebody's, nobody's, but it's a door.
I was more
Sorry, I don't
concerned.
understand.
Sorry, we had
I am sorry.
It's a
Yeah,
great Siri.
I was more concerned about the one on the right side, not the
Yeah,
gate.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
it's like a primary building entrance on the left side. That clearly.
There are no tables on the right side of it.
No, on between the residential entrance and the restaurant entrance.
Yeah.
Where you have the
Yeah,
one.
there's no tables there,
Oh, let me
unless you have a different plan.
Yeah, we probably have a different plan.
Yeah, let's show the plan we have maybe.
It's,
Okay, there we go. That makes it easier.
And
Michael,
upside down? Yeah. Oh, that table was removed.
yeah, okay,
when
good.
was that revised? Was it,
We received this plan last week.
This was submitted long before last week.
That's so.
So, and just to be clear, you submitted that to DOT, to the plan examiner?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see what page.
So what you're saying is the table on the right does not exist anymore.
Correct.
No wonder you're like, it's not there, but we're like,
What are we
we
talking-
see it right here. And so you're saying it's just the two tables?
Yes.
Okay.
And they asked you to remove that? Did or?
I think this was one of the ones that was remeasured.
Okay.
So what we came up with is that the
corner.
tree ended
Yeah.
up being 8 feet from the building.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
And this was submitted on 2/26.
226.
Wow.
I really wish we had, well, we know now and we'll ask for it to be sent to us.
2/26.
All right, receipts. Michael's got receipts. I believe you. Now, Michael, we have someone in the chat saying that the table is there this evening and every day.
Maybe they still have the old plan. I'll talk to them about it. Yeah, and they're setting up accordingly. I will definitely bring that up to them.
Yeah, because if it's not, and again, if it's not in compliance with, if we're, right, we have all these reasons as to how it doesn't follow the rules now, it is out of compliance. And they could be subject to a corrective action request, which then, if it's not corrected, turns into a summons, and we just don't want to do that and or have it get to that point. So if it could be corrected, that would be great. And again, as with other sidewalk cafe applications, if we want to reach an agreement here with modifications and we want to not have this need to be called up to the DOT public hearing. So if we will, okay, that's kind of the goal.
Okay.
It sounds like I think with the two only, is that possible here?
It is possible, but the dimension, once again, they are showing on their diagram, and in fact, by measuring on site, they're measuring to the face of the curb, and in fact, it would be 8 inches less than that, so 8 feet from the curb line, we only leave 3 feet 4 inches.
Okay, I mean, we'll present that to you, Michael. It's just,
Okay, so.
yeah, and we have to go.
Talk to them about that.
Yeah, but it would still be ADA compliant. Like I said, we want to reach the agreement here to move this, this one, move forward.
What measurement did you come up, leaving the curb line out?
Yeah, the curb is 8 inches wide, so that means the sidewalk itself is 11 feet 4 inches.
Okay, so.
And then,
yes.
I just wanted to say again about this door. Let me share my screen. this door, the bottom of it juts out. And if that could be included in the site plan as well, because that will affect the remaining width of the cafe here.
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a stair going down into the basement.
Oh, so can they block that? Or, no, okay.
No, we can't block.
Okay,
Well, we'd be out too far if we put a table in front of it.
right, okay.
And are there barriers being used now?
That is a barrier around the stair.
Oh, no, I'm saying a barrier for the cafe.
No.
Okay.
I don't see anybody doing that. Yeah, maybe GMT. GMT is,
There's a lot of people that aren't.
that's right.
Okay.
With the small ones that are just fitting in that aren't doing it.
And then, so we received comments on this one. Oh, no, that's ESOBI, sorry. Measurement for the tables.
Their coconut bean is really good.
Yeah, we got that. Okay, that's it on this one. I'm gonna close the public comment. I'm gonna close the public hearing. Is there anything else for Michael on this one? Okay, great. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Buvette. We're gonna move on to item 27. Well, should we
Should we
yeah,
just go to
ISODI?
ISODI?
Yeah, ISODI, yeah.
Say anything.
Yeah, so let's go to ISODI LLC. So we're gonna skip Sons of Bloom for right now. I can't read my numbers anymore. 29.
ISODI.
Okay, sorry, I've circled, over circled, I can't read. Okay, so 29 IE ISODI LLC DBA ISODI at 314 Bleecker Street for a sidewalk cafe. So let's talk about that one. Norma, did you want to speak on ISODI?
Yeah, my position is that if the cafe is only 4 feet deep, there really isn't enough room for 2 tables deep like that. The outer row of tables, I think, should be eliminated. And the same principle would apply to what is left of the tables in front of Buvette.
Okay, so let me, okay, and if there's anyone else who wants to speak on this application, please raise your hand for ISODI. I'm just gonna pull it up. Questions for Michael on this one? Michael, do you have anything you want to address?
Nope.
Let me just pull up. And Norma, we do see your testimony that you sent, your written testimony. Thank you for that. Photos. Okay. Okay, so there's this is 2 comments about the exit from the garden restaurant, but this, I need to pull up the site plan so I can see. Okay, so the seating is on Grove Street?
Down Grove.
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't realize that was that big of a frontage. Because then, so what we're saying is on the other side of this is Buvette. I mean, I know the street well, but like, right, but
Yeah.
this is where I think Buvette is though.
That is correct.
I'm not saying.
I'm just share my screen again.
Exactly.
No, but this stuff to me feels like this is.
No,
where-
this is the rear yard.
Right.
This is the backyard. This is the door to the backyard.
Oh.
This is.
Buvette is.
Over there.
Okay.
Next door.
I guess I thought this was the door to the back, but there's a door to the building.
That's a.
Oh, got it, okay.
That must be a really old street view.
Build on. I mean, you see, they built the rear view out, the rear yard. out.
Yeah, I see now. Okay, sorry, I was just trying to get my bearings. Michael,
Previously, there was a sidewalk cafe that ran down the length of Grove Street along the building frontage. But apparently, it's not there now.
Yeah, I discovered that it's only 8 feet from the tree pits to the building.
right, so. Anybody have any questions for Michael on this one?
I think the one thing that that Brian just brought up is that the street tree dimensions aren't included in there.
Because it's pretty much so far away.
Yeah, but it's still the frontage, right, of the restaurant?
It could be say that, you could say that.
Just,
If you want, I could have the architect put that in.
But basically, so are these gonna have barriers on the ends or how, it's exactly 4 feet wide, so how do you
Yes.
get in?
We could put a smaller barrier there that's 2 feet. This way there's an entrance to it, or we could put a full barrier, and if somebody comes to sit down, we could move it to allow them entrance.
I mean, on this one and on the previous one, on Bouvet, like, I just want to get consensus here. We're being presented on both of these. What I'm assuming, because I feel like they have these already for Bouvet, so I don't know why, but I'm picturing just like it's the banner around a frame type of low thing. So there's just the one, but is that allowed just to have one, like only one side of the perimeter demarcated?
Can you say it?
So
You mean how this is
Not having all three sides demarcated is what you're.
yeah, so are we saying,
that needs a barrier on one side?
yeah, but I'm saying that's what's being presented both in this application and the other
The
application.
perimeter of a sidewalk cafe other than an enclosed sidewalk cafe shall be clearly and visibly demarcated by removable and self-supporting base wall, railing, planter, fence, or stanchion and rope, which shall be no higher than 2 feet and 6 inches.
It doesn't say
Exclusive
three
of any
sides.
shrubbery. Well,
Doesn't say 3 sides.
No, but it does say the perimeter.
Okay,
So
so I'm just saying, like, are we asking?
that's not the perimeter.
It's 2 sides, because
One side you enter in.
yeah.
So it just needs
but
one more, okay.
the Perimeter.
So on both of those, Michael, there needs to be like 2 sides closed off.
Yeah, I've spoken to DOT about it,
What have they said?
and it's basically if there's a barrier separating it from people walking on the street or on the sidewalk, that was fine. The old sidewalk cafes, I know they were all basically closed around, but I don't see any reason why if we did put the L-shaped barrier, 2 sides, that if somebody came in, we couldn't move it to allow them entrance and just close it behind them.
Yeah, I don't think that you can, because then they would have to walk they would have to walk into the pedestrian clear path around to reach that far side of the
It's
cafe.
just one table though.
Yeah,
They would still have to walk.
Have to walk around.
So,
well, we would just be moving the barrier for a split second,
mean-
somebody would get in, and then we just close it back
Yeah,
up.
and I mean, again, like, I definitely,
There's perimeter.
this is a different type of sidewalk cafe than something that has 40 tables on it. And I don't know, I know the rules like don't allow just to have like a light one table out, because that's not what the rules allow, so I don't know.
I think in the past, we've said that there needs to be the L.
Okay, so we're gonna ask for the
That's right.
L.
And not only serve the tables and from within the barrier, but also be able to get in and out within the barriers. That's the way it's set up, so that you don't obstruct the sidewalk even for a short time. So heaven knows the ins and outs just continue day in and day out. It would be an impossible working situation.
Or would you just have one on the left and one on the right of
you
the
need
entire
them
thing?
you need them all on the frontage too.
Well, in the frontage, what I'm saying, like the ones that are there, but then adding one on the left and then one on the right, so that it's open to the door.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's where we're at. Does
That's
that make
correct.
sense?
Yes.
Michael?
Well, then the people on the out, they wouldn't be able to fit through the 2 tables
Right.
And maybe there can only
if
be,
it's an L shape.
The space for the tables is 3'4" wide. And in order to enter from the end and serve them and get to the tables and chairs,
I mean, they can, they can serve them from the door. The serving isn't the problem, it's the patrons accessing it.
That's right.
That's the problem.
So
Okay.
seems like it'd be only room for one table.
And just one last thing, and this is because of the businesses next to each other, or more specifically for Buvette, is there's no accommodation for any lines.
Right.
And, you know, the reason I think there's a lot of attention on these is because this is a very residential block where we didn't have these kinds of impacts previously. And we saw that during COVID, this was very heavily used, as well as a lot of people waiting, you know, at different times. And I think that's the main quality of life impact here on these areas. Where, you know, trying to find a balance. And so I know there's not a lot of tables and chairs in front of each of these, but nevertheless, it's still, you know, for example, for ISOTI, if it's being, for all the entrances being done from Bleecker Street, you know, that removes a lot of burden from this area if they're not using the rear yard entrance. And then Buvette, some other sort of management. I mean, that's just been sort of I think even a long time supporters of this restaurant group were a little bit challenged by the outdoor use on this and the next block, you know, just how invasive it was onto the residential street. So that's finding that balance, I think, is the big challenge here. Now, that was some of the seating, right?
So that was more during COVID?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this original setup was another 30 feet, 40 feet long.
Yeah.
You know, the next block, we had another 50, 60 feet of dining. You know, so
that's all gone now.
No, it is, but again, it doesn't eliminate the fact that this is a residential area. And keeping these clearances, the movement, the seating, not having all the rigmarole is important. Because this is where people walk by, right? You know.
Yeah, I mean, look,
so.
I mean, further up on Grove, I saw on Sunday, because it was a beautiful day, that they did at their other location on Grove for Bar Castellino, they did have seating in the furnishing zone, you know, so it's just it's not a good look. But like I said, we want to find consensus on this, so we'll present, and you can present to their leadership, and we'll see where we land on this, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on ISOTI and move on to, are we on the last one?
Did we skip?
Oh, we need to go to Senza Gluten.
Yep.
Oh, we're gonna go back up to Senza Gluten.
Yeah, just to finish that up, Mike, so you have Via Corona, Pistolino, Bar Pistolino, Buvette, ISOTI. These are all in a.
Yes, I know.
Right? So was more the issue, is it's also the sidewalk management. It's not just the reduction in the seating.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
I think what Valerie was saying is that the rules aren't necessarily being followed at all of the locations on a pretty consistent basis. And the sheer impact of all 5 businesses is a lot.
Okay. And it also is why people come to this part of the neighborhood, and you know, and we want, they're very successful, and we want to just make sure that we, people can people can move through there. Because there's a lot of people moving through there. Okay, so Senza Gluten. So this is JL Solo Inc. DBA Senza Gluten at 206 Sullivan Street for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this application? Does the committee have questions for Michael? Michael, do you have any?
We have a 3-foot wait service,
And
they've had a sidewalk cafe there for a long time. They also stipulated not to have a roadway.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
That was during the corporate change we did. with
Got
Bleecker.
it. That was gonna be my question, because I now remember, but their whole sidewalk cafe, I mean, their whole roadway cafe blew away
Yes.
into the street because it was all built together. And I went by right after it happened, and it was kind of a little scary because the heaters, I think, were in there and the electric, and so, yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, so I'm looking at Sons of Gluten and like this looks nice.
Yeah.
Like, the photos look nice, like that's, but it's, but right, the rules of this program are asking for the demarcation, which you have in your plan. It's just, I get it, like, it looks nice, loose like that.
But you previously had it, so that's.
Right, where are they serving from?
I'm romanticizing just how nice that looks, and I wish that worked. Okay.
And Michael, you need to ask them to put the 5-foot dimension from the principal building entrance. Make sure there's enough clearance before the sidewalk seating.
The sidewalk cafe is the exact sidewalk cafe almost that was the pre-existing program minus 2 seats.
And also.
Yes.
The old plan said that the width was 4.9 because the sidewalk was 12.9. This one's saying the sidewalk's 13.
And the other thing is 5.
Yeah, probably.
And the new one is 5, right?
I could have it remeasured to see which one is right. I don't know if the other one was right or this one's right.
And would you remeasure to the back of the curb?
Yeah. So,
please.
So actually what happens, the building's inset a little bit.
So you're saying it
I
grew?
believe. Yeah. So that may be 3 inches.
Okay.
The other one may have been measured from the wall on the outside.
It does, it shows, the other one shows, it's measured to the inside. That's where the measurement indication.
We could send it to you.
It's from RML Consulting.
Well, I could have them remeasure it to see what it is.
Okay.
Because they do use small tables. It's more of a vegetarian place, so you don't have big steaks on the plate.
Well, vegetables aren't big.
Or the patients are skinny.
They chop them up.
I've been there a long time ago. Okay, any other comments or questions for Michael on this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so we're getting to the last one. I'm gonna close the public hearing on Sons of Gluten. We're gonna go to Akram Restaurant Management, DBA Da Janeiro at 129 Mulberry Street for Roadway Cafe. And this has been submitted for an FDNY waiver. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this application before we go to Michael? Please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Seeing none.
So, comments or questions for Michael? Michael, any?
Oh,
Okay.
I wasn't involved in the filing or the drawing of this plan. So whoever originally drew the plan drew a 80-foot, basically an 80-foot shed. So I think the people at DOT helped the owner out by setting up the 3 20-footers, or they had a 60-foot, I forget how long it was. So basically they have 3 20-foot sheds. They had one long shed during COVID. If you go back to Google, you could see it. So it's basically almost 80 feet long or 70 feet long.
So this is the one with the 3 feet in between instead of the 6.
So this is the one you mentioned where you went in with 6 and they
put it down to 3.
Right, so just, again, this is not to Michael, but for the record, so we have a site plan on Mulberry Street between, what is it, Hester and Canal?
Yes.
Right, so between Hester
and Grand.
Oh, Hester and Grand, sorry, Hester and Grand, sorry, I didn't look this one, I didn't look up on my sheet. where the 15-foot emergency travel lane is not being met, and the FDNY guidance for issuing these waivers has said that the recommended space between adjacent cafes with the same ownership is 6. Bless you. And you presented DOT with a site plan for a roadway cafe, needing a waiver from FDNY, or needing a waiver for the 15-foot travel lane. And they said you don't have to adhere to the 6 feet in between, that 3 feet was okay, despite the FDNY guidance for a safe. Not on you, Michael, just that DOT advised you that you did not need to have 6 feet in between.
Yes.
Against FDNY guidance. Okay.
So the other issue is that there's the setup across the street. Right,
Correct.
with the cafe.
Yeah, Cafe Napoli.
Napoli. And
Right,
then-
so actually, like, a 15-foot offset is actually possible on this frontage, because it's 80 feet, is that right?
The frontage is 80 feet.
That doesn't, those are two different lots, right?
It's all connected in the back. I think the liquor license has both storefronts on it, has one.
Oh, but I see what you're referring to is they're two separate buildings.
Yeah, those are.
Yes. They are two separate buildings. They're connected in the back.
Alley?
I think that they're stopping at the alley.
No, they're right alleyway.
So there's 10, for the record, there's 10 roadway cafes seeking FDNY waivers for the 15-foot emergency travel lane on this block on Mulberry between Hester and Grand.
Wow.
So but before we get to that, let's just finish what our turnover is figuring out. Is because even if it's connected in the rear, you've got an alleyway. It has all the residential windows, et cetera. I mean, is there any access in there, Michael, to the alleyway? What's that?
There's access in the back between the two restaurants. That's what I asked her. I asked her if customers can walk between the two restaurants. She said yes.
Yeah, but what I think is that there's a separate doorway that is some other use, and it looks like that alleyway goes pretty far through.
And they're two different lots. I mean, they're two different lots, and it kind of reminds me of the assault and battery and the tea and sympathy situation where they're separate restaurants and doesn't need to be divided as such.
So this Galeotto's Delicatessen, are you saying that that's the same restaurant?
No, there's two Dajaneros.
Right.
Okay, this is from September. Is this wrong?
So that's not correct?
If I click this at 135 Mulberry, which is next to 129 Mulberry.
Yeah, the thing, I guess it has the green door on the right side. That is part of the Dajanero. They have one liquor license for the entire place. They have a liquor license and a additional bar, I believe. I didn't do that liquor license.
So is the Galeotto part of?
Okay, so yeah, it looks like it used to be the same restaurant. Like this is what it used to be.
Yeah, so I believe they changed the DBA on the one on the right side.
Oh, to the grocer, to the deli.
Yeah. So it's like tea and sympathy and assault and battery where we have them separate.
But this is not Galatori's Delicatessen is not, this is not for their patrons. This is for table service for Dajanaro.
It would be for both. Because they may have two different DBAs, but it's the same ownership under the same entity. Akron Restaurant Management Inc.
Is it the same food service?
Yeah, the same
license?
FSEP number,
I can't.
because that's where.
Yeah,
remember-
same-
Yeah, remember
same
this
health
one,
permit.
I was able to do that.
It's the same health department permit, same liquor license.
Okay, so that's what the Ford and Martucci.
They connect in the back?
I just don't get how they're connected. It just seems like an alleyway. There's an alleyway in two different lots. How are they quote unquote connected? They're not.
SLA interior map or something.
Oh, not that I have.
But the owner said if you're in the restaurant, you can walk from the restaurant on the left into the place on the right.
Oh, there we go.
If you're a patron.
Those look like
So as
clearly
close as I can
separated.
get. I don't know.
It looks like
How, Michael? Did they say how? Do you go out to?
And the buildings are connected in the back. Well, the restaurants are connected at least in the back.
Okay, I'm kind of ready to move on, but I don't know if
And I can try to get a picture for you.
that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Is the Zola map of anything?
Zola has a gap. It has two different lots and like a clearly delineated white gap in between the two lots.
Okay. Anything else for Michael on this? It doesn't sound like. Okay, moving on. Okay.
Yeah, you know, I was just gonna say, Michael, I'm just looking back at some of our old things and we had some problems with this. I also, I mean, just from their liquor license side, I mean, these guys had a full bar selling drinks to go right out of that second storefront.
Was that during COVID?
It was during San Gennaro, I think, 2 years ago. And they also, during the last San Gennaro, were selling drinks to go right out of there. I mean, it sounds like we've got a lot of issues going on here.
Yeah.
And that relate across a couple of things. And I know it was a full board item previously.
Can you say what full board? so
At
people know?
the State Liquor Authority, because there was opposition from the community board. So it seems like you're running two different businesses and then you want to have one big long outdoor dining, but to the public, it looks like it's two separate businesses. I mean, there are a lot of different issues going on here that may or may not be addressed at DOT, but I think that there are issues that will come up. You know,
For the liquor
in
license?
liquor license or whatever it may be, you know, we'll see when we cross that, but there are a lot of crossover issues that may, you know, result in a complicated situation here because they may not be able to serve liquor there.
Yes.
So that's something, you know, for the short term of one application, and then for the long term to figure it out with an alteration may allow the business room, right, to operate. Just pointing this out because that, you know, we have not heard differently from the liquor authority on this.
Yes.
They seem to be pretty adamant that they would like to know where everybody can be first, serve liquor, and so that requires the notice, and then if it's called out with problems, they've said it will be calendared for a full board meeting.
At the liquor.
At the liquor, I'm just saying what we've heard. I mean, I don't know if that's the same as you've heard, but that delay in calendaring
Is gonna impact the summer.
may impact the summer for them.
Yes.
Okay.
So what are you looking for? Like a separation of these?
Well, I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that, I mean,
Yeah.
everybody here is saying, hey, looks like two different businesses,
I gotcha.
two different names. You want to operate it right? Is that my articulating? Yeah.
Where,
You know, so it's just like you've got multiple things going on here, and that seems to be what is being raised.
Back in
So like a,
2006.
I don't know if this will cure it, but a separation of these sheds, meaning the storefront on the right would have a smaller shed and there'd be much bigger opening in between.
Well, I think it's that you have Da Janeiro is 129 Mulberry,
Yes.
and that's
And the-
129 Mulberry, right?
Limit stops there, yeah.
And that's where
Would that
that,
be these two only?
Basically, right up to here, because this is the alleyway,
So
so,
this would, so the one on the right,
yeah,
Would only really be those,
these two.
yeah,
it could be part of,
like half that other one.
yeah.
So like me, so I think what they're saying is the 220 feet and then the one on the right. Reducing to the frontage, reducing to 10 feet
we're pursuing that
or pursuing what?
later, I don't know.
Yeah, just doing a separate application.
It's just, it's difficult because of this, two different buildings, two separate buildings that are supposedly connected somewhere, two different brandings, a really long frontage. I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of
So it sounds like,
issues.
it sounds, Michael, what they're saying, what is coming up here is that with two 20-foot roadway setups, that's much cleaner based on all these issues.
Yes. All right, I'll confer with the owner on it.
It
I get
doesn't
it.
appropriate that Da Janeiro could serve all the way down and they don't present themselves as the full restaurant.
Right.
That's the issue.
Okay, I think I get it.
Okay.
All right, I will talk to the owner. I want to see what she wants to do about it.
All right, do you have any other questions for us?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, I think I'm gonna close the public hearing on this, on Akram.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Michael.
All right, thank you. Good luck tonight.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, bye. All right, so we're now gonna go into business session where, huh?
No, I'm looking at the wrong, so just put the wrong number
So
on the
let's
warrant.
quickly go through, it's 10:44. I don't think we need to confirm like every modification, everyone, I think we got them.
Yeah,
Right?
we've been pretty thorough.
Yeah, so, oh.
Is this
That's
a-
nice.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So I think really. Each one, but I don't think we need to read off the one. That good? Okay. So dig in. I'm gonna go start from the top of the agenda. So item 1, dig in. Dig. Pass on this for now. For a sidewalk cafe. Approve, the conditional denial approved with modifications.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like there's only one or two where it was a straight denial, I think, so, okay, so number 2, all those in favor? Okay, 212 Lafayette. Cafe Select, there's a lot of testimony on that one.
Which one are we gonna do first?
Oh, it's a good idea, we'll just take them in the order that they're on there, so we'll go with the roadway first.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So I think
I
it's-
wish there was a way to justify denying, but I don't see that they're violating any of the rules for their application on this.
Why do we want to deny, because of the noise, or why would we want to?
Because they historically
The
put
neighbors
things
were
in
like-
the furnishing zone, tables in the furnishing zone, but
The sandwich
DOT
board
won't
is out.
consider that.
Right, okay, so conditional denial, all those in favor for roadway. Aye.
Uh,
Okay, 212 Lafayette Cafe Select for sidewalk. I'm gonna use this, our business session, just to quickly read off any specific comments in case we didn't get them in the modification, so. We did receive one, and I have a funny story about this after me.
I don't think we heard any testimony specifically relating to the setup. And the only thing was the sign, right?
Right.
And the sign actually looks like it was changed back to the truck loading.
It was, yeah, it was moved and then it was moved up.
Right, but I don't think we actually heard any testimony regarding the measurements with this setup.
I'm gonna read,
Mostly just like the
I'm
historical.
gonna read the testimony. I'm just trying to see where it says.
Somebody said something about smoking, I think, right? I think.
Okay, so on the roadway, I am this person testified, I'm a long time owner resident at 210 Lafayette, the next door neighbor to Cafe Select. I think she also said her testimony, like she went there.
They're mixed up.
From the beginning of the creation of the roadway shed, the removal, they have proven time and time again not to be just negligent stewards, but exploitive and destructive of the neighborhood, constant, not just bags of garbage strewn for days and nights about the curb, and actually unbagged garbage as well. This wasn't a one-off, this was a permanent feature of their stewardship. True to form, the removal of the shed, the removal of the roadway cafe, the garbage remained, their patrons got out, smoking. Yes, we heard all this. Okay, I need to repeat that, and then that's that one. Another one on the roadway is this will block pedestrian flow to what is already a crowded street. This is on the roadway, I don't know why it's so far. Okay, it's the same comment, so for the sidewalk, I guess. Not enforcing no smoking policies, legally block the street, even though the open street permit was revoked because they were not good shepherds. Stewards maybe is what they meant. Additionally,
I mean, the challenge here on this block is that we've heard this at our full board meetings, right? People came testified about the open street, the skateboarding, all these other issues. And I think a lot of the businesses here also set up extra tables and chairs that extended beyond the roadways, but under open street, that's allowed. And that's an interesting anomaly, right?
Yeah.
And so it's very difficult to police that after the fact, but we don't have an application. I don't think the open street is there anymore. So this actually has very specific setup and guidelines. And that's why I think looking at this is very different. And that situation there was so confusing because of all, and then the kids were also closing the street and not the open street sponsor because the barriers were just left there, right? And skateboarding. So we had a lot of different things. The garbage, though, is something we should have addressed when we had the applicant here. But also, we have an ongoing situation with Petrosinos Square in the park that people take food and to-go containers, and it ends up all over the park. But it's, I'm not sure if they're a part of this or what is a part of it.
There's so many other.
But we have so many issues around the park, but one of the things that's a good step forward is having the properly demarcated areas where these setups can be. And I think that we had gotten a copy of an approved application under this program. And you actually, if you look it up, there's a link to the approved diagrams. So it's very clear where you can and cannot be. And I think that these plans seem to show compliant setups for the most part. So what would our commentary be?
The trash.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, but is that a request that they improve that? But I'm just, as we're going to see more and more of these as we go, the idea is to get them to be better operators.
Is there a path on the sidewalk, is there a path to approval of modifications or no?
Well, what's the denial?
Right.
Yeah, all we had for modifications were to check the furnishing boxes and add a north arrow.
And add the trash. Okay.
Because, you know, it's more important that we, and also that we get stipulations on the liquor license, and then we will have a very good situation here because everything's outlined exactly what's supposed to be. There's clarity on the behavior. And that's an improvement over what we had previously in this situation on a business that's been operating the same way that they have since they've opened.
Great. Okay, so conditional is not. All those in favor, aye.
Yes.
Great. Next, RDK Restaurant Corp, DBA Bistro Les Amis, Roadway. FDNY waiver. Conditional denial. Is there a path? Oh no, it's a waiver, so we're denying anyways. Send them on.
Yeah, I can't vote for approval
Right,
on
so
it.
we're a denial. All those in favor, aye.
For them.
Yes, but we will send.
This is just straight, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So next.
Justine's.
518 Hudson Street LLC, DBA Justine's, 518 Hudson Street for Sidewalk Cafe. The perimeter demarcations, all I remember, I don't have to go through all that, but there's a path to approval on this one.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do a conditional denial. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? I'm not gonna say that, just help me. Okay, so next.
This is one where there's only a width of 2 feet 8 inches on Waverly Place. So I don't really know where we land with that.
Oh, right. It was like,
So it sounds like in order for us to have this be an approval with modifications, they would have to agree not to have seating on Waverly Place.
Right.
And if they don't, then it's a denial.
Correct.
Is that right?
Agree.
And wasn't there also
I just remember that we've had conversations before about like whether the cafes, because you only need but you do need to have the accessible route in every single cafe. You just don't need to have 88 seats.
oh, yeah.
Right.
But you do need to have an accessible
Accessible
route.
route.
Okay, so yeah, there's no accessible route.
Okay, so I would say if they can accept to only have it on the one on Greene Street, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the conditional denial, so.
yeah, and the Greene Street, they need to modify that, whatever those table chair configuration.
We might have noted that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so all
One
those
table
in
needs to be
favor.
removed because of the Simon's connection.
Okay, so all those in favor,
Aye.
conditional denial.
Aye.
Hopefully that will too. Hopefully they will agree to these optional modifications, so that way we can put them on a path to approval with modifications, and they will not have to get called up for a DOT hearing. That is our goal here. So next, we're gonna go to WLLC DBA The Woolly at 390 Broome Street for a sidewalk cafe. I think this is a similar one, a conditional denial to only have seating on Houston,
No.
Broome Street.
to only have seating on Broome.
Well, that was
Maybe there's no, two setups, sorry.
I don't know, there are two.
No
set up.
seating on Mulberry. Oh, wait, yeah. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, there's two.
Oh, Mulberry, sorry, I'm thinking.
Because they were suggesting just 1 foot 9 inch width.
So no seating on Mulberry.
Correct. And the adjustment on Broome Street for the principal building entrance.
So conditional denial, hopefully we'll turn it to a modification, approval mod.
And the principal building entrance was for the adjacent property, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, so all those in favor for conditional denial? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great, so next, we're gonna go to Bosco for Sidewalk Cafe. Is there a path to an approval with modifications on this one?
It seems like the whole thing needs to be remeasured.
Oh, this is
Need a new
that. Wait,
diagram.
this is Bosco, not
Yeah,
the
this-
clam?
Yeah.
This
Right.
is,
Right.
my understanding is, yeah, there were some like measurement addition problems on here and there were,
This one with the dimensions that were all
Yeah, there was some missing metal,
They didn't have-
missing doors with whatever they were.
Yeah, and they had the 10 feet clear path measured from the middle bollard and not the side bollard.
Oh, that's.
For the 8 feet, the 8 foot, yeah.
Okay, so this is the sidewalk, right? Okay, so is there a path?
There potentially is, we just have to
Okay.
see
We need to outline.
accurate measurements.
So, all those in favor for conditional denial?
Aye.
Yeah, and there's a listing of modifications that, that Stella had in there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, we've been typing it in there.
Okay, so next we have Felice Police Hudson. 615 Hudson for Sidewalk Cafe. Is there a path to approval of modifications?
Yes,
They agreed to the PBE.
Okay,
clearance, yes.
all right, so conditional denial.
Aye.
Aye.
Is it conditional approval or conditional denial?
What, we've been calling them conditional denial.
Seemed closer to approval, but okay, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, but they still have to agree to the modification before
I
we.
guess it's more positive we call it conditional
No, it's-
approval, and that's fine. We probably should for
No, no, it's-
optics. Well, now moving forward, call these conditional.
No, they should be conditional denials, because if they don't meet the conditions
Yeah.
of denial, there is no confusion about that.
Okay.
In my head, it just like turns into approval of modifications, yeah.
Mhm.
So 770 Kitchen LLC, DBA Suite Rehab. So this is a denial because it's the FDNY waiver.
Mhm.
We
But also
never
there's,
heard back about if it is an FDNY waiver or not. But even if it's not an FDNY waiver, they only have a 10-foot travel lane.
Well, it is a,
We never heard back if it,
oh, right, but it should,
yeah,
it should, I mean,
yeah.
we shouldn't accept.
Well, no,
Either,
it's just that they
either
didn't
way,
answer.
it's denial, whether or not it
Okay.
has a FDA.
Okay.
But wasn't this the one also missing? This was missing the,
This is the one with the ramp.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
also
oh, right,
missing
that's
the
right, it had the
manhole.
2 ramps, sorry, I was just looking to
Okay,
pull
so
it
the
up.
ramps that are on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's also missing the manhole.
And the ramps are important because it's significantly less than the 8-foot clear path.
Right.
Because of the steps to the basement or to the alleyway or whatever, so.
So denial, all those in
Yeah.
favor? Aye.
There was also a manhole
Yep.
that needed to be measured, added.
Yes.
Okay.
Number 11, Latte 229, Gelateria Gentile, 229 Elizabeth Street for roadway. There's a waiver. Is there anything specific we need to call out that was listed on the modifications, just briefly?
We only had just the ADA stuff,
Okay, so all those in favor for the denial?
but there wouldn't be, this wouldn't be conditional because it's FDNY.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so
Okay.
all those in favor for denial, so it says the FDNY waiver.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 12.
Just like copying and
Thank
pasting.
you. Half Pint on Thompson LLC, DBA The Half Pint,
Okay.
Thompson Street, Roadway,
Somewhere.
FDNY waiver.
Right.
And this would also, there are some modifications, even though it's a denial.
Right.
Which included just more clearly marking the site plan with the depth.
Oh, right, moving the, right, and this is on West Third, and this is all the
Right.
discussion. Okay, so this is. Okay, so next 13.
And this emergency lane, you might want to just put in a clarification that there are often trucks parked here, large commercial trucks that service the NYU loading docks.
Okay.
So that just came to me, well, it's bigger vehicles
Okay.
that take full use of
So
the
denial,
space.
all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, 13 Naughty Gold, the clan, this is the one that
With
has
the-
all of the,
Proportions totally off.
well, right.
Measurements seem.
Well, yeah, they're gonna need to reduce, I'll the measures down the street, so. So this is a And we think that this should be a waiver, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because of Leroy,
And as a result, the maximum length is 20 feet.
right? So conditional, oh, so then would this be a denial then, but we would still do the, okay.
Yes.
So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Oh, yeah, sorry, just 14. DNA Coffee LLC, DBA 12 chairs, 56 to 58 McDougal Street. We don't have a confirmation that it's an FDNY waiver. Do we think it needs one? Remind me.
About the turning radius.
It should require one, given the specific situations
That we saw,
within
yeah.
there. Or conversely, it should have a reduction in its depth to 6.5 feet. Like that.
The applicant was not here, or was this was, no, this was Michael Kelly. This was Michael Kelly, right? Yeah.
It should, whether, even if it should be reduced to 6.5 feet, even if they don't seek a waiver, given the existing circumstances here in that particular street configuration.
So we still have this as a denial? If they meet the 6.5 feet?
Well, I think if they meet that, I think that because it's not longer than 20 feet, they also have the manhole, they have a couple of other things, so this has to be shortened.
So conditional denial?
Well, but we don't really approve any that have a waiver, so if it ends up having a waiver.
Right, but I'm more interested, if they reduce it to 6.5 feet, I'm okay, they don't
have the waiver.
Push that, because I think technically I can see why it may not require it.
Yeah.
So I would rather they take the step, fix it, and fix the manhole.
Yeah.
And that's.
Okay, so conditional now? Yeah. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, 15. NoHo Neighbors, LLC, DBA Elvis. So again, I think we talked a lot about this one. I think it's very clear what we're going to ask for. Thank you, Arturo and Stella for documenting that, and then everyone for the discussion. So we did see a path. We do see a path. We do see a path to a approval with modifications.
Yes.
Yeah. And we
With
also.
a significant
Significant reduction, so.
And we wanted to ask DOT if there can be seating underneath an exhaust duct, like if the vertical clearance is 10 feet. I suspect they will say no, because in the past, they've been clear that PBE clearance is horizontal and.
No, but it's within the first floor, and those are all the buildings mechanicals, like are the businesses mechanicals?
I think that they will agree that they can't have seating there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they would say an exhaust duct clearance can't be satisfied by vertical.
We just have to be crystal clear that it's on their frontage. Like that's the critical.
Should we just send that
comment.
image?
We can send the image. It's just a critical element to explaining that. Because it's not like it's the upstairs neighbor's air conditioner.
It's theirs.
It's theirs within the first floor or ground floor business.
Yeah, and then the same for the air conditioner.
Yeah.
I was trying to just see really quickly what their photos look like, because, oh no, well, but that's the thing, is these are in their photographs, so.
The vent, can you see the vent? Oh, yeah, you can see it, it's down barely.
Yeah. So they did have photographs where DOT did see this, but we'll ask explicitly, yeah, okay, so, so this is a conditional denial. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye. 16. And we'll do Honey Brains. Is there a path to like approval of modifications?
Yeah, I didn't
pretty much.
Right, is it pretty, yeah.
have any notes.
Yeah, there's no notes.
Boilerplate ADAs, right?
Okay.
We usually do.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
17. Spring Cafe, New York LLC, DBA Spring Cafe, Aspen. Sidewalk Cafe, is there a path to an approval of modifications? It sounded like it from.
Yeah, we have more notes on that one because they have an existing fixed kind of a canopy. They need a north arrow, but yeah, the pathway is there.
Okay.
They have a good layout now.
And the fire escape.
Right.
Oh, yeah, the fire escape.
And the fire escape was an issue on the eldest one as well, right? We have that in there, yeah. Okay, so conditional denial, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, so next we have 18, we can get these. Mulberry Street Bar, sidewalk. There's no, we don't see a pathway, so it's a denial.
Right.
So Mulberry Street Bar, sidewalk, and a denial, all those in favor. Aye. Aye. Okay,
Go for it.
Mulberry Street Bar. Roadway, I think I'm taking these out of order. Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Roadway. It's a denial because it's the waiver, so all those in favor.
We also don't have the correct diagram.
This is the one I need.
Oh, yeah, it needs to go.
Wait.
Yeah, he said there's been a revised.
No, that was Casabella, wasn't that?
No,
For a couple. He said there's been a revised application with the division of the 40-foot long cafe.
Oh, yeah. But he did show us, but we need to
Yeah.
get it officially,
So, I guess.
And they were being pushed back to 5 feet 1, 5 feet 1 inches, because there's a road bed across the
If
street.
you can just make, can we just have a list of like the ones?
The follow-ups.
Are highlighted to different colors.
You did?
No, I didn't. I didn't think of it.
Oh, it's okay. Well, what are the one, I guess if we can make a note, like I said, I'll make the notes, like revise, this is Michael Kelly. I just want to give Florence like a list of 3 or 4 that I can say, hey, Michael Kelly's made a revised site plan, so you have to send them to us, so that way we can write the modifications based on that plan. Right, just like check, right? So ask for revised site plan.
It's gonna be a 5'1" width.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, next, number 20. So wait, so all those in favor for the denial, I guess. It's the denial, it's the-
Number 20?
19. The denial, all those in favor, because it's FDNY?
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Which one are we talking about now?
19.
Oh, 19
Mulberry Roadway.
Yeah, he confirmed that it was, there's a waiver.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, denial, aye.
Aye.
Aye. 20, GMT New York. Is there a pathway to approval of modifications?
Yeah.
Yes.
No TVs.
Conditional denial.
TVs,
Are they off?
And we-
I doubt that was the first thing he went and did.
we also,
Seating plan.
yeah, the seating plan, and just something, because the biggest complaint here is active movement of wait staff on the sidewalk, and a couple of our board
Remember,
members
where,
have regularly
remember, this is only
complained about
roadway.
that.
This is only roadway.
No, but it's movement to the roadway.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because the sidewalk cafe is well serviced inside. I mean, they have an ample space. He does, they do that fine. It's that everybody's all over the place serving the roadway. And there was previously a transit bus layover bus stop that Bob Gormley, previous district manager, worked very hard to get removed because it was never used.
Do we want to ask them to put the tables and chair icons in the roadway cafe?
They're gonna have to do it for the SLA application, so.
Thank you, Don.
Okay, so conditional denial,
Yes.
all those in favor, aye. Okay, great, 21. Let me speed this up. No comment, Casabella, sidewalk, denial. right? There's no path on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Right, yes.
Aye.
It's only.
Wait, this, we're talking about the roadway?
No, the sidewalk.
Sidewalk. I'm going by the.
And this was because of the step up.
Well, and it's only 2 feet.
This
It's
one?
only.
Oh, wait, was this
This
one
was-
the service through the,
This was service through the French doors, but they didn't
oh,
show,
the pictures are from China.
they didn't show both sides.
And this
You
one's,
don't, no, hold on, I don't, this is not that one, Brian, I don't think.
That was.
These are my
Greene
notes
Street, Mulberry,
for
Greene Street or something.
27
No.
Mulberry.
This
no,
one,
Casabella is missing, isn't it Hester and it also is on
this
Mulberry?
doesn't, hold on, let's just look at the
Oh,
Google,
right.
I haven't looked at the Google
Yeah,
Street
we said
View.
we'd come back to it during business session.
Yeah,
Because
let's just,
they removed the platforms and it looks, based on the most recent photos, like it's flush, but it's unclear because it's kind of hard to see if it's actually at
I
that.
think someone just needs to go by and look.
wait, is this, which,
This is on Mulberry, right?
yeah.
So I was talking about sidewalk, but now we're talking about roadway for them?
No, no,
we're talking about, we have the wrong
Oh, yeah, you're right.
pictures on this one. So,
Mhm.
yes.
Mulberry, yeah.
So what,
So are there no right pictures on it, or there's both GMT
it's,
I think there were the right pictures too.
Well,
for both? I know in
picture is,
roadway it wasn't.
it's just like construction. Yes,
Scaffolding
you can't
and barriers. You
And,
can't, you really can't see them.
On Google Maps from April 23, they removed the platforms that were there. But I don't know if I would say that that's flush. It looks like it could be flush.
I would
but-
just go now, I would go, not now, sorry, I mean, like, go during the day, so it's really nice out and they'll be open, so you can tell. So,
right,
I
they
have-
redid this whole building.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
So
the
if it
problem is. So we don't have in the pictures they show are just of the plywooded up building.
so even if they don't, so if they don't have an elevated French door situation, then is there a path to approval here?
If it's flush.
So it's a conditional.
I have a note that says it shows Hester Street only.
That's
So we're on sidewalk, so just one.
On
1
sidewalk.
second, so we're just.
On site.
No, they didn't apply for a Hester Street sidewalk, have they?
Yes.
Didn't confirm that.
Well, yeah, we don't know, actually.
No, he said there was only, they applied for 2 on the roadway, and I'm almost certain he said they only applied for the Mulberry sidewalk.
Mulberry sidewalk. And I say they only showed the Hester Street.
Florence, so we'll
side.
have Florence email and ask a question about
Well, hold on, let's just look at the plan. What is the plan? What's the plan?
it. So, but here's the thing is that we did not receive a second site plan, so we
No,
don't.
I understand, but
It looks like the sidewalks on Mulberry Street, but they didn't label the streets. But based on the orientation of the crosswalk.
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty.
It's,
So can we put
it's
that we need?
actually, no, I think it actually looks like it may have been mislabeled, right? Or is that incorrect? Because what we have in the diagram, if you look, is a roadbed. Here, it's a roadbed and it says it's on Hester. So if that's actually correct, then we don't even have the right application.
No, we're talking about sidewalk. The sidewalk.
Oh, is that, okay, it's not alphabet.
We're talking
Hold on,
sidewalk.
I just pulled it from the. Because it's pre-sorted.
Entrance,
alphabetical.
entrance.
I mean, we can make it a conditional approval just for.
Conditional denial.
Or sorry, conditional denial just for Mulberry. If
Interesting.
the French doors are flush with the sidewalk.
But what if there's, well, I guess,
Yeah, I think this is Mulberry Street because the orientation of the crosswalks and the length of the building. The question is just where they show this 10 feet, it looks like it doesn't leave enough. It's 2 feet. And what are we
It
doing?
doesn't leave enough.
so is it a denial?
Denying it, it is 2
Yeah.
feet. I mean,
Okay.
Because it's 2 feet and it.
So the flush it's the same.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so all those in favor for a denial?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we did approve one where we had it, if the French doors were flush,
Yeah, it's.
you can serve from inside, you can access the table from inside. And so that is accessible.
Well, no,
Yeah.
that says the French doors, the wait service will be through the inside of the restaurant. We don't know if they're flush to the ground. There was a raised platform here, so unless they've done significant work, which
So
we
then
don't
why
know.
did, then I just
But
tried
the
to, I
flip-
tried to do conditional denial.
So hold on, the flip side, that it's still 2 feet. They can't meet the ADA requirement for fitting a wheelchair underneath the table.
Right.
Because you need 30 inches.
You can't access it from the inside?
It's not about accessing it, it's where a wheelchair can be placed underneath the table with a 30-inch clearance. And you actually, the table has to be wider than 30 inches
36.
because of the legs on both sides. But you have to fit the clearance on the width.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure we approved one where it was flush. And so that's why I'm saying.
But it's a wider width.
No, that was accordion doors where the frontage fully opened. And I think that they had a wider width, and that was why we were okay. But you could put a table
Within the
with the
accordion
chair
doors.
fitting into it. On this, if you look at it, you don't have any tables set up where you could have the ADA access for the outside seating. You'd actually be inside.
Be inside. If you wanted to sit there in a wheelchair, you'd have to be sitting inside. You can't sit anywhere outside because it's not wide enough.
And that was the reason that we've had some issues even with the ADA. When they show, like what Steve shows one table that's ADA accessible, those tables can't be a 24-inch table. And they actually have to be, there's a few ways to accomplish it, but they have to be set up in such a way that a wheelchair can fit under it with a 30-inch width. And they should.
Where's 30 coming from?
30.
Isn't it not 36?
No, the 36 is the clearance.
But the width of the wheelchair.
The width of the wheelchair is 30.
Okay.
So when you look at the ADA table requirements and you look at some of the guidance, it's not necessarily from the government, but some of the other ones, there are many ways to accomplish that 30 width. You can have an overhang table without any legs. You can have the setup like along the sides and an opening, but there's a minimum height, width, and depth to fit under it. And those measurements can't be accomplished when it's only 2 feet wide.
Right, and at least 5% of the tables need to have those dimensions.
Right.
In addition.
With no less than one.
And by
Yeah.
the way, the
So is there no-
sidewalk is not 12 feet wide, it's 11 foot, 7 inches. So what's left is 1 foot.
We didn't write that.
So can we deny this? All those in favor for denial?
Yeah, but let's just get this in.
Yeah, can you, do we have the 1 foot, the?
11.7?
Yes.
And all of these problems, again, are created because
Thanks,
there's one
Brian.
size fits all rules. That's fine. And there was no carve out done for Mulberry Street.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate. That's a great point.
Okay, leaving 1.7.
Great, thank you guys. All right, so all those in favor for denial?
Aye.
Cosmo, aye, okay. 22 for the roadway.
So this is the one that's messed up, that we didn't receive the right plans because it was seating on Mulberry.
So this one we have to flag. I'm gonna have Florence.
Re-refer the whole thing to us.
This is for number
22.
So I'm gonna have Florence email, well, you know what, I'm just probably gonna do it. Because that's what I'm the one who's flagged what's missing, so I'll do it.
Re-refer it.
But tonight, because it's Mulberry
Denial.
Road.
So all those in favor for
Right,
denial?
it's a denial.
Aye. Okay. So hopefully they agree to re-refer it with the. All right, so 23. Oh my gosh, we're on the second page. Banter on Sullivan Street, roadway, FDNY waivers, so that's a denial. Is there anything specific we need to call out without having to talk through everything?
Isn't there something across the
Sounds
street?
like Glue does not have a roadway.
We have, we have a lot of modifications, but yeah, it's FDNY.
And we still have to put in the,
Yeah.
Any just like one or two, or like what the big ones are, like one or two?
Clearances from other,
Yeah, like across from Pepe Rosso, adjacent to Barmoga.
You mean like 6 feet and?
6
15
feet and then,
feet?
yeah.
no, directly across the street.
I thought
Pepe
Sidewalk
Rosso.
was.
just
That's-
sidewalk.
That's one,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's just
But
sidewalk.
that's
and they're
north of
not
it.
Doing
So it sends up
Roadway.
Banter, Armoga, and then across the street, Pepe, whatever it was called.
Rosso, which has a very long setup, so it conflicts with this
Yeah,
being
it-
across the street.
Okay.
It's within.
But it's an important one that we just
No, I
need to
know.
get that
I
one
have the
right.
I have the language. Okay,
And then we had the question about the 6 inches, that looks like it's on the side.
Yeah.
okay. So denial, all those in favor?
Aye.
24. BEF Restaurant Cafe D'Angelo for Sidewalk Cafe, is there a path to approval with modifications?
It is 2 feet wide.
No.
No. All
He
those in
said
favor
he
for
would
denial?
change it to the other side, but then it's 2'7".
Well, I said it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't,
Yeah.
right, it doesn't,
Aye.
it just seems like a fruitless exercise. Futile. Maybe the better word there. Okay, so denial, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, so next we have 25, we have,
Same.
oh wait, I just did, I was calling this one, sorry, I just called this one Cafe Vetro DBA Casa
That one was
D'Angelo.
BEF Restaurant, doing business as Casa D'Angelo at 146 Mulberry, and this one is Cafe Vetro, doing business as Epistrophe Cafe at 200 Mott Street. Same issue, not 3 feet wide.
This is Epistrophe.
Yeah.
All right, so, and this is for the sidewalk, so there's no path to approval of modifications?
No.
Okay, so denial, all those in favor?
Aye.
26, Buvette, is there a pathway to modifications? This is for the sidewalk.
Yes.
Yes.
And for ISOTI, we asked them to remove the outer row of tables. Do we want to ask Buvette to do the same so they can reach the far side seat without having to go outside of their permanent?
So we're saying we're asking Buvette to have one table, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we're asking ISOTI to.
For the same, okay, so,
Yeah.
okay, so. So is it's a conditional denial with the one table and the L shaped?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in there.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. 29. Oh, wait, my number's off.
27.
Wait, 27. Okay, so 27 is, says the gluten. Is there a path for sidewalk? Is there a path to approval of
Yeah.
modifications?
Weren't they, they
If
were
they,
good.
if they adjust the PVE and, back of the curb.
Measurement, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
This is Michael Kelly. All those in favor for conditional denial, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, Little Santino Daddies.
Adjust the curb and.
Yeah, the curb and the primary building.
The measurement of the
Right.
sidewalk, right?
Yeah, that's in there too.
Which one are we doing
So,
first? Sidewalk or-
well, yeah, we're gonna do both. But let's do the sidewalk first. Well, I don't know. I mean, we need to talk about that because we did have the sidewalk cafe site plan, so I think we can submit our comments on that. Is it-
Good.
Okay,
I kind of feel like in the email from DOT, they said, we can resend you the sidewalk if you want, but then.
no, but did they not?
I think so.
Then I don't understand why it says actual roadway and actual sidewalk. Did somebody piece together?
Stella did that.
Because the actual sidewalk, it's not really actual. It has the sidewalk plan on it, but it wasn't.
When she dropped
But so there's no road, then.
No, when she dropped the roadway plan for Michael Kelly into the drive, she just renamed them that way, so we would know.
No, so I need to be very clear on this of what was re-referred to us, so I didn't. I didn't move those, so I don't know. I haven't moved.
Oh,
this
you're right,
application.
they did resend.
Yeah, so we can put
sidewalk area.
both of those in there and just delete the rest. So we just need to, I need to know if we want to. What's the due date for the roadway? I think it was referred yesterday, so.
Can I just ask a question? They re-referred the sidewalk with the, all correct, with the correct cover information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
all
personally have not looked and compared what was referred this week
Right.
with what was referred last week in the
Okay,
sidewalk
but in
plan.
theory,
I guess I could do
supposedly
that
you
right
got the
now.
right referral for the sidewalk.
So the roadway is due 4/9, and I updated the title of the folder, so it would say the right dates. Which one is? So the roadway is, they're in the same folder right now.
Right, but probably no one, because only you and I have seen what was referred, because.
I'm gonna put it in there.
But I personally have not compared the sidewalk cafe plan from this week versus last week. So if we could look at that.
I'm looking at it.
Quickly, let me. What is the little stand?
It's the same.
It's the exact same. I know.
We're looking at the sidewalk.
Every little dot that's on
If
it.
we received I haven't put the applications from yesterday that came in into the folder.
No?
So.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, great.
But I will delete what says actual sidewalk and put the real actual sidewalk.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so is there a pathway to approval on the sidewalk cafe application?
Yeah, they have to reduce the frontage, so they're not on Henrietta Hudson's frontage.
Okay, and we've written that out, so it's very clear that they will understand that Michael can relay that to somebody else. I mean, that's the thing, this is like a game of telephone. Okay,
Yeah, I have to remove the residential entry from the diagram, which they say isn't there, so.
okay, so conditional denial on the
Yes.
sidewalk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then, are we,
Basically the same thing with the roadway.
Yeah.
okay, so is
And they
everyone
need to
taking
remove
a-
that stuff like yesterday
What?
because there's a history of non-compliance.
What, remove what?
The enclosure.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just want to send both modifications if we can vote on this.
Yeah, no, but that needs to like be removed
Now,
immediately.
Well, right, and we won't send in our approval with modifications on anything until.
No, it's
see.
like it's
They
gotta be
can
down
sign,
by
but that's the thing, is
Friday.
they can sign it, but you want to put that in the modification?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gotta come down. I mean, yeah.
Well, that's
it's-
also contingent on me getting this out tomorrow.
Well,
morning,
there's a
so.
long history here of
Agreed.
operating for their own benefit outside the rules over and over and over with violations issued
Okay,
and owning multiple
Right.
establishments.
I'm just saying it might have to be Monday, because I don't know if they're gonna get these out tomorrow, so. Okay, so all those in favor for conditional denial on the roadway? Okay, aye. 30. Due west. It sounds like I guess we need to put a deadline on the removal.
You skipped Isodi,
Oh, sorry. My numbering's off. Hold on.
29.
528 is daddy's.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Oh, it's because I had to add. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Got it. So let me just take that off. Okay, let me just not number that one. Okay, 29. East Sodi. Is there a pathway? I don't know what's happening over there. Texting right now, I was kidding. East Sodi sidewalk, is there a pathway to?
No.
Okay, so the L-shaped,
Yeah,
the
L-shaped.
outer row.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor for conditional denial on East Sodi? Aye. Yeah. Okay, so, 30. Wait, due west, so Saj Hospitality due west, is there a pathway to approval of modifications?
Yeah.
I think we need to put a date similar to what we're doing to Daddy's, right, for the removal of those, or, it's.
he did say he's been working on trying to get it done, but it might take, I mean, his is a pretty
Yeah.
substantial structure that it may take a little
Okay,
bit
so
of
maybe we
time
don't
on
put a
like a
date,
storm
maybe we
shelter.
don't-
No, he said.
He said it would
by
take a couple
next
weeks. No, he
Next
said
week.
it.
Great,
Yeah,
let's
but
have,
it's-
right,
it's-
come on.
Within the next week and a half.
Okay,
That's next week is,
okay, so conditional denial,
Yes.
all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 31, 32. Okay, Ekram Restaurant, DBA Gennaro, Roadway, so it's a denial. I know we just talked about that one. Oh, that's all the, like,
This is one with the
20.
320 foot
Issues here
setbacks
on
with
that?
3 feet in between instead of 6
Thank
feet.
you, it was a really good, catch.
well, the situation's a little bit of a wild west because they connected them, but then they're trying to, because the whole thing's licensed, they're trying to operate multiple businesses under it. But also, in my personal experience and walking by at different things, they're also just breaking all the rules.
Oh, that's right, this is the really
So-
egregious 2 years of during
Yeah.
San Gennaro selling alcohol on the street, which is completely against their.
Yeah, just to-go drinks right out the window and, I mean,
But
that's,
to-go drinks allowed.
no, to-go drinks are allowed in a sealed container. You still can't consume alcohol.
Oh, they were
in public.
doing it like this, okay.
Yeah,
right,
and you
right,
also
right.
have to, has to be accompanied by food items, et cetera.
Okay, so denial, all those in favor?
Well, I think that we had laid out a potential pathway, which
Oh, the
Mike
conditional
said that he
denial.
was gonna go back. And
Yeah,
that
we
was the
said-
conditions if they
Remove
were,
the one.
Yeah, easy one is just limited to 2, but certainly cannot extend past the alleyway.
yeah.
And to
And also
submit a separate
FDNY.
application for the 131 Mulberry.
Yeah, they may not allow them to do that, but they need to, the issue is the service. You can't run 2 businesses to the public
Yeah.
and then run this huge.
I don't understand how this is different from Via Porta and Bartuzzi.
But those are like, when you look at the building, those are actually connected in the back, like it's.
Oh, it's just,
building.
okay, fine, okay, I don't wanna send it fast, okay, got it. Okay, so, but this is still a denial. Cause it's FDNY waiver, am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Modification.
I mean, here's the deal, is like, I don't communicate that information when I send modifications.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So,
I think that their representation is well aware of that.
yeah, he knows.
Yeah. But what we were saying, and this is because this is a continuing dialogue of not just this, it's like, hey, what's going on here? You can't do everything in this way, because that opens the pathway to a lot of other
Right,
problems.
so denial, all those.
And the business owner also owns the buildings. So that,
So the conditional denial, denial.
Yeah.
On Dodgenero, okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, 32, Cuba, Thompson Street, FDNY waiver, denial, we just talked about this one.
It's FDNY, so deny, but we have very few modifications.
Okay, so all those in favor for denial? Great, is there any new business?
What's going on with the email to FDNY and all that?
This is exactly what I said. They are, they were asked, FDNY was asked by Councilmember Botcher's office to come speak at one of the CB2 meetings. And we gave 2 dates and we gave the questions. Initially, when we asked about the memo before we sent over the question, before the questions were requested, we did attach the 2-page memo from July 30th and just asked, is this current guidance? And a senior advisor was looped in. We were talking with the deputy chief of staff for the FDNY commissioner, and the senior advisor said that the memo was a pre-decisional document that is not really guidance.
it's a interagency conversation.
Interagency conversation, and that, that FDNY has determined that these, there's so few of these waivers being requested that they are dealing with them on a site-by-site basis, in a case-by-case basis. And so, and ask for the question so that they can know how to staff this. They also asked for DOT to be invited to speak as well. And before we extended that invitation to DOT, we wanted to confirm who they were sending so we could make our ask, saying that the council member had asked for FDNY to speak. FDNY is going to send this person. Can you please send someone? And once we sent over our questions and also just a history of and the amount that's being requested in CB2, 46% of all the Roadway Cafe applications we've received have asked for a waiver. So 88 waivers have been requested in CB2, and that may be probably even 2 or 3 more. And that's just from referrals as of last Monday. So I didn't add, it's now well over 90 for sure with the referrals this week. So that is 4 out of every 9 Roadway Cafe applications referred to CB2 are requesting a waiver for the 15-foot emergency travel lane. So that's.
And there's also been a significant amount of advocacy from communities.
Yeah.
And they've all had their own council members with state elected officials. And so there's quite a bit of interest in this, because I think that everybody has become aware that statement that, oh, these are just case by case one-off applications.
Correct.
That they're not being viewed holistically, because almost all of the ones we have what the situations outlined in the memo. Not just the singular offsets, multiple on the street, somebody next to each other, like you go down the list. Yeah,
I mean,
so
we just
how
have a
can you
lot
look,
very
how
concentrated.
can the response that we're only looking at these individually, therefore we have no guidance? So, the question becomes, well, what are you using internally to guide your guidance? But also, if you review the memo, it outlines that there's a final sign off, what it seems like from the local battalion chief, or there's a particular phrasing, so that even though everybody goes through all the proper steps and somebody at Metro Tech reviews this, and we don't even know by what, that the battalion chief can go over there with any of the trucks and see what fits or what doesn't, whatever it is, and tell them they have to make changes. None of that seems particularly fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem particularly safe.
And it seems expensive.
And it's very expensive. And these are the outliers where these are not a given that they're being issued. Why are they being rushed? Without giving proper review and respect to the owners for their businesses. And why are we doing this now when most of these people applied so many months ago that with proper planning, this could have all been in play? The hearing's already conducted, and the proposed site visits being conducted now prior to building anything.
Correct.
Seeing where everything's supposed to go.
And the claim by the senior advisor from FDNY that the July 30th memo is a pre-decisional document is not, it was on a October 28th letter of no objection from FDNY to DOT. It is DOT granting the waiver. The letter of no objection from FDNY is what is the sign off that the emergency lane. So for the claim from this senior advisor at FDNY that this is a pre-decisional document, it was cited in a October, 28th letter of no objection. That was then the signal for DOT to grant the waiver.
And
for
so
the
now are
15
we
foot.
just waiting for them to respond to the questions? Is that what?
We are just waiting for them to respond to the questions. They said they would respond to the questions in writing. So, and again, that's why we asked about the memo up front. That's why we asked our questions up front. We didn't want things to be a gotcha. Of course, we would have follow-up questions from everyone here. But they were very specifically asking who is coordinating. They're all the questions we have. What is, can you?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, this starts with the, you know, in that FDNY memo, the first thing it says is the FDNY does not encourage the implementation of such variances. Yeah. So if you start with that premise, yet every single one is somehow issued, you know, without a holistic overview of the conditions on the street, it sort of belies the just that comment, if you're not encouraging them, and then they have a list in this pre-discussion of all the outlying cases. And yet then they say, well, wow, that's just, you know, whatever, that was just talk. But then, well, what is your guidance? Because we have so many, you know, how can you have, oh, we'll look at it case by case when almost half of ours require it.
Right,
That's
right,
like
right.
Over 90, that's not a small amount.
Yeah.
No.
And they're so concentrated, some of the blocks, that's all that, yeah, I mean, that's all,
Right.
you know, that's.
Mulberry between Grand and Broome. 8.
Elizabeth,
You
yeah.
know, Mulberry between Hester and Grand, 10. You know, that's on one block. And to not be coordinating all of this and, yeah.
And that's, and it's not necessarily saying no, but shouldn't, you know, who's ultimately responsible?
Those are the
Because if the FDNY is saying we don't encourage the implementation, whose stamp is on there?
Yeah.
Whose signature's on there?
Taking
And,
responsibility.
and is it just a, you know, who's the decision maker? And I don't think it's unfair to ask that, and what's the criteria that's used?
Yes, and
And it's okay if they say, look, here are the rough
yeah.
criteria, but they've basically said nothing. And I don't think that that's satisfactory to everybody to understand the uniqueness. And it's just like,
complicated.
it's just like on 12 chairs tonight, when you get a photograph that shows a big fire, you know, not even a big, or just a regular fire department response with a ladder truck up on a turn, you know, with another engine there and the compact space that they're operating in. It just highlights why clearances are important on our narrow streets, right? I mean, and it's not unreasonable to ask for that. And then everybody always says, oh, there could be cars parked there or whatever, but the way the roadbed sheds are set up, they're straight line without any opening underneath,
Right.
any variability at
Right.
all. And then we see that they're allowed to set them up so close to each other that you can't even reposition a truck, like, you know, in a way that's easily repositioned so that you can access stuff. Because they've reduced the distance, you know, between the shed requirements. So.
Yeah, and on Thompson Street between Bleecker and West Third, 5. Thompson between West Houston and Bleecker, 5. So I kind of did like a rough audit of kind of where the heavy densities were. But that's I think that's everything on that. So 2 of our city elected officials have taken action, either getting FDNY to reach out to us about this issue.
Eric and Marte.
Mhm. And then one of our state elected officials also taking action. So, again, reaching out to the commissioner, but that's all I will speak on that one.
Sounds like.
And I just, the thing is that it's getting a little late.
It's really unfortunate, the timing of it, and.
Oh, it's late to get these guidelines, absolutely.
Well, and again, the FDNY waiver is in the legislation.
Yes.
And so the way our initial approach to it was but there's just the lack of implementation of the guidance for life safety that I think is really our issue. We understand it's in the legislation. But it's not, it's being mishandled, so.
And, you know, and we have a lot of old buildings, a lot of situations, it's not overblown. If you have a really big response, you need to jam in a bunch of fire personnel and equipment and we have blocks where we have 8 or 10 of these that are there 24/7 as opposed to the parking, which in almost most of these cases is not 24/7. A lot of this cases, the one side of the street is 8 to 6 or whatever it is, that the condition doesn't exist at all times.
Well, I was noticing on the fire on the roof of the building at West and Bank Street.
Yeah.
There were, I counted 6 ladder trucks.
Yeah.
These big, you know, semi-trailer type things with their ladders extending up to the roof. Plus all of the other types of equipment.
Right, yeah.
Right, and I will point out, yeah, this is a good discussion. Sorry, I'm really glad we're having this quick discussion.
And that's an example of a narrow street, right? I mean, just.
Bank is narrow. Fortunately, they had, you know, a corner of West and they took that over. But yeah, I mean, the whole.
Are we planning to have any sort of resolution given the upcoming hearing with feedback on suggestions on how to improve the program? I think it would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of standing feedback, right? That of issues. I don't know I think what we want to do is point out the issues.
Yeah, of course.
It's not necessarily the solutions, but this should be reopened, not necessarily, like they should want to work with the community to figure out how to make this work better.
Yeah, 100%.
And also some of the failings of DOT, which chooses not.
And a lot of these
to
are
give definitions.
in our past
resolutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we've passed that does stand for the full board, that we can create this list that will have everyone.
I also say that, Valerie, because I think like just, you know, we've kind of had chats about how the media, and I think everybody is attunely aware of how this is being represented. And I think a lot of folks are not paying a lot of attention to the nuance that we go through, not to like point out gas valves, but to actually think a little bit more holistically about the program, which I don't think a lot of that conversation is being had, which I think a resolution could be very helpful with.
It
to
all
remind people.
But it's all happened at the beginning. And with specific outreach to many different city council members. And people did not want to. What they said specifically was, we will pass the program and we go fix it if we need to. And we have some of the council members have said, well, call me up and tell me.
That are on this committee.
What the issue is. The issue is not the public so much that it's obvious what the problems are. And a lot of this really was the one size fits all under fairness. But here's the thing. This program has been immensely successful in our community. We've had a massive increase in the number of applications over what existed before. The rest of the city has not. And as a result of that, the city did not, in the permanent program, they didn't listen to some of the feedback that could have tailored a much better response to each of those various communities to take into account to encourage more people to participate. Whether that be in the pricing, whether that be in some of the rules, whether that be whatever the thing, but there's a lot of expansion of the universe of where these could be, but it wasn't our community where people didn't take advantage of that. And it you know, which is an important point because that was the goal. And so it has not failed in our community, this program. What has been a failure is all the exceptions because we have so many applications that we get all these outlier situations that nobody wanted to pay attention to. And we don't have definitions for critical elements and they're not willing to provide definitions, for example, the building entrances, right? So I think that some of what we've worked with is a great example of how you can build a better program for the other areas because how do you deal with an outlier that doesn't quite fit? How do you make something work? What would you do to take, you know, for example, we have Mulberry Street, which is world renowned for outdoor dining. You know, is that somewhere an exception could be made? Is that a good exception? Is that not a good exception? You know, what's the consequence of it? And there are plenty of other streets, I'm sure, in each of the different outer boroughs that are probably running through this problem. Would they be better served with the specific
Alternative program. Yeah.
programs for those streets, and specifically in participation, fee structure?
Yeah,
You know,
if you go look
all
at our
these
August 2023 letter, that was sent to all the city council members, that we had multiple sign on with other community boards, that were very simple items that would have made this application process, I think, a lot more streamlined, but were not included. We also had, I personally had FaceTime with our council member, with the bill writer, on asking for the patron bathroom to be put in there with the 20 people or more. And guess what? Now the NYC Health has it hidden on their page of what's required for the patron bathroom. If you have 20 seats in and out,
Total.
more than, 20 or more, then you're supposed to have provided patron bathroom. So if you only have 4 tables inside, no patron bathroom that's publicly accessible, and you have 20 seats outside, you can't have but why not tell people that ahead of time? And just so I'm not saying that there's not work to be done, but a lot of this, you go look through our resolution, our past 5 letters and resolutions on this from the temporary program. A lot of this was identified even from June 2020 letter of different issues and the densities and all of that. And there's been, and some of it did make it into the legislation. So that's all I'll say on that. So I think, so there's a lot of positions, we have a lot of our positions that are passed by this entity, which is for the full board, that,
But nevertheless, I mean, it's just so much discussion. The other thing, which is really fascinating to listen to in any of the commentary, is, oh, DOT referred it, it must be right.
Yeah.
And what we found in Stella's hard work, even during the temporary program, we found DOT had massive, couldn't enforce the existing rules, not just a little bit. 93%, right?
Yeah, 93%.
93% during the temporary program, and the survey that you did for the
Councilmember.
chair, or for the
Speaker.
The speaker of the city council in his district in CB2. And then we found a significant number of errors.
Yeah, so could you tell us?
And what I just said, just that those number of errors, to then be told that, oh, DOT is doing everything right. And I think that other community boards who don't quite have as many applications are finding the same thing. There's missing elements, there's missing signs, there's missing clearance requirements. Manholes are all in the wrong places. And this is what, I think, one of the other big advocates and one of the other boards, this is about pedestrian movement. And the whole program was re-geared around the pedestrian mobility plan. And that's what a lot of this is about. And if you have rules, then they should be enforced. And if you want to change them, change them. But also, DOT is not able to provide this clarity that existed under the old program about what you can and can't do.
Right.
There's no ADA clarity, there's no certain elements, there's not clearance guidance, primary building elements.
Yeah, so, and Stella did an audit for the first couple months of errors that were on applications referred to CB2.
Right. This was back in December when we'd only received. Oh, I don't know if I should share.
No, there's nothing to share. Yeah.
I'm just reading from some statistics I have written down that as of December 9th, this was, a few months ago, we had only received 58 cafe applications at that time. Now we've received close to 200.
Roadway or sidewalk or both?
All cafes. 28 roadway cafe, 30 sidewalk cafes. And we categorize the top 5 most common application issues, places where they weren't compliant with in compliance with the dining out NYC rules. And 44 out of the 58 applications we'd received at that time were, had issues in this top 5 categories. And that's close to 76%. That's 76% of the applications we'd received back in December had issues that were not in compliance with the dining out NYC rules.
Not in compliance with the rules, which also meant that the application referred was incomplete and inaccurate.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And we heard tonight, we didn't get the right diagram,
Right.
so we were referred inaccurate applications again.
Right.
The
And
top
even-
5 issues, we continue to see the same
Yeah,
thing,
but you're-
missing primary building entrances, missing obstructions or inaccurate placements of these obstructions, missing required clearances. It's all the same, yeah.
Right.
And the roving definition of a primary building entrance has evolved from DOT via email significantly. So again, a continued lack of clarification on that. So and also, so you guys know, I do testify at the DOT public hearings on our applications, on our positions, and I've asked for the leadership of the agency of DOT, specifically on McDougal Street is the one example I'll use tonight because I know we need to go, is you've got city bike racks that they oversee. You've got shared bike lanes that they oversee. And now I'm kind of talking about Greenwich Avenue. And now I'm going to talk about Greenwich Avenue with the local truck route. So kind of, and that's all, like Greenwich Avenue has all of that, even though it's the wide, right? Even though it's wide, it's 40 feet. They have all these competing uses and allowing applicants to not put the shared bike lane when it directly abuts their roadway cafe, allowing a 9-foot roadway cafe, which 8 feet is the maximum, local truck route, 2-way streets. Now I'm specifically speaking about Greenwich Avenue. And so we've asked for leadership on these competing uses on McDougal, the city bike rack and the dining out program, right? So on Greenwich Avenue, that's 4 programs they oversee.
And just for clarification, when you say that, it's a co-located bike lane, traffic lane,
Right.
truck route.
Right, all
that
using the
is-
same.
That is all in the same space with the maximum full, both parking lanes used. So it really.
So again, asking
And
for
it's a
that,
busy road.
asking for that leadership. I also do make the comments about ADA and the lack of transparency there. And there's been other people speaking about the lack of ADA access. So that's good.
Thank you.
I think that's it on those items.
When is our next meeting?
Well, I don't want to meet every week, so hopefully,
Thanks.
maybe, so to quickly end that, we received 14 applications yesterday from DOT. So again, I made this is important for this group, for this update. When I testified on Broome Street Bar,
which one?
When I testified on the Broome Street Bar Roadway Cafe application, I took a very serious tone of just, and several people from the public had spoken about it, about what happened. And I said, you have created the tension by referring such a large number of applications. And I want to acknowledge that this agency had said that they were not going to overwhelm community boards with applications. So since that testimony, we've only been referred 15 max at a time.
Nice.
So.
Way more manageable.
Huh?
Way more manageable.
Somewhat. It's better than 41.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think we've also gotten really good and better. Hopefully I'm getting faster here. But the last thing is we continue to see from DOT, as I mentioned about the Daddy's application, the site plan not matching the form and then no one catching it. As you know, we have no access to the Dining Out NYC portal that was promised a year ago. And so the way that these are referred to us, and for boards such as ours that are receiving a large volume, we're receiving, here's Mark, who is our champion. We're receiving multiple emails that have multiple files on them and also unwieldy for them as well. So that's a point of frustration that's been brought up. But again, just yesterday, we received an application in Brooklyn.
I'm thinking we should go on a road trip.
Yeah, so Pie Corps in Greenpoint wants to come see us. No. So, you know, that we don't know if we were owed another application or not, and we're gonna find that out. There's one more. I learned that Daddy's was sent to CB3 last week.
How'd they do?
I don't know. Or that's what Michael Kelly had said. Oh, yeah, probably just signed stipulations, yeah. But anyway, so I'm gonna call to adjourn.
Yeah.
Can I get a
Second it.
motion? Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Great.
Second.
Okay, aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Well, I just got a quick question.
Uh-huh.
The question, oh, you got it, okay.
Yep.